Welcome to the 2023 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships in Manchester's Sports City Stadium. So, across the sprints, distance, throws and jump events in which the greatest sports stars and students across the country will be crowned.
Molly Jessup coming to the line. It's pretty close, but Jessup does take her third BUCS title. A roar from the crowd gets them underway. 1 lap to go now. They all want that space, don't they? They're fighting over small patches of ground on the track, hugging the inside. Do you dare go all the way out to lane 3? Watch out for Tom Young in the centre, the African Violet of Loughborough. So launches that one out to around 50 metres for George Seary, champion for Warwick.
There's no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for.
And over and out from here in Manchester. Until next time.
Good morning from Sports City. We are ready to bring you the second day of action at these BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. And guess what? It's sunny for once inside this arena, which is fantastic. Hopefully it stays that way. Looking around, I can see a tiny thin veil of cloud, but let's not make this a full weather report. Let's just hope that it does at least remain the case that it's as nice as this. So we're going to start with some long jump action in terms of the field, and about 15 minutes time until the first track action. But let's have a look then at what's to come. So essentially we'll have 400-metre hurdles semi-finals followed by 100-metre finals. There's a bit of a change to the timetable, and then those 100-metre finals will include the Ambulant women's and men's. We'll have men's steeplechase, sprint hurdles from around 11:30 for women, and then 12 o'clock for men. Then the first time we'll see some 200 metres, so making it quite difficult really for people to double up, and I would tend to think that there'd be quite few people that would do that anyway. So maybe some new names in the 200 metres from 12:25, and then 400 metres, we had the heats yesterday, we'll have semis from 2:30, and from 3:05 we'll have men's and women's 800 metres. Semi-finals again, and 3:45 for 1500. So yes, impossible to double up there really, but we don't see many people doing that in any case, given that there are 6 races that you'd have to go through in quite a short space of time anyway. And then the relays from 4:25 for the 4x1, and then 4x4 from 5:30. In terms of the field, I mentioned the long jump qualification. We've also got this B final and a discus, so B and A final format that has previously been used for the pole vault, brought into other field events, and does give more athletes a full complement of 6 throws and prevents people from having to go through qualification and potentially dropping out as well. So this is the B final, and the A final is at 12 o'clock. So 2 field events, long jump and discus. The top 8, I understand, will get 6 efforts, and then long jump, of course, they'll get 3 goes as they try and make it into the final. And having a look to see, that final comes up tomorrow at 12:40. So there we are. Now, first round of the discus we are in. I think it actually got underway a little bit early. Sometimes that happens because the athletes are ready, so why keep them waiting? We had a great javelin performance yesterday from Ben East, throwing over 75 metres for a personal best. And shot put competition was going on at the same time. It was won by Zach Davis, and expecting Zach Davis also to return for this discus competition. Obviously the 2 events complement each other quite nicely. See people at international level winning medals in both. And Dylan Claydon should be pretty strong in this discus. So he was bronze medalist yesterday. Jacob Matthews was silver medalist, so they represent Loughborough and Birmingham respectively, and should both be in this discus competition, along with Davis. But Claydon and Matthews, who were beaten by Davis in the shot put, are better discus throws. They're both well over 50 metres. So that's the kind of range we're looking for, really, between 40 and 53 metres at the very top end of this competition, to give you an idea of the level. So 6:02 throwing previously. That's Ketan Srivastva of Brighton. So this is Willem Jump of Oxford. Didn't quite catch what happened there, but obviously he didn't catch the discus flight cleanly as he would have wanted, as you can see by the expression on his face. But there is an effect sometimes of starting the competition early on a Sunday morning. I mean, many of these students aren't students in the traditional sense of some of the characteristics that you might think, especially as far as Sunday mornings are concerned, but it is an early start. And I don't just mean because we start at 10 o'clock, I mean really to have been here to warm up, to actually be arriving at the stadium. I believe that is Sean Delaney. You can see he didn't quite get hold of the discus as he would have wanted either. So that was a nice clean flight out to around 40 metres. I believe this is Adam Rutter. So there are 3 athletes participating in the adjacent Ambulant discus final. So they're all 3 para athletes: Joel Mattox, Sean Delaney, who we've just seen, and now Adam Rutter. So they all represent Loughborough. So as a result, Loughborough are guaranteed the 1, 2, 3, incidentally. So there have been more and more para events introduced in recent years, and that has only helped Loughborough because they tend to have the best depth and the best talent, and the more events there are, the more gold medals they win. Craig Moncur of Birmingham, who was in the shot put yesterday, the decathlete, so that looks to have gone just out of bounds off to the right-hand side. So we're seeing a few issues so far in this discus competition, and maybe that is the early start playing a part. See, one of the officials looks like he's got a mug full of coffee there. Wouldn't mind one of those. So Ryan Wells of Warwick, personal best 36.65. Now it's interesting, sometimes you'll watch the discus and you'll think, oh wow, they really caught that well. You know, essentially, if you haven't thrown a discus before, you might have thrown a frisbee, right? So sometimes you catch it really cleanly, it goes skimming through the air in a rather sort of straight fashion. And there isn't much vertical movement, shall we say. But you'll notice with the discus that sometimes you can be effective with a clean flight, and sometimes it doesn't go as cleanly through the air like that, but is still pretty effective. There are variations in techniques, but ultimately it is, as we were saying yesterday, something of a performance. When you're in that circle, you're on that stage, and you need to be able to build momentum and also stay in control. So 30.33 is the measurement for Ryan Wells of Warwick. So we're into round number 2. This is next athlete to throw, George Whitaker of Sheffield Hallam.
Anywhere has gone out to 5 meters 90. Theo Martin Evans to 5 meters 88. Also having a good competition is the Birmingham University
29.35 for Whitaker.
5 meters 77.
So that's Dakota Satar of Glasgow Caledonian in the blue, I believe, who's about to step into this circle. So personal best of 32.76. So we'll see some of those with the sort of 50 and 40 meter throws in the A final, of course. Looks like the red flag popped up there, so obviously have to keep those feet within the circle itself at all times until the throw is being completed. So obviously that throw wasn't measured by the officials. So this is the Discus B final. And Discus B final, and we've also got qualification for the women's long jump. Just to let you know, they're looking for 5.95 as the automatic distance that will make it into the final. Otherwise, they'll just take the top 12 competitors. What's quite interesting is that we have Georgie Ford-Wells competing, certainly down to compete in the long jump, as well as the triple jump, in which she's one of the favourites. So she looks to have actually equalled her personal best with 5.87 in this competition so far. So always interesting when someone's doing a different event to what you normally see them over as to how they can do.
57.50 from 2018. So let me take you through the lineup for this first semi-final. I was just waiting to hear a DNS. So Danielle Janssen van Rensburg, lane 3 DNS. So in lane 1, representing Sheffield University, we have Millicent Russell. In lane 2, Cardiff Met, last year's England under-20 bronze medalist, Hannah Ovede. In lane 4, representing Birmingham University.
So still in this round number 2, men's discus B final.
In 5. Also from Loughborough, she finished 4th.
Looking here at Kieran Valley's throw, the Swansea athlete in the green and white.
Representing Birmingham University.
And that's close to 50 metres actually, so one of the best efforts that we've seen so far in this B final.
She reached the final here last year.
So interesting to know what the athletes make of having this split A and B, because ultimately in the pole vault makes a lot of sense, because you could have a situation where people, the better athletes, shall we say, athletes who've jumped higher heights in the past, are waiting a really long time for the early stage of the competition to take place across a real spread of ability, and then some of the lesser athletes might have to come in earlier, might have to jump really long time. Might be quite fatigued by the end of it, or some people might have to feel they need to come in earlier in the competition than they'd like to, and might risk no heighting as a result. But as we think it brought into the long throws, that having a B final does allow the top 8 in 2 separate finals to all have 6 throws, and the more sort of elite end athletes don't have to go through qualification. So in this ambulant final, we know that Adam Rutter has gone out to 40 metres and 20, the F44 athlete. Joel Mattox, 15.70. Sean Delaney here hasn't registered a mark just yet, but just wondering whether he will get one very, very soon. And then in the main B final, Craig Moncur, 35.61. Kieran Valley, 35.33, and Ketan Srivastava, 32.39. So they represent Birmingham, Swansea and Brighton respectively. So 2 semi-finals of the women's 400-metre hurdles. This one is extraordinary because we've got the top 2 ranked athletes who are very closely matched, Mel Cox and Ola Brennan, both in this. Also a DNS, no Danielle Jonsson van Rensburg in lane 3. So it's a Millicent Russell of Sheffield, Hannah Ulvaid, Cardiff Met, Molly Swingler of Birmingham, Mel Coxon of Loughborough, Brennan of Birmingham, Deanna Clark of Nottingham, who looked strong yesterday, finishing 2nd in her heat, and Eleni Rodopoulou of City University. So they're going for the top 3 spots to make it automatically through to the final with 2-time qualifiers. So even if this is a really, really stacked semi-final, unbelievably so, there's still a chance that 5 athletes could make it. And ultimately they should be well placed to just focus on their own performances. So Brennan and Coxon, as expected, going really well. As I say, they're the 2 that are the fastest, not just in this semi-final, but across both of them. The 2 athletes that have gone sub 59 seconds in the past. And we really wondered just how closely they would be matched. And this looks like it'll be a great battle. Hope to see it again in the final. I'm sure that we will. Neck and neck. Birmingham against Loughborough. Look at this. So Coxon at one point you thought might have had the upper hand. Brennan looking strong down this home straight as she was in the heat yesterday. And I wonder psychologically what that might do. 59.19. Brennan from Coxon. Looked like Deanna Clark got the 3rd spot, continuing her good form from the heat. And who was that who crashed out there? That's unfortunate. Looked like it was in the latter stages of the race as well.
Ola Brennan, the silver medalist last year. Once again, a very, very good climbing prospect. 59.919, Australian track style.
So it was Millicent Russell of Sheffield there who did try and finish the race.
All 8 athletes out on the tracks for the second semi-final in this 400-metre hurdles.
So back we go to the discus. Craig Moncur, our leader in this B finals, improved to 36.73. So he leads by 1 metre 40 centimetres from Kieran Valley of Swansea. Ryan Wells of Warwick. A couple of athletes with no measurements so far going into the third round now, so let's wait and see what happens. We've got 9 athletes in this, and I'll be curious to see, but it is my understanding and expectation that the top 8 will get 6 efforts, and that potentially means one unfortunate person won't. So this looks to be a Willem jump of Oxford. So he has 32.06 so far, gets 28.72 there, so no improvement. While Dakota Sattar of Glasgow Caledonian, one of the 2 athletes who hasn't registered a mark yet. Discus goes high but really falls down very fast. Does get the white flag though.
The athletes walking back to their box. Let's introduce the second semi-finalist. In lane 1, representing Liverpool University, Lisa Halliday. In 2, Solent University, Kira Alexander. Representing Oxford in lane 3, Julia Johnson. And then in lane 4, in 2023, BUCS bronze medal, representing Birmingham, Amelia Briggs-Squibb. In lane 5, representing Edge Hill, Rebecca Weeks. In 6, the second for the Birmingham student, Meg Willis. In 7, representing Cardiff Met, Stephanie Brooks. And completing the line in lane 8.
Tom Hart of Leeds Beckett in 5th place at the moment, 30.08, personal best, straight into the cage. So still Moncur, Valley, Strivasva, top 3 men's discus B final. Second semi-final of the women's 400-metre hurdles coming up now. This the weaker of the 2 semi-finals. I think that's pretty clear given that Brennan and Coxon in the first 2 fastest athletes. So there's no disrespect to anyone. Lisa Halliday of Liverpool, Kira Alexander of Solent, Julia Johnson of Oxford, then Amelia Briggs-Good of Birmingham, expecting her to do well here and qualify without any issues. Rebecca Weeks of Edge Hill, Meg Willis of Birmingham, Steph Brooks of Cardiff Met, Lucy McGlynn of Loughborough. So once again, top 3 spots going through to the final, 2-time qualifiers beyond that. So McGlynn, the Northern Irish silver medalist, personal best of 60 seconds exactly. Briggs-Good, the only athlete faster than her in this, 59.49 her best. She was the bronze medalist last year behind Emily Newnham, who's not here, and Orla Brennan, who is. And beyond that, be really interesting to see who can take advantage of the opportunity to make it into this final. Briggs-Good going really nicely through the centre here from lane number 4. Our teammate Meg Willis, you can see in the second of the 2 red vests. And Steph Brooks from lane 7, looking to be in 2nd place, but it'll be close down this home straight. McGlynn a bit further back, in fourth, but also a chance of an overtake. So Briggs are going to win this one very, very clearly from Brooks and from Willis. McGlynn in fourth place, so that will go down to time qualifiers, same for weeks of Edge Hill. 60-40 on the clock.
And as told, the 1-2-3 is the official 1-2-3. Could we please have the team managers for team captain from Sheffield University to the track referee by the stand, please.
So it means there'll be those Birmingham athletes in the final. Just checking, because it looks to be 3, and there's a possibility it could in fact be 4 Birmingham athletes as well, because Molly Swingler in a position to be one of the time qualifiers at the moment as we wait for the full result of that second semi-final. Certainly one thing that we know is that Brennan, Cox and Briggs-Good were first, second and third in terms of their individual times. If you look at it as an aggregate result ahead of the final. Brennan 59.21 confirmed, Coxon 59.59, and then Briggs-Good 60.40 was what we saw trackside. Diana Clark of Nottingham is through to the final as well with 61.33. Waiting for Meg Willis's time to come up. So we'll check in on that a little later on. At the moment, the target times for make it through for 4th and 5th. Molly Swingler, 62.11. Hannah Ulvader, Cardiff Met, 62.23. So looking here at some discus, Adam Rutter, who is comfortably leading the way so far as the Ambulant Final goes against his 2 teammates, Mattox and Delaney. Obviously, the Ambulant para events are all calculated on RASA point scores, so different classifications, and that's then assessed as per relative difficulty compared to the rest of the competition and calculated on those point scores afterwards. But Rutter is leading the way by some 26 metres or 25.5 metres. So puts him in a strong position to win gold. So let's have a look at the long jump here. Just qualification at this stage. They'll have their final tomorrow. But I can tell you that Amy Were has jumped 590, so no automatic qualifiers from the first group. Cleo Martin-Evans won the indoor title for Birmingham City University, 588 for her. Georgie Ford-Wells, 587. Amy Hughes of Birmingham, 577. Katie LaRouge-Tell, 543. So that's the top 6 in Group A. Just having a look for results in Group B. So we've got Lily Holland on 573. So also taking part in the triple jump final along with Ford-Wells, in which they'll battle against one another. They need to be closer to 6 metres really to contest for medals in the triple jump, in the long jump, sorry. Steph Jones of Edge Hill, 560 for her. Katie Beadle, 553. And Jani Pulwansa, 541. Sophie Bambridge, 537. Ashante Graham, 534. So that means that 534, currently held by Graham, who's a Cayman Islands international athlete, who was 3rd at the Island Games in St Peter Port in Guernsey last year, holds that 12th spot as she looks to qualify for the final. Perhaps symptomatic of the changing conditions in Manchester. We've got some athletes trying to stay warm in thick coats and others not. Second round out of 3 then. That was Eva Stefanou, previously of Nottingham before.
So the women making their way down to the start for this 100-metre final. And all 8 of them.
Chloe Tang, University of Buckinghamshire. This is the other Nottingham athlete then, Grace Fairweather.
So for each of the finals, we will introduce the competitors to you when they are absolutely ready, behind their blocks or in case no longer races on the start line. CBP in Quebec set last year both in the semi-final and then broken again in the final. CBP stands to Leonie Ashby.
So we have the rather unusual situation then that we have 100-metre finals early in the morning at 10:30, and yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how, if in any way at all, this affects the athletes. But those who are professionals will be used to just dealing with the circumstances in front of them and getting on with the job. So expecting Joy Eze and Success Adawan to have a terrific battle here, we hope, between the two of them, both Great Britain internationals, certainly at junior level, and in future, I'm sure, as senior. Success Adawan, a local athlete here, Joy Eze from the northeast, but yeah, Adawan running for Sale Harriers, home club here. And she actually was, I think, discovered by a teacher in terms of her talent, because she sprinted the whole way during a mile cross-country race and clearly showed that she had talent. She won the UK senior indoor title over 200 metres last year.
Well, I think final preparations are complete.
So athletes now on this start line. Let's take a look at the lineup in full then. So on the inside, Shani Skirvin for Nottingham Trent. Personal best of 11.73 in the semi-final. She previously missed out on some BUCS finals, but ultimately then winning a medal in the 60 metres indoors. Having come third last year, that was over 200 metres. So alongside her then, Jasmine Wilkins of Birmingham, 11.6 PB this year. That was in the Connecticut in April. Oscar Frost of Birmingham was mentioning last year that they had done a bit of a tour around the States with some athletes. So Wilkins was 6th indoors over 60 metres in February. Jennifer Adu, we've been impressed with her from London South Bank, 11.69 personal best in the semi-finals. An English senior finalist last year. Then Success Adawan, as I mentioned, someone who previously in 2021 won the European Under-20 relay gold medal with Joy Eze as well, and then they got the silver last year at the same competition. Eze herself, the European Under-20 champion from last year, 11.37 her best, just 200 faster than Success Adawan. And then Trinity Powell, 11.57 her best, the Northern indoor champion this year over 60 metres. Serena Grace also has been really strong, 5 times a semi-finalist coming into this year, then made the final indoors, which was a great achievement for her. Gwen Datey of Loughborough, who was 4th over 200 indoors. So what a final this is. Watch out for Edouane from 4 and Eze from 5. So they both get away pretty well then. Possibly Eze the better, as she always does. Watch out though for Edouane trying to come through. Is she going to? Eze is going to hold on for gold. Fantastic achievement for Newcastle University as they both shake hands and arm in arm. Isn't that brilliant to see? Competitors, friends, rivals. 11.50 for Joy Eze. She was pushed to a fast time, and that was brilliant to see. And it's also nice when an athlete from, let's say, the northeast in this particular example, like Joy Eze, runs for Gateshead Harriers and achieves for Newcastle University. 11.49 is the confirmed winning time.
Closely contested women's 100. We think, I mean, not on the line, we think that everyone there took the silver medal.
So, once again, we'll wait for a full confirmed result on that one as well. We have still men's 100 final to come and then 2 ambulants, men's and women's, to follow in the next few moments. Let's go back to the long jump then. Looks to me like that's Steph Jones of Edge Hill on the far side there. So we're getting towards the business end of this long jump qualification. 3rd round now. So still 590, the best that we've had so far. Amy Ware. Appears to me like 5:34 remains the target distance. No real major improvements in this 3rd round so far. So that's the state of play in the women's long jump qualification. This is the men's discus B final. Our leader Craig Moncurs improved to 39.88, so that's now giving him a really good advantage over Valiant Srivastava, who remains 2nd and 3rd. Adam Rutter on top in this discus ambulant final, 41.44, still his best. Joel Mattox, 15.70. Sean Delaney doesn't look like he has a mark, and I think he's past his 3rd and 4th attempts. Sheffield's Jake Sisson, believe we're looking at here. And incidentally, that's nice to see because there are 9 athletes in this, and I believe that Sisson has been allowed to have all 6 goes as well, so that's really good. So following the women's 100 final, now on to the men's, and we have 9 athletes in this final because it just wasn't possible to separate them between 10:71.706, 10:71.706 to the thousandth of a second. Exact same time was run. In fact, others ran 10:71 and weren't able to make it in. So can happen. Sometimes there aren't 8 lanes more than that on the track. There's a drawing of lots that's needed, but not in this case. So on to the men's 100-metre final then. Ryan Mostyn of Edge Hill going on the inside. Great for him to make it into this. He ran a personal best of 10:61 in the heat. 10:84 was his PB before this very competition. Jason Kalala of Brunel didn't have the cleanest race in the semi-final, but made it through. That was the important thing. 10:47 his best. And then Jaden Arthur, Stephen Awur before, and Tyler Panton have all set PBs this year, including Awur before. The gold medalist indoors over 60 metres. Tyler Panton, the silver medalist last year behind David Morgan Harrison. Sean Anyogu, he's been impressive so far for Loughborough. Ebenine Greenhalgh and Onig Banchu, the 9 men in this 100 final. Panton going very well. Awur before challenging him. It's between these two. Awur before makes it outdoor and indoor gold this year. 10:46 into a 0.1 metre per second headwind, but he really has been the strongest of all and deserves that title. And it's another great achievement for De Montfort University. Not one you often see topping the standings, but I really hope the most is made of that achievement. Doing the double, indoors and out, like David Morgan Harrison has done a couple of years previous to this one. That was, if anything, a little closer than thought it might be. We knew that Panton had looked strong and Anyogu as well, but only one person could win that gold medal, and really it was the margin of victories for Awur before in the previous rounds that made you think, along with that title indoors, that made you think that he would be the one to do it. So that's Joel Mattox. We are now into the 5th round. And Adam Rutter, the only man ahead of Mattox with 41.44. So this is a chance for him to improve. Red flag, he'll get one more go.
Looking now at the qualifying round of the women's long jump from Pool A and Anywhere 590, Cleo Martin Evans 588, 587 by Georgie Forbes Wells, 577 from Amy G, Birmingham, and then Hannah Wallace and Katie LaRouche look to be the qualifiers from Pool A. Let me see if I can bring up Pool B. And the qualifiers from Pool B are Lily Hallen, who's done 573, then Steph Jones, 560. Katie Beadle, Brunel, has also qualified, as has Northumbria's Ajani Huanta.
Next up on the track is the final of the women's Ambulant 100 meters. In lane 3, representing Nottingham, BUCS Indoor bronze medalist Simran Kaur. And in lane 4, representing Loughborough, BUCS Indoor 4th place Freya Howgate. In lane 5, representing Birmingham, Indoor BUCS champion over 60 metres, Didi Akor. And in lane 6, representing Loughborough, BUCS Indoor 60 metres silver medalist India O. The final of the women's Ambulant 100 metres.
Final of the women's Ambulant 100 metres then. 4 athletes in this, and if you've been watching BUCS over the last few years in these competitions, you will know them all well. Simran Kaur of Nottingham, Didi Oko of Birmingham, Freya Howgate, Loughborough, India Oates of Loughborough also. So let's see what this battle will come down to. Didi Oko winning the title indoors. Simran Kaur with her fair share of gold medals at this competition as well. Originally played football for 10 years before taking up athletics at secondary school. Didi Oko, a multi-eventer as well, doing particularly well over the last few years at BUCS. You can see here Kaur leading Oko, and that's going to be the way it finishes in this race. So, result will be calculated on Raza point scores afterwards. 2 different classifications, these athletes. Kaur T46 sprinter and Oko T37. And the time coming up, 14:85 for Simran Kaur. So that top 3 will be calculated. Kaur's personal best 13:21. Oko, as I say, it was the winner indoors. So just to give you an update on the long jump, which we've seen some of, we now look to have our 12 qualifiers for the final. So no one actually achieved the auto queue of 595. So it's Amy Ware with 590, Cleo Martin Evans 588, Georgie Ford Wells 587, Amy Hughes 577, and Hannah Wallace 553, Katie LaRouche 543. They are in a position to qualify. Lily Holland, Loughborough 573, Steph Jones Edgehill 560, Katie Beadle Brunel 553, and Johnny Pulwansa Northumbria 541, Claudia Rodriguez Manchester 538 and 537 for Anglia Ruskin Sophie Bambridge. The other thing to throw into that equation is that I understand there's actually a 3rd pool of women's long jump qualification expected, so we need to keep an eye on that to see if there's any change. But ultimately it looks to me at this point like 5:37 is the target distance, and something like 570 really ought to be good enough to make it through to the final, judging by the way things are going. This is our leader in the Discus B final. It's Craig Moncur. He has 39.88 from the 4th round so far. This is his last attempt. A couple of athletes have retired from the competition. Others have thrown their 6th go, so looks like this is our last throw in the B final. As I say, A final coming up later on at 12 o'clock. You're watching the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships on day 2. Let's give you the result then of the women's 100 final. Joy Eze winning gold for Newcastle in 11.49 ahead of Success Edewan with the silver 11.52, and then it came down to 5 thousandths of a second between Trinity Powell of Manchester ahead of Shani Skirvin of Nottingham Trent. Both 11.70 there, which I note is a personal best for Skirvin. In the men's 100-metre final, Stephen Awua Bafor, it was given eventually as 10.44 officially, which is a personal best, or no, actually it comes up as a personal best, but that's incorrect information. Tyler Panton 10.50, Brunel, and Shonan Yogu bronze Lapra 10.56. This is the men's Ambulant 100 final with Sean Delaney of Loughborough, who was in the discus up until about 5 minutes ago. Ewan Richardson of Oxford, Jordan Andrew of East London is DNS, unfortunately. We saw him yesterday in the long jump. Cameron Thors of Stirling, Rio Booth of Liverpool, John Moores, Ian Boyd, Robert Gordon, and William Bishop of Cardiff Met. So, well, Jordan Andrew might have been the favourite in this. Would have been close, certainly, with Cameron Thors. So that all of a sudden adds a bit of a different complexion here, and I think it makes this race a little bit more wide open. So can't predict this one. Delaney, Richardson, Thors, Booth, Boyd and Bishop. Booth, who is Para Laser Run World Champion as well. Bishop, who was 5th at the Commonwealth Youth Games for Wales in Trinidad and Tobago last year. Small Welsh team that went there. It was the first time they had para events there too. So all of these athletes now ready. So let's watch Cameron Thors in the green here. Look at this getaway, driving very hard. Ian Boyd going nicely with Rio Booth in 3rd place, but really strong from Thors, 12.20 as he crumbs across the line. And fantastic performance, once again calculated on those riser point scores, and we'll wait and see who the medalists will be. So having another look here at this terrific run from Sterling's Cameron Thors. Really comfortable lead there over Boyne and Rio Booth.
So the men almost ready for the first heat of the 3,000 metre steeplechase. 11 athletes. Quick run through. Ethan Riding, Nottingham will line up on the inside. Then Northumbria's Luca Minale. From Durham University, Oliver James. George Morris from Mary's. Representing Cambridge, Thomas Dugo. Alex Froston will represent Loughborough. From Bath University, George Thompson. And then the second of the Loughborough students in this first heat, John Stolberg. From Birmingham University, Joshua Geddes. Representing Southampton, David Miller. And completing the lineup from the special, James Salt. That is the lineup for the first of two heats. With the men's steeplechase. In qualification, it is the first six in each of the two heats who will go through to tomorrow's final. We have two DNFs in this first heat, so two in the men's steeplechase. George Thompson, Bath, DNF. James Salt, the second DNF.
2 heats to come of the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase on your way. So let's take a look at the lineup for this first one, with Ethan Riley of Nottingham, Luca Minali of Northumbria, Oliver James of Durham, George Morris of St Mary's, Thomas Duga of Cambridge, Alexander Sproston of Loughborough, Bath George Thompson, John Stolberg of Loughborough, Joshua Geddes of Birmingham, David Miller of Southampton, and James Salt, and he represents Leeds Beckett. So of course 7.5 laps of this 400 metre track here at the Manchester Regional Arena. Luca Minali, no surprise that he has taken the early lead there for Northumbria and gone clear of what looks like it is a red Birmingham vest of Geddes, and we have Loughborough vest on the outside there, 2 Loughborough vests in fact, with Sproston and Stolberg. So Minali, who competed at the European Under-23 Championships in Espoo in Finland near Helsinki last year in the steeplechase, and he was 13th in that particular competition. He has a lifetime best of 8:45.58.
European Under-23 Steeplechase finalist last year.
Minali really strong and very fluent over these barriers. I hope it's still the case in the latter stage of the race, but no surprise that he's confident and capable of taking this one out, because some good athletes in the second heat, but while they're separated really and seeded, he is a bit of a class above the rest of the competition. I think it's fair to say. You've got John Stolberg also in this though, who's a 9:16 competitor, has a 3,000 metre personal best this year, 8:27. That was at a British Milers Club race at the University of Birmingham track, beautiful facility in Edgbaston. So obviously he represents Loughborough. As I mentioned, you've also got Oliver James of Durham. Now he was 7th last year, but with a strong chance of improving on that. Christian Imroth took the title for Birmingham last year. It was a 1-2 ahead of Tommy Bridger. And James also with a personal best of 9:16. So we're reaching the 1K mark. Looked like 3:12 on the clock there. So obviously that's 9:30, 9:35 pace. I believe it was officially given as 3:08, hence slightly revised what I was about to say. So we'll just really have to wait and see how this second part of the race unfolds. Those 2 Loughborough men, 2nd and 3rd, as they were before.
So if we can have the finalists from the men's arena 100 to the podium as quickly as possible, that would be great. The call has been put out in the indoor arena for them. Looks like the Cambridge student to me in 4th place on the Blu-ray. Team manager, 6 seconds, catch up is out.
So still Luca Minali leading this race, with John Stolberg remaining in second place and Alexander Sproston in third. Reminder that the top 6 athletes all go through to the final. Currently in that position is Joshua Geddes of Birmingham, who's gone a little bit backwards in this race, but it doesn't matter too much at the moment because he's got a big gap in front as well as behind. Thomas Dugra of Cambridge in 4th place, challenging very nicely there. 6:18.2 at the 2K mark, so pretty even pace. So could be sub 9:30 here. Looking at Minali, still appearing to have plenty of energy out there. Oliver James of Durham in 5th place. Just having a look back just to assess how the race is going.
If the men could follow suit, that'd be absolutely wonderful.
So quite big gaps here. There's more than 10 seconds between 6th and 7th place. Only the top 6 going through and no time qualifiers as well.
Before we go to the presentation, the senior audience with 100 metres. The bronze medals for Manchester at time of 11 to 7:20 pounds.
Splashing their way through that water jump. They will come through at the end of this lap with 2 to go previously. That being changed down to number 1. Just 400 metres remaining. So Luca Minali of Northumbria leads in this first heat of the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. 8:16 at the bell. So he's actually pushing on towards the end of this race, going up the gears, and then it's very close in behind. Nice little psychological battle. Again, just to ready oneself for that final, with Stolberg and Sproston and Dugra, 2 Loughborough men and 1 Cambridge student. And James about 20 metres behind, and Geddes now beginning to close on 5th place, but with a gap of more than 100 metres behind him. So really we're just waiting for the water jump and making sure there isn't a calamity. Actually hear atmospherically the splashing down that water jump as we pass that camera position, which is quite nice. So it looked like he was pushing on the pace, but we're just going to be outside 9:30 as Minali strolls across the line, almost coming to a dead stop before it. Stolberg, Sproston, Dugra, all through to that final as well, as James and Geddes. Athletes here chasing further back, almost entirely submerged there was David Miller. So James and Geddes qualifying for the final. Unfortunately, these two are just going to miss out. Ethan Riley and David Miller. 9:34.48 was the winning time for Luca Minali.
Well, that was just crossing the line in the 6th qualifying place. My confusion caused by the fact that Josh's leg number looks to be a 1 with the shape of a 9 drawn on it. Not easy to spot. Harrison, medal ceremony? Oh, see a medal ceremony.
Our gold medalist and 2024 BUCS champion, representing Ambulant University with a time of 10:44, Stephen Before. Our new 100 metre medalist.
The line-up for the second heat of the men's Steeplechase, lining up on the inside. Bristol University's Alex Stewart. From St Mary's, Noah Patey. From Brighton University, Matt Greenbrook. Representing Southampton University, Alex Wilson. From Plymouth University, Maria Cohen. Representing Cambridge, Terry Gordon. From Birmingham University, Thomas Bridger. Representing Exeter, Jamie McDonald. From Loughborough University, Steve Kirkwood. And from Eton Ryan, representing Stanley University, George Hackman. Heat 2 of 2, then 3,086. The men's B Final underway. in the early stages of this men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. I can see the best of Cambridge to the full, being worn by Terry Gordon. Finished fourth here last year. And as I say that, the lead changes down the back straight.
So second heat of the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Let's have a look at this lineup then. Alex Stewart of Bristol, Noah Patey of St Mary's, Matt Grindrod of Brighton, Southampton's Alexander Wilson, Zacharia Cohen of Plymouth, Terry Forden of Cambridge, Thomas Bridger of Birmingham, Jamie MacDonald of Exeter, Steve Kerfoot of Loughborough, and George Hatton of East Anglia.
Also to the floor, Bristol University's Alex Stewart.
So once again, these athletes are aiming for the top 6 positions. No time qualifiers, just those top 6 in order to make it through to the final. The final will take place tomorrow at 1:35. So we've got Bridger out front, the Birmingham student. Tommy Bridger with a personal best of 8:47.51. Just a little bit loss of balance there for him coming down off that water jump. So they're about to come through at the end of the first kilometre, and Terry Forden in front here as Bridger then overtakes him once more. Forden, who was in 4th place last year. So pace pretty much spot on compared to the last heat, 3:08 for Luca Minali. Bridger leading this time, and Forden in behind him. Bridger was also an athlete who went to the European Under-23 Championships, as Christian Imroth had also done. Obviously they were 1-2 last year, Imroth and Bridger. Just Bridger here this year. Personal best, Minali, who won the first heat, and Bridger very closely matched, just 2 seconds between them. And as well as that, over the 3,000 metre flat, Bridger won that silver medal earlier this year. Interesting to see as they put out the sprint hurdles, you can see the comparative heights of the two. So Bridger in first place from Forden in second. And looks like the Loughborough vest of Steve Kerfoot in third.
Now it looks as if from that route of 8 or 9, Alex Stewart of Bristol sitting in second place with Thomas Britta continue to lead for the Cambridge University student. So the medalists based on larger points from the women's Ambulant 100, India Oaks, Didi Oko and Simran Kaur. So those three athletes can make their way to presentation, please. And from the men's Ambulant 100, Cameron Thor, Will Bishop and Ian Boyd.
So Bridger of Birmingham, Forden of Cambridge, still looking pretty strong. 2 laps to go. Alex Stewart of Bristol in 3rd place. Steve Kerfoot of Loughborough then in 4th. And then there's a big battle for the final qualifying spot. Zacharia Cohen just moving up a couple of places, quite a few in fact, and he's keen to make sure they don't fall too far adrift of that leading groove, even though it's consisting of 2 very high quality athletes. Cohen with a lifetime best of 9:23.22. Obviously we're not looking too much on time compared first heat and second heat. Luca Minali watching on by the start-finish line to see how this second run unfolds. Cohen has really bridged that gap beautifully heading on to the final lap, so he's really taken the opportunity to get himself out of that tussle. Thrown the gauntlet down really. We've got Grindrod of Brighton in 6th at the moment, but there are 7 athletes certainly contesting this top 6, and 8th place isn't too far behind. That's held by George Hatton, East Anglia. So Jamie MacDonald of Exeter now also making a move. So it looks like it's Kerfoot of Loughborough who's just outside the crucial top 6. Forden's also moved back, but I'm sure he has something left. Grindrod doing really well to move through as well. A couple of tired legs out there though. So Bridger of Birmingham in what is going to be the faster of the 2 heats. From Grindrod, Cohen, Forden, MacDonald. And then Stewart of Bristol. Kerfoot misses out, unfortunately, for him. I think they're all faster, though, than Minali from the first heat.
Zacharia Cohen also came through strongly there over the final 400 metres plus to claim an automatic qualifying spot. So that concludes the heat of the men's steeplechase. Next we move on track at 11:30, just under 10 minutes time, to the heat of the 100 metre hurdles women, of which we have 3.
So those steeplechase heats being concluded. We have the pole vault B final, having seen the discus B final a little earlier, and we've got the A final, of course, coming up at 2:10.
Our medal ceremony for the 100 meters handball women. Our bronze medalist representing Nottingham University, Sophie Hall. Our two medalists representing Birmingham University, Phoebe Paul. Our gold medalist and 2024 BUCS champion representing Loughborough, Phoebe Paul. The medalists for the 100 meters handball women.
And hopefully we can now move to the presentation for the men's Ambulant 100.
Our medal ceremony for the men's 100 meter ambulance. Our gold medalist representing Loughborough University. Our silver medalist representing Cardiff Met, William Bishop. Our gold medalist in 2024 BUCS champion representing Birmingham University, Cameron Fox. Our BUCS 100 meter ambulance.
You're watching live coverage then of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Sports City, a sunny Sports City as well, inside this wonderful Etihad campus. Stadium that will also host the UK Senior Championships this year. Let's take a look at this B final then. I believe this is Will Sutton of Birmingham. And lots of height there. Really, really strong clearance from him. So Sutton, looked like the bar was actually at 4:08 there, which would indeed be a personal best, I believe. Comes in with a PB showing us 4:03. It's interesting, the kind of seeding that works in these competitions is based on not necessarily a personal best, lifetime best, but a seasonal best performance based on the last couple of seasons. So it means that if your lifetime best was in 2015, for example, then it wouldn't play into that seeding arrangement, which is kind of fair. realistically. Obviously, these are young developing athletes, so the likelihood of that is quite low. But for example, if your personal best was from 2020 or even 2021, and it wouldn't fully play into the seedings, it would just be your best across the last 2 years. So it's kind of written as BP rather than PB sometimes in athletics. So Cameron Williams-Stein of Liverpool John Moores. So this first heat of the women's 100-metre hurdles coming through really cleanly here. Marley Jessup, she already has 3 BUCS gold medals, and she's on her way to another campaign here. 13:79 on the clock in this first heat, number 1 for Jessup. This, I believe, is her last year as well at BUCS. You never quite believe athletes when they say that, in case they end up doing a Masters or something. Just find any way to continue competing at these types of competitions. Grace Morgan there with 2nd place behind her.
You're right though, it is very handy. I recall it being
We'll go to heat 2. Our winner 100-metre hurdle. 1 from Liverpool, start with 2 from Aberdeen and St Davidson, in lane 3 from Birmingham, Danny Hale, in 4 from Loughborough, Jasmine Loughborough, in 5 from Robert Jordan, Ellen Williams, in 6 from Glasgow, Catriona Stotts, in 7 from Bath, Ariana McKean, and in 8 from Manchester Net, Jordan Dobbs. Race 2 of 3, the 100-metre hurdle.
So on to the second heat then. The women's 100-metre hurdles with Scarlett Whittaker of Liverpool, Jane Davidson of Aberdeen, Danny Hales of Birmingham, Yasmin Iwakwe of Loughborough, Erin Williams of Robert Gordon, Katrina Scott of Glasgow, Ariana McGee of Bath and Georgia Donald of Manchester Met. So Jane Davidson, of course, seems to find a way onto the podium at BUCS time and time again. Danny Hales going really strongly here though, ahead of Davidson, so very impressed with that. Danny Hales winning this heat in 13.84 seconds. Hales, who's the Midlands silver medalist, 13.77 at best, so she's not too far off that. She was 6th indoors over 60 hurdles when Davidson was 3rd. Davidson was right on the inside there. Ariana McGee of Bath in 3rd place. You can see she's going very strongly here, nearest the camera. Hales in the red of Birmingham. Yasmin Iwakwe of Loughborough is going to come through, finishing 4th behind them. We saw before Marley Jessup winning that first heat, 13.79 her confirmed time from Grace Morgan of Cardiff, 14 seconds exactly, and then Leona Irvin of Loughborough, 14.55.
The final two is John Watford of Loughborough, John Watford to do his third presentation. Meanwhile, three of our winners is 100-metre hurdles. In one from Leeds, Elise Fire Francis. In 2 from Newcastle, Etienne Moore. In then 3 from Loughborough, Ryan Watervet. In 4 from Bath, Samantha Smith. In then 5 from Bath, by Ellen Campbell. In 6 from Birmingham, Jenny Wilson. In 7 from Ryan Brady. Competing right at 8 from Birmingham, Maya Stewart. Who's winning the winners of 100-metre hurdles.
So Will Sutton now has this bar at 4.18 metres in this B final. You can see there his second attempt will come up fairly shortly. And meanwhile, we have the third heat of 3 of this women's 100-metre hurdles. Marley Jessup, Grace Morgan, Danny Hales and Jane Davidson already progressing. On this one we have Elise Fryer Francis, Etienne Morn, Bryony Bavell, Samantha Stubbs, Erin Campbell, Zoe Ostrich, Lauren Davey and Maya Stewart. So Etienne Morn one to watch out for. She was 4th at BUCS indoors, just outside those medals, similar to Danny Hales, who won that semi-final a moment to go. Erin Campbell going nicely through the centre. Elise Fryer-Francis also strong. It is in fact Etienne Morn of Newcastle, because Francis looks to have been DNS. So 13.61 there, as Morn took a fairly comfortable victory in the end.
13.61.
Some quite high margins of victory in the first and third heats, you'd have to say as well. Let's have another look here. Yeah, Erin Campbell perhaps gets the best start. Lauren Davey also going well at this point. But Etienne Morn, fantastic over those hurdles. So let's have another look here. Morn and Bevell look to have gone through there. Lauren Davey looked to be in fourth place. So two-time qualifiers across all three of those heats. So just waiting for the second result to come up also. That heat that was won by Danny Hales.
We gave you the potential qualifiers for the final, because we have yet to see the results from pool 3 of the women's long jump.
We can now go to presentation for the Ambulant men's Discus.
So,
In
pole vaults continues, and last time we saw the bar was at 4.18
and the gold medalist and BUCS champion
and remains the case. Looks as though we've got Will Reed of Leeds Beckett. It was a light purple vest there.
Gold medalist for the Ambulant men's Discus.
So another second attempt at 4.18. Unfortunately going underneath the bar there. Dylan Tierney of Sheffield Hallam. So, still going through these second attempts at 4 meters 18. Kurt Gilbert, it is bringing that bar down. Will Sutton of Birmingham, and that means having seen his second attempt at 4 metres 18, we're moving on to third attempts now. So Will Sutton out of the competition, out of this pole vault B final. A final coming up later on, of course, don't forget. Looking forward to that taking place at 5 to 4 this afternoon. Have a look at the Roster Athletics website and app where you'll find the results and the schedule. You can keep up to date with it all. Of course, we've got plenty of semi-finals today, and really most of the medals decided tomorrow, just the exception really of that 100 metres on track. And in the field, women's hammer, men's pole vault, and also men's discus. We've already decided that.
So the men making their way down to the start of the first of 3 heats, sprint hurdles. It looked to me as they went down to the start, that there were only 6 of the 7 who are listed on my start list. The men's A final discus about to get underway. And just been officially confirmed, we do have a BNS in this first of 3 heats of the sprint hurdles. The first one due at 12 o'clock. And the DNS is in lane 1.
Kurt Gilbert, third attempt, 4:18. Let's see if he can make it over now. Coming across, planting that pole, climbing up high. That bar comes smashing down. It almost catches it. So another athlete going out of the competition at 4 meters 18.
Sorry, the men's discus results in to come up on roster. If you've got that on your, you've got that app downloaded. And Zach Davies, who took the shot title yesterday with the TV, opens up in the discus with 45-7. And Afara of Sheffield Hallam, 47-17 is his open effort. TV officially 90 set last year. We'll take you through the lineup for this first heat of the men's sprint hurdles. In lane 2, representing Warwick University, which was under 10 silver medalist last year, Joshua Involker. In lane 3, representing Loughborough University, we have Stephen Bates, the Midlands under 20 bronze medalist last year. In 4, representing Leeds University. He finished 4th here in 2022, the Southern 60 metre hurdle bronze medalist this year, Nico Buckle. Then from Nottingham University, in lane 5, the reigning BUCS 60 metre hurdles champion. He has had just one competition over the senior hurdles, Daniel Coriola. In lane 5, representing Birmingham, we have Craig Moncur. And then completing the lineup in lane 7 from Heriot-Watt University, we have BUCS 60 metre hurdles finalist Adam Hall. So that is the lineup for this first of 3 heats in the men's sprint hurdles, with the first 2 qualifying automatically for each of the 3 heats. We're joined by the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers in the final.
To the first heat of the men's 110 hurdles. with Sproston, Impong Pirard, Bates, Cottle, Goriola, Moncur and Houle. So a couple of decathletes in this. Moncur, who won the Discus B final earlier, and Adam Houle, who won the pole vault B final indoors in the fluorescent yellow of Harriet Watt. But we also have Daniel Goriola, who is a great talent. He won the BUCS indoor title ahead of Tom Wilcock and ahead of Agbodza, both of whom had won BUCS gold medals in the past. And as well as that, both of whom will be in later heats. Goriola should take this one quite easily unless there are any issues. Top two going through automatically, and then two-time qualifiers. So Sproston, Impong Pirard, Bates, Cottle, Goriola, Moncur and Houle. Bates was just a little bit unsettled there in the blocks. I think there was a groan there from the crowd. I don't think it was a groan at disappointment. I think it's a more groan at the... It's a bit of an ooh of the kind of drama that involves the fact that it's taken 2 attempts to get the race underway. Goriola in the colours of Nottingham there, in the green, gold and white from lane 6. So Tom Wilcock coming in the next heat, and then Agbodza in the third. So that was the 1, 2, 3 from the indoors in Sheffield in February, if you're watching us then. Sproston looks like it's a DNS from lane 1, by the way. So 6 athletes going for 2 automatic spots. So watch out for Goriola from lane 5. It's actually Rico Cottle that gets the better start. Now Goriola coming through with Houle and with Cottle. Top 2 though, looks like it's going to be Houle behind Goriola. 13.93 on the clock. So it's going to be fascinating though when you consider that 60 hurdles compared 110 hurdles is a bit different. And I think that's affected the results, certainly on the women's side that we've seen in recent years. Some have medalled in both, but some really, really good battles between the likes of Jodie Smith, Marley Jessup, Abigail Paulett, Jado Dowder in the last few years.
That's pretty impressive. It was still under 20. The CVP stands at 13.35. Set by Andy Posey, GP Senior International, in 2012 in the Olympic Stadium. When the BUCS Championships were the test event.
So let's have another look here at this run from Goriola. Really, really powerfully over these hurdles, and Houle keeping him honest, but hit the last 3 hurdles, you can see. So as a result, you might argue he did well to hold on to second place as Rico Cottle was charging through. So the Discus A final has got underway, and it features Ebenezer Abara of Sheffield Hallam, Zach Davis of Loughborough, who won the shot put, but there are other better discus throwers in this than him, but he could still get on 2 podiums.
throw to the second of the three heats, handspring hurdles.
So we continue in this second round now in this men's discus, and Jacob Matthews, who was a medalist in the shot put, features once again, and someone who's been taking part in BUCS since 2011 he is. This is James Wordsworth of Leeds Beckett, also a contender here. So Wordsworth with 94 in the first round, which puts him 5th as things stand. He was 4th in the discus last year and has a personal best of 48.53. So hopefully we can see a decent amount of this discus competition. That's an interesting little horn there I've not seen before. That's an interesting man bun as well. So let's have a look. 11:30, this is Andre Carnero of Lapra. As ever, Lapra having a strong contingent in this with 4 athletes that they have selected. Carnero with 41.95 so far from the opening round. This is his second go, and it looks to be closer to 50 metres. So you're watching live coverage of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, and we are 2 hours into Sunday's programme. And of course, one more day, finals day to come after this, which will be absolutely thrilling stuff. So just looking over periodically to see if measurements coming through, but they are coming through really well on roster. And we know that Zach Davis of Lapra, who won the shot put, is leading this discus with 48.40, new personal best for Zach Davis by best part 2 metres. Right, back to track and second heat of men's sprint hurdles with Callum Holder, Cameron Nwauzo, Jonathan Mann, Ryan Wells, Callum Newby and Tom Wilcock. So Wilcock, the 2022 outdoor champion. Underway now. Oh, there was a bit of early movement at the start, but all fine. And Wilcock going very, very nicely here from Callum Holder in second place. There was a faller, Nwauzo of Nottingham. Wilcock through in 13.83. And that's very close, just 200ths off his season's best so far this year. Plus 1.5 metres per second, so wind working well in his favour, as Joseph Agbodza, I can see to my right, comes out for the third heat and potentially to challenge a former BUCS indoor champion, whereas Wilcock, former BUCS outdoor champion, who was second behind Daniel Goriola earlier this year in Sheffield. So yeah, really like it when we're seeing heats that give us a flavour of what's to come, and that's been the case with these sprint hurdles. If anything, I think it was just the fact that Tom Wilcock got a blistering start that made it look like someone had jumped the start, just because of the discrepancy in timing of movement. It made everyone else look like they were half asleep. Callum Holder, a strong second place there. Holder ranked 5th coming into this. He was second behind Wilcock outdoors 2 years ago when we were in Chelmsford. Right, let's go back to this discus then. Zach Davis still leading, so he is ahead of Dylan Claydon, who was 3rd in the shot put, but is the better discus thrower by some margin. But what's interesting, of course, is that even though their personal bests are quite different, Zach Davis, as I say, has that big PB, and as a result brings himself closer. So we remain in the second round, and Davis, one of 2 men over 45 metres. The other is Ebenezer Abara, who's here representing Sheffield Hallam, 47.70 for second place. There's an example when the discus flight is caught cleanly and cuts through the air really, really nicely. So that is around 50 metres. It's really difficult to tell sometimes. You're looking straight across from the cone at the edge of the sector. Have to be careful not to read too much into what the distance actually is by the time it's measured somewhere in the middle. So wait and see whether this starts with a 5 from Zach Davis. I think it's going to be with a 4 though. It's 48-40.
And so to race 3, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 athletes. We may not have all those athletes.
Ebenezer Abara, who is in second place and also second in the throwing order. So nearly 3 metres between second and third place at the moment. Jacob Matthews, silver in the shot put, is in third. Here is Matthews. So Matthews, who's a doctor and medical academic and veteran as well. 52.67 his best, 46.34 his season's best. 6th and 7th in the discus and shot put back in 2011 at BUCS. So returning to study at Birmingham and having quite a story as well to tell as a result. He was also part of that 2012 Olympic Stadium BUCS competition, where it was a test event for London 2012 Olympic Games. So having a look and seeing that third round results are in no improvement for those who've thrown so far. Well, that's a shorter lineup than I was expecting maybe for this third heat. Just the 5 athletes going for as many as 4 potential spots, but 2 automatics. Joseph Agbodza, former BUCS indoor champion. Ruben Hedman, ranked 4th overall coming into this. With a personal best this year, 14.66 new PB, who's also the Southern indoor champion over the 60-metre hurdles. We've got Ben Ince representing Loughborough, Henry Curtis of Sheffield Hallam, Edge Hill's David Naylor, and Alessio Arna of Nottingham. So we're expecting the 2 athletes on the inside to perform best here. So Arna, obviously the DNS, not there in lane 7 as well, compared to what's on the initial start list. Agbodza, Hedman, Ince, Curtis and Naylor. Quite a colourful lineup this. Pink, blue and white, African violet, maroon and green. So here we are with a good start for Hedman of St Mary's. Can he hold off Agbodza? Doing so nicely at this point, and Agbodza just started to come through. It's going to be these 2 as predicted. Agbodza already looking over at the clock before he finished the race there. 14.38. Well, Hedman's personal best is 14.66, so he's going to have smashed that surely in this heat. Really very strong stuff. As just have a look at the previous 2 heats there. So what we know is that Goriola and Houle qualified from the first, and that Wilcock and Holder qualified from the second. We're just waiting on those non-automatic qualifying spots as we see this race once again. And also tell us who's in position, because we know the top 2 already. Nice fight here. Henry Curtis involved with Ben Ince. So Ince in third place, a little way back though, of course. Nice angle with a bit of slow-mo across that line. Rico Cottle 14.57 and Jonathan Mann 15.14 at the moment, the 2 spots, and there's quite a big gap between those 2 times there, so Ince needs better than 14.15. Discus, top 3, we have had a change. Dylan Claydon, medalist in the shot put, is now on course for a double podium, but it's a still pretty early stage to be saying that, of course. His 45.58 has displaced Jacob Matthews, 44.99. Patrick Morgan of Cardiff Met made the top 8 in the shot put. At the moment, he is in 9th place here. Now, we saw 9 athletes in the men's discus B final, and they were all given the full complement of 6 throws. We've got 9 athletes here, as there was 1 DNS, and I think it's therefore quite likely, you would think, that these would also get 6 throws. We'll wait and see though. So this is Dylan Claydon here in the 3rd round. Nice bit of camaraderie with the athletes in conversation as they battle over the medal positions, in particular for Obara and Matthews. Loughborough teammates as well. I wonder whether it was sun cream, but I think it's like peanuts or something like that. Sometimes a banana has been a snack that we've seen in the pole vault, I remember, mid-competition. Decent gaps between attempts there, of course. Enough time to take on a bit of fruit, a bit of quick energy. So what we need is to mic these athletes up. They might not want every bit of their conversation being eavesdropped. In any case, so we're at the end of the 3rd round, so it's half time in the discus, proverbially, and they'll reset with the order being changed up. Gives us a chance to have a look at the long jump qualification. So we've already had 2 groups go through this, and they're aiming for 5.95, but except no one jumped that far in the first 2 groups. Doesn't mean to say that someone won't in Group 3. In any case, I mean, it's incredible really to have this high amount of participation that we have 3 groups. We've got Ruby Gergis is one of the standout athletes in this with a personal best of 6.09. 5.98 this year. She was 4th at the UK Senior Championships, was the Loughborough athlete. Shelby Odia of Brunel also in this 3rd group, who was part of the triple jump competition as well. One thing I notice is it looks like there's no Abigail Paulett in this long jump. So we're in round 2 out of 3 for these women. And just having a look at the live results. 5.81 for Lucy Robinson of Liverpool. Ruby Gergis 5.79, and Asha Soanes of Anglia Ruskin 5.45. The target distance coming into this competition after 2 pools had taken place earlier was 5.34, so obviously that's moved on a little bit. And it is quite unusual really to have 3 pools, so ideally you want to be in the top 4 if you consider that there are 12 places available. Obviously it doesn't work exactly like that, but that's a good place to be. I can see that at the moment that the target distance appears to be 5.43, held by Katie LaRouche-Tell, who can't respond to that because she's already had her 3 attempts from earlier this morning. So you want really the 5.50, 5.60 mark to be secure of a place in the final. And as well as the women's third group of qualification, we have a first group for the men. So they're going for 7 meters 15. And that's Ewan Urquhart, the Glasgow University student who we've already seen again, a multi-eventer, taking part in multiple events this weekend. So looking likely, probably in both sets of long jumps, that we'll have the top 12 going through on distance. There's Ruby Jurgis just sat down on the, I guess you'd call it, warm-up area. Looks a bit like a substitute's bench. I guess that's what it's used for football matches. But the fact of having a high qualifying mark means a number of things. One, it means that you don't have anyone who is kind of one and done and gets it over with very quickly. But also, that can be good so far as just going through the motions and getting in shape, just adjusting, especially if you haven't really competed much here before or competed much this year so far, including having not done so outdoors. Shelby Odia, 5:46. Gets herself at the moment a place and knocks out Le Rouge Tel. So that means that 5:45 of Asher Soanes is now the target mark. So back to this discus competition as we have kicked on with the fourth round, and James Woodhouse seems to be enjoying, James Wordsworth I should say. I spontaneously made up his surname, but rearrange the letters. James Wordsworth in this fourth round, 46.35, so that is going to move him up into third place. So it's Leeds Beckett with a chance of a medal at this point.
He has a PB well in excess of 4 meters.
Andre Carneiro, 43.17 prior to this effort. Going to be around the mid-40s. 41.34, so no improvement for him. Caden Ozoikwe of Manchester, 43.20 for fifth place so far in what is growing into quite an exciting discus A final now. But what surprises me is that Zach Davis is ahead still of the 50-metre throwers. So we'll see whether that remains the case. Jacob Matthews, silver in the shot put. See on his Instagram, he's linked to some of the medical writings that he has published over the years. Now he's in the circle, he has a very different focus here, trying to throw the discus as far as possible. So we know that he has 44.99 so far, and would love to get over 45 meters now. He has 45.02, so an improvement of just 3 centimeters to consolidate his position in 5th place now. So Dylan Claydon was in 3rd at halfway point. He's now pushed down to 4th by James Wordsworth. And that looks to be better from Claydon as well. 45.58 to this point. Zach Davis looking like becoming our first double medalist at these championships. Dylan Claydon in 4th. Well, by line of sight, this looks like it's going to be very close to 50 metres. We do have a new leader. It's 52.47 from Dylan Claydon, and that is more like it. And he gets a pat on the back from Zach Davis, who knows he has to respond now. But he knew that kind of fight was coming from Claydon. So Ibarra will throw next. But that could be quite a big moment in the shape of this competition. Discus floats out nicely. Comes down short of 50 though from Ibarra. So of course Ibarra is now in 3rd place as a result. Stepping out through gritted teeth there. His personal best is 48.90, so still putting in a very solid competition. And he'll want his level to be raised by the strength of those around them, of course. On to the men's 200 metres. 12 heats, just like there were in the 100 yesterday. We've got James Lee, Roko Ter, Jackie Ho, Alex Azu, Emilius Gabriel, Stephen Awur-Bafor, and Shampi Seeley. Well, wasn't sure whether we'd see anyone double up over 100 and 200. In the end, the 100 champion Awur-Bafor is going to try and double up here, and he might just take a little bit of a breather down this home straight as a result, because Azu was coming up fast. In the end, he does win from Azu. So those two go through to the semi-finals. 21.17 for Stephen Awur-Bafor. It's actually the fastest time that he has run this year by 1/10 of a second compared to his personal best of 20.85. He is the fastest ranked athlete, also by 1/10 of a second in this 200 metres. So 8-time qualifiers across 12 heats, by the way. And in the next one, we'll see the indoor champion from Sheffield, David Chapman of Leeds Beckett. So he's improved to 20.97 this year. Back we go then to the discus. So we're now into the 5th round. And this is Patrick Morgan. And indeed confirms that all 9 athletes get 6 throws in both the A and the B final. So ultimately helping the athletes in terms of competing really, and not just turning up for a couple of throws and going home. Joshua Douglas of Loughborough. Douglas, bronze medalist last year, personal best last year in Loughborough, 53.70. Just the 42 metres to this point, but that should push him up as well. So Wordsworth of Leeds Beckett, who we saw have that big improvement just a few moments ago, over 46 metres. Now has to, I guess, try and hold on, because there will be some big charges behind him, metaphorically. $43.75 for Wordsworth. Carneiro, 43.17 so far. And that could be a similar measurement as well. So, yeah, really good depth to this discus competition. Second heat, men's 200 metres, with Lenny Saville of Newcastle, Thomas White of Cardiff, Eddie Cassidy of Loughborough, Kingston's Ayinla Mustafa, Liam Roberts of St Mary's, David Chapman of Leeds Beckett, and Matthew Gillen of University of the West of Scotland. So Chapman setting his lifetime best indoors, which is really rare for a 200 runner, and therefore we know that he has got more to give. There he is, in the purple vest on the outside, being chased down by the likes of Eddie Cassidy of Loughborough and Thomas White of Cardiff. Chapman comes through now, 21 seconds exactly, and it looked like White just beat Cassidy. So Chapman in a heat, very, very close to that lifetime best. Well, sometimes not quite sure about the 200 metres, whether we'll see people double up, whether we'll see more 200 metre specialists, and whether some people will actually rather do the 100 because it usually happens first and therefore they're fresher for the relay, where they, you know, an event that everyone really enjoys and they'd like to just, yeah, make sure they are fresh for it and save themselves to some extent. So combination of 200 and relay might make that more tricky to really extract full potential compared to 100 metres and relay, but people will have different preferences. Look at that though, it's a different postcode really. Nonetheless though, all the second placer White needs to do is to make it through to those semi-finals, and in a really difficult battle he's managed to do that very well. We are still in the 5th round of this men's discus competition, so Claydon moving into the lead previously by throwing over 52 metres. Claydon, really, really smooth flight once again, and looks to be consolidating his lead. I'll tell you why, the way that we've had all of our 3rd round efforts in the women's long jump qualifying, so that looks to be pretty much wrapped up, and 5:46 is good enough to make it through to the final. In the end, the best effort in qualifying, Amy Ware with 5:90. So I'm sure she, Cleo May Martin Evans, maybe Georgie Ford Wells, if she can set a personal best. And given that she doesn't do too many long jump competitions, I'm sure that's possible. Who else? Ruby Burgess, Lucy Robinson. I'm sure they're all capable of challenging for that gold. Maybe Steph Jones of Edge Hill as well. So I'm really looking forward to that final. Zach Davis, who was our leader previously, will be the last to throw in this round number 5. 43.68, the latest measurement there, coming up for Abara. Zach Davis there didn't build up too much rotational acceleration, but stayed in control and on balance to throw close to 50 metres here. his expression suggests that he could be a little bit short of what he needs. By the way, Claydon's effort there, just a moment ago, 52.22, and that is 25 centimetres off his lead, but certainly looking like he is the main man here today. 48 metres for Davis then, 40 centimetres off what he did in round number 2. So that of course does mean we go into round number 6, and Patrick Morgan starts us off. Morgan, 3 no throws in the last few rounds, so let's see what he can do here. Low flight of the discus, but does cut through the air cleanly. But I don't think that's going to be further than 42.28. He has at least come away from the competition with a personal best, though. This is heat number 3 of the men's 200 metres now, with Ethan Craven of Swansea, Jacob Hockin of Leeds Beckett, Alfie Mumford of Liverpool, Harry Taylor of Loughborough, Aidan Kellett of Royal Holloway, Ellis Watson of BCU, and Cambridge's Palumi Babalola. So Jacob Hockin doing exactly what his teammate David Chapman did, albeit there's stronger competition this time from Harry Taylor, who's leading this one, and starting to challenge is Babalola, but he's going to be behind the top 2 of Taylor and Hockin. 21.67, so Harry Taylor didn't need to run at 100% there. He set his personal best of 21.02 again. Another athlete who did so indoors on that tight 200 track. Winning that silver medal though, behind Chapman. The fact that Awua Bafor is involved, I think part of the motivation for that would be that it's unlikely that De Montfort would have a large enough contingent of sprinters to have a relay team, so really that's different to Leeds Beckett and Loughborough, so all the more motivation for him to win the double. You could say the same about David Morgan Harrison and Hull, of course. So yeah, why not go for this whole 6 races? Okay, so Wordsworth here, he's showing us in 5th place at this point. The measurement had come up for him previously as 46 metres, so I just wonder whether that was an error on the scoreboard in the stadium, as on roster it's showing us a 45.35 as his best effort. He's chasing Zach Davis away for some reason. But Wordsworth showing us in 5th place, so I'm inclined to trust that. Final round then sees Claydon from Davis, both Loughborough teammates, then Abara of Sheffield Hallam in 3rd, and Joshua Douglas of Loughborough in 4th, James Wordsworth in 5th. Andrea Carnero in 7th place. 43.53 to this point. Well, the discus, oh, it's a red flag, in fact. They were starting to measure it, but the official getting that message across that doesn't need to be checked there. So one other thing that I can tell you about is men's long jump qualification. Just Group A in action at the moment. And Joshua Barrett Mowat, best of all, with 7:03. Automatic distance to make it through to the final is 7:15. So no one has got that just yet. And one athlete over 7 metres. Sam Danson of Loughborough, 6:97 in 2nd. James Taylor, 6:84 for LSE. And they're just starting the 3rd round now. So there we are. Having a little look across. Few DNSs in this first group, actually, as many as 3, and one athlete with no mark. 2 athletes with no mark from first 2 rounds, it looks like. So we'll keep an eye on what happens there. This, of course, being Heat 4 of the men's 200, with Jack Brown-Schofield, Ali Mitchell, Liam Sutty, Limal Krensel, Will Johnson, Yusuf Arabi, William Dean and Ayomide Eleyera. Now rising and away from these blocks. It was a really good start there from Liam Sutty, coming through nicely here from lane 3 with William Dean of Loughborough. Very different running styles between these two. 21:68 on the clock. The wind showing as almost pretty still, which is promising, but I'm sure it won't stay that way for long. Dean and Sutty going through to those semi-finals. That one was very clearly separated with a gap behind them too. So we've seen Stephen Awer before, and David Chapman, Harry Taylor, all look very strong. Evan Blackman, a former BUCS indoor champion for Durham, who's now in the colours of Loughborough, is expected in the next heat. This is the last throw for Ebenezer Abara in this discus final. We've just seen a measurement though from Dylan Claydon, 52.22. I just caught it there before the screen changed. So, well, that was his 5th round measurement. So interesting that that was on the scoreboard. In any case, we'll have a look on roster to see those results coming through just a minute or so afterwards. Abara with 47.70 already. You can see that's the end of his competition, but has been measured. As I say, Roster Athletics app and website. That's your link. And then you just search for BUCS. And if you're really curious, you can spend time looking at previous year's competitions, which are all on there now since the last 3 years. And it really has made a big difference. 46.83, that's a nice way for Abara to end the competition, but ultimately it doesn't improve. Zach Davis, former leader. 48.40. That new personal best of his. I think that's the best he'll get from this competition. Came in with 46.87 as his PB, and it looks like he's pretty pleased. But you can see these guys really have great camaraderie, as I've been saying. It's really enjoyable to watch. 44.36 for Davis. And we've also seen very few red flags among the top competitors. Top 4 between them having just 2. And I think it's quite possible that with that, Dylan Claydon has decided that he is the gold medalist. He's got the sunglasses on. I'm not sure that we'll be seeing any more throws now. So yes, coming up, Dylan Claydon, 52.47. Zach Davis, 48.40. And Ebenezer Abara, 47.70. 2 medals for Loughborough and 1 for Sheffield Hallam. We'll be back after this.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Heat 5 of the men's 200 metres. Aaron Traves, Dan Evans, Joshua Maggs, Zachary Price, Evan Blackman, Simon Akiti, Awaz Rahman and Tom Pritchard. There is that crisp sound of the gun. Blackman going nicely from lane 5 then. As is Zach Price. Who else might challenge? Joshua Maggs of Bath here moving into a very strong position. And Blackman knows he's there but also knows he's comfortable. 21:38, which is a decent time for a heat. Ahead of Maggs of Bath, who didn't get the fastest getaway but was really happy chasing down that home straight. Blackman, who's a couple of tenths off his personal best in a heat, pretty strong. I mean, Chapman, of course, was just a few hundredths off, and I reckon that if the conditions are good, then we will see some PBs, possibly even in the semi-finals, if not in the final, which would be fantastic to see. Having a look at the timetable here, you can see lots of semi-final action on the way. We are midway through the men's 200 heats, and even though they are short races, the pure fact that there are so many of them means it's 50 minutes until we have the women's 200 metres. But really, really exciting day. Just lining up the story for the finals day. And this is how it looks on the field. Of course, one to look out for is the men's pole vault and women's hammer. That time at 5-4. The men are out for heat number 6 of the men's 200 metres. Some really encouraging performances so far. We've got Vladislav Levchenko, Cameron Colville, Marius Ball, Tyler Panton, another who is doubling up here already with a silver medal from the 100, Tom Zhu, Isaac Marsh, Nicholas Camera and Laval Githui. So Panton gets a very good start, certainly a fantastic driving phase. You can see that really ate up the tarmac in front of him. Isaac Marsh of Sheffield in third, and a big battle behind. It can be very clear once again, Panton's able to ease up quite comfortably. 21:56 then on the clock. So yeah, recently running sub 21 seconds for the first time, and that puts him in a fairly exclusive club so far as Stephen Awer before and David Chapman are the only others who've done so in this competition, but Harry Taylor very much knocking on the door. That means that Panton, as a result, comes in ranked in third, behind Chapman and behind Awour before, but really difficult to say actually whether Panton and Awour before, how they'd be matched over 200 metres. Normally see them over 100, maybe more commonly. David Chapman seems to be more of a 200-metre specialist, and I definitely think he's got an opportunity to lower that personal best. So it'd be great to have all three of them centre stage in the final, along with Harry Taylor as well, another athlete who is fresh. Tyler Panton, as a result, might well get a rest for the relay heat later, as might Jason Kalala. Obviously, they want to make sure that they qualify as well and get a good lane. But 8 races across 3 days really is quite a task.
And so move heat 7 to 12 in the next 200, lining up in lane 1, representing Sheffield Hallam, Tom Wood. From Sheffield University, Thomas Abbott. In 3, representing East Anglia University, Bakari Davis, the former Southern Under-20 champion. In 4, from Wolverhampton University, Emmanuel Abu. In 5, representing Stirling University, Rami Abu. In lane 6, representing Brunel University, 4th of this year's Indoor Championship and 2022 Indoor BUCS bronze medalist, Jason Kalala. In 7th, representing the University of Central Lancashire, Clay Mazisius. And completing the lineup, from Coventry, Matthew Burton.
So this is heat number 7, with Tom Wood of Sheffield Hallam, Thomas Abbott of Sheffield, Dakari Davis of East Anglia, Emmanuel Mbu of Wolverhampton, Rami Aboud of Stirling, Jason Kalala Brunel, UCLAN's Craig Azizi and Matthew Burton of Coventry then. So this is Kalala's 4th race of the competition. There were 9 men in that final earlier, and just looking that Kalala finished 8th in that 100 final. This perhaps is stronger of the 2 sprint events. (21.18) personal best. He and Tyler Panton contesting that final earlier, and also getting the silver in the relay indoors, where he was 4th over 200. He's also the Southern Indoor bronze medalist over this distance, and he won the bronze outdoors 2 years ago. So Wood, Abbott, Davis, Mbu, Aboud, Kalala, Izisi and Burton. Heat number 7 of the men's 200. And just like Panton, Kalala rocketed away with fantastic speed. Izisi on his outside trying to chase. You've also got Dakari Davis of East Anglia narrowly in second place. Good fight between them. Kalala going to stay strong down this home straight. Doesn't need to give everything either. And Tom Wood will, I think, get second, but there was a dip on the line from Thomas Abbott very late, I think too late. 21.52 for Kalala into a slight headwind, minus 0.4. Personal best came from winning that bronze medal 2 years ago. But I'll also have big hopes for the relay as well. Two further good chances of a medal. I think he was keen to do the hard work in the early stages of the race so that he could relax down this home straight, as he'd want to do anyway. Let's have another look here on the inside as well. Oh, it was quite a finish to the race. I think the Sheffield Hallam man just held on. Let's have another look here. Wow, yes, that is very close, but I think the dip just came a fraction too late, tiny fraction. So we have the seated discus final, next field event that's coming up. Obviously we've had the men's discus B and A finals already today. So I'm sure discus fans will be quaking in their boots because plenty of that action. We've also had the men's ambulant discus as well, don't forget, earlier on, which is run by Adam Rutter. 41.44 his distance. Loughborough 1.23 as well. So Adam Donaghy is our entrant in this discus final. He has a personal best of 20.53, does the Scottish athlete.
Then out for the 8th heat of the men's 200. Taking their final preparations, adjusting the blocks. A run through. And as they walk back, we'll introduce them to you. We should have 8 athletes down there for heat 8. The lineup for this 8th heat in the men's 200, Peter Price, Exeter in 1, Jordan Duncan, East London in 2. In 3, representing Bangor University, former World Under 20 silver medalist, Cameron Jones. In lane 4, representing Brunel, Giovanni Seeley. In lane 5, representing Glasgow Caledon, Gurnian, the reigning Scottish Student Sports Champion and Scottish Senior Silver Medalist last year, Finlay Ward. In lane 6, representing Kent, Devon Sutherland. In lane 7, from Oxford University, James McCart. And in lane 8, completing the lineup is the St Andrews University student, Toby Nixon. Heat 8 of 12, men's 200.
So next heat coming up is heat number 8 of the men's 200, with Peter Price, Jordan Duncan, Cameron Jones, Giovanni Seeley of Brunel, so another part of their relay team, I'll be sure. Finley Waugh, Javon Sutherland, James McCulloch and Toby Nixon. DNS in lane 6 it looks like, so Seeley, it really is Brunel deja vu here, being very, very strong, but actually better challenge this time from Finley Waugh on his outside, just looking over, and he'll see that things are looking pretty good at this stage. Eases up across the line, 21.86. And these two both capable of going quite a bit faster than that. 21.27 the PB for Finley Waugh, who's always there or thereabouts. And this time he's certainly made the semi-finals and will hope to get one step further than that. Just to mark your card, 200 metre semi-finals taking place tomorrow at 11:50, and then the final at 2 o'clock before the relay at 4:25. I mean, obviously some sprinters like having the races fairly close between each other, keeps you warm and effectively keeps you ready, race ready. But it will be interesting to see just how many athletes will have lots of racing in the legs by the end of the competition, and how that might play a part. Obviously the adrenaline that comes your way as a quality athlete in the relay can also help. So 5 heats remaining then of the men's 200 metres. You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. In terms of what else is to come fairly imminently along with those men's 200 metre heats, don't forget that we're also keeping an eye on the field action too. And as we approach 1 o'clock, we know that the men's seated discus is coming up soon. Donaghy has had the chair being prepped. I think they're just setting up. So yes, as we watch on that, can also tell you that the women's hammer will have a B final at 1:55 before the A final at 3:55, same time as the men's pole vault and same time as the women's high jump qualification. So naturally there'll be a bit more focus on those two finals, and we know that the women's high jump, they will have their moment when those medals are being decided tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And we have also pools of qualification in the men's long jump 2 and 3 at 1:55. If I remember correctly, the women's long jump had 3 pools indoors, but not necessarily the men's. So I think it just shows you participation seems to go up and up year on year, pretty much. Certainly isn't a drop-off, put it that way. It's great to see. So that was actually heat 8 that we saw before, so it's heat 9 that will come next. And Robin Snedden of Edinburgh, Uzo Herbert of East London will line up alongside Sam Brudney of the University of the West of England, Chima Ndukwu of Warwick, then Tarek Bagar of Newcastle, Kevin Nwama of Kent, Blake Brown of Cardiff Met, and Julian Priest representing Birmingham.
In 4, representing Warwick University, Chima Ndukwu. Lane 5, DNS. In lane 6, from Kent University, Kevin Nwama. And in lane 7, from Cardiff Met, but indoor. Joining in the finals this year, so it could be in the semi of 21.143, Blake Brown. And completing the line for next, Birmingham University, Julian Priest.
blocks are out, but appears to be no athlete there from lane 5. Perhaps a late to DNS there for Bagar. So we've got Snedden, Herbert, Brudney, and Dukwu, Nwama, Brown, and Priest. So this time it's quite even initially, and then Uzo Herbert goes storming past Brudney. And here on the outside we have Brown and Priest. Really strong down this home straight from Herbert in 3rd, but top 2 make it through to the semis. 21.48 as a result of Blake Brown pretty much staying on the gas nearly until the end of that race. And that time will compare, I think, pretty well to the other heats that we've seen so far. Could get him a good lane draw as well. Blake Brown, experienced competitor at BUCS, and he'll hope to be part of the 200 metres and the relay as well. I'm sure they'll have a good team here, but certainly from what we've seen, Brunel looking very, very strong. And Loughborough, in the last couple of years, they've added depth in terms of their men's sprints, which, not that it was really lacking before, I think it was more the case that other universities, other sprint strong universities had better depth themselves. And yeah, it doesn't take much for Loughborough to take the opportunity to come to the fore, such as the quality that they have. So 3 more heats of the men's 200, and then on with the women's 200 metre heats, of which there will be 8.
So the athletes have completed their run through. In lane 1, representing Bangor University, Theo Dankwa. In lane 2, representing Birmingham, Joseph Foster. In lane 3, from King's College.
Looking now at the lineup then for heat number 10. We have Theo Dankwa of Bangor, Joseph Foster of Birmingham, Moyinalua Odeniran of King's College, Luke Gabb of the University of the West of England, William Vitenu of Manchester, and Manchester Met's Bavia Pawar, Stuart Greenhalgh, another of those doubling up of Stirling, and then another Scottish competitor, John Duthie of Strathclyde.
University, John Duffy. Heat 10 of 12 and 200.
So Greenhalgh, who was 7th in that 100 final, joins Awuah before, who was 1st, Panton, who was 2nd, Kalala, who was 8th, in trying to make it into 2 finals at these championships. Dankwa, Foster, Adeniran, Gabb, Vitenu, Pawar, Greenhalgh, and Duthie. Here we go, away now with Foster going nicely for Birmingham, but quite a gap on the outside. Greenhalgh in the green vest. Is anyone going to challenge him here? Foster still in 2nd place. Adeniran starting to come through, and Greenhalgh is out. So, unfortunate for Jewett Greenhalgh, but opportunity presented itself for Adeniran and for Foster, who are through to the semi-finals. And he will be devastated by that. I think just pulling up with injury. Didn't look to be in too much pain there. Just wincing a little bit as he now crosses the line. Just unfortunate for him. And don't know whether Sterling have entered a relay team here, but might mean that he is unable to take part in that as well. I think he just felt something. Unfortunate, because he had a good run in the 100 metres. Let's have another look here. As we said, putting up a really big margin on the rest of the field at this point. It's around this point he knows he has to stop. Adeniran winning then. And he goes through to the semi-final and will get a good lane as a result. Confirmed time for Adeniran, 22:17 indeed, and then 22:34 for Foster. Adam Donaghy in this seated shot. So just preparing himself for these attempts.
To lead the penultimate heat for the men's 200. In lane 1, representing Edgehill, Ryan Austin. Lane 2, DNS. In lane 3, representing Edinburgh, Liam Daly. In lane 4, representing Leeds University, he reached the final here last year, Frederick Nielsen. In lane 5, from
So Donaghy,
College, Pierre Walker.
who's taken part in shot put and javelin so far this year. 8:57 in the shot, 20:76 in the javelin. That was last weekend, I believe, in the Coventry Spring Meeting, in which a good number of para competitions put on. Won the Scottish title as well as this title last year. This is the penultimate heat of the men's 200 metres with Ryan Mostyn, so yet another of our finalists from the 100 involved. Tavonga Juru Nyakudja, Liam Daly, Frederick Nielsen, Pierre Walker, Dylan Andrews, Adam Timpson and Mandeepa Ishe Mamvura, who is also another who's gone off very quickly on this outside. And then Ryan Mostyn all the way over on this other side, now leading by quite a good margin. And Mostyn going all the way to the line in 21:44. Maybe he wants a better draw than to have lane 1. But Mostyn with a big personal best. I think he also knows that he's in PB shape, given how fast he went in the heat. yesterday. 10.61 for a personal best by 0.2 of a second it was in the 100 metres. Mostyn returning here with 21.44. And that is also a personal best. It was 21.58. So he's in fantastic shape here. Especially as he was in the semi-finals of both the 60 and 200 indoors and has made at least one final and one semi-final so far. So waiting to see these measurements. Donaghy in the seated discus final. 20.86 has come up initially. And we have a final heat of the men's 200. Second attempt having been taken there by Donaghy. Maybe further than 20.86. It's being measured. 20.76 this time, so 10 centimetres off what was done just a moment ago.
BUCS Indoor Finals and Northern Indoor silver medalist Tori Neelan Richards. And it's the lineup for the first and final heat of the men's 200.
So heat 12 features Wojtek Berger of Portsmouth, William Bezicki of Warwick, Sam Ankra of Leicester, Daniel Hindle of Durham, Joel Houseland of Brunel, Nottingham's Jimmy Sijuwala, Carhunt Toe of Imperial, and Corey Neelan Richards of Sheffield Hallam then. Neelan Richards should be the man to watch, 21.6 personal best here. Joel Houseland, though, similarly matched with him, so lane 5 and 8 places to keep an eye on. Sijuwola's got a very good start there from lane 6 of Nottingham, and Neelan Richards though on the outside. Few battling though here. Houseland through the centre from Neelan Richards, just about, it's quite close there with Berger of Portsmouth in third place. Plus 2.0 metres per second as the wind picks up. 21.59 on the clock. So that concludes these 12 heats. We've got the women's heats to follow, expected at 35 minutes past, so in 17 minutes time. We've got Donaghy of Stirling going in this seated discus final. He's thrown 20.86 thus far. And then a bit of a pause in track action while we keep an eye on Donaghy and his measurements in the seated discus. So there is the latest effort. Going to fall short there of what was managed previously, I think, because that's looks to be a tiny bit off that 20-metre mark. But again, I'm just going by my line of sight. and the officials have the actual measurements. 1938.
Confirming the results for the four-ball speed line. In third, representing Cardiff West, the initials UB. For the kids, the 4:30 in the B side.
And we will wait to see where those first three in the B final finish overall at the conclusion of the A final.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
First heat of the women's 200 metres now. First heat indeed of 8, with Abby Mills, Eloise Scholes, Bronwyn Mooney, Lisa Barlow, Kinga Kudzia, Jasmine Moss and Stroma Fraser in this. So underway now, Jasmine Moss going well for Loughborough, as you'd expect. Twice a BUCS champion, 2019 outdoors, 2020 indoors. And coming away very, very strongly here from Kudzia, with Bronwyn Mooney in third place. 24.65 on the clock for Jasmine Moss.
Just another reminder to team managers, captains, strictly submitting your winner declaration as soon as possible. On we go to heat 2, with 200 metres. The one from Bristol is Lucy Lowe, 2 from Leeds is Steve Woodard, 4 in 3 from Liverpool John Moore and Olivia Woodard. In 4 from Kent is Renee Johnson, in 5 from Loughborough is Rosanna.
Whistle goes then for heat number 2. We've seen that first one being won by Jasmine Moss. 24.6 seconds was on the clock there. So Lucy Loads in this with Neve Woodward, Olivia Morgan, Renee Dobson, Rosella Togo, Lois Garland and Danielle Opoku. So Lois Garland, best ranked athlete in this, personal best recently of 23.92 seconds. She was 4th at BUCS indoors, as well as being 7th in the 60-metre final there. So quite closely matched with Jasmine Moss. It was Brooke Ironside who took the indoor title. See how Garland goes here. Will be fantastic for the University of Highlands and Islands, which she represents, to get a medal. Rosella Togo on her inside, looking for this second automatic spot through to those semi-finals. Neve Woodward is in 3rd place. So Garland comes through in 24.69, so into quite a strong headwind now this time. So this is heat 3 of the women's 200 with Chuk Yin Wan of King's College London, Tina Lewis of Middlesex, Asia Amede Charles of Nottingham, Sidel Wantumi of Manchester, Millie King of Loughborough, Isabella Wigley of Cardiff and Isabel Walton of King's College London. DNS it looks like from lane 4. Amede Charles perhaps. Millie King, the top athlete here, 23.95 personal best, 24.93 her season's best in Loughborough last month. She won the England Under-20 bronze medal 2 years ago and is the English schools champion in the past as well in the same season. So King coming through. And second place for Isabella Wigley of Cardiff. 25.33 there on the clock compared to the 24.6 for the 2 previous heat winners.
We turn our attention now to the presentation area. The medal ceremony for the men's 60 discus. And the winner of the 2024 BUCS men's 60 discus, having taken the shot put title yesterday from Stirling University, Adam Dorothy. Congratulations, Adam. I believe Sports Scholar of the Year last year at the uni. It's a nice, very nice title to have.
Next up then will be heat 4. Wow, women's 200 meters. squad is 2, Samoa Holloway with Soraya Rogers, 3 from Sheffield, Emily Reed, with 4 from Sterling, Rachel Lawler, 5 from Burnham, Amelia Francis, 6 from Surrey, Marina DeBotti, and 7 from Oxford, Iola Oladia, and in lane 8 from North Cumbria, Deaja Smith. Team score of 8 and the win 200.
Soraya Rogers, Emily Reed, Rachel Lorimer, Eleni Francis, Paulina DeBotti, Eniola Awadia and Deaja Smith in heat number 4 of the women's 200 metres. Good start from Lorimer there of Sterling. Also going well is Rachel and Emily Reed as well on her inside of Sheffield. So Rachel Lorimer and Emily Reed just an overtake in the closing stages there. Paulina DeBotti coming through for a second place behind Lorimer, 25:12 on the clock. So we also have groups B and C of the men's long jump qualification. Again, they're aiming for 7:15, just as they were earlier in Group A. Best that we had in that first group, 6:97 by James Taylor and Sam Danson, leaving a target mark of, just having a look here, Nicholas Butler's 5:84, I believe. Obviously that will change quite considerably, you'd expect. Heat number 5 with Olivia Fowler of Edge Hill, Izzy Tustin of Cardiff, Hannah Lounsborough of Swansea, Shani Skirvin of Nottingham Trent, who we saw in the 100 final earlier, of course, Helena Jelenska of St Andrews, Amelia Hart of Bath Spa, and Paula Melo of UCLan. So, unsurprisingly, Skirvin going off very well here, possibly even stronger over 200 metres, 24.03, her personal best from earlier this year. And looking like she's on for a good time here as she finishes ahead of Izzy Tustin in 24.16, so just over a tenth off that PB, and comfortably the fastest time that we have seen so far in these heats to this point.
So, shortly, we will move to week 6 of the women's 200 metres. I think the 6 athletes making their way round. So, I suspect that the BNS, or I can't count, could be the latter. In week 6 of the 8th in the women's 200, lane 4, Laura Brigham, St Andrews, BNS. Who's line up then for this 6th heat of the women's 200? representing Surrey University. In lane 2, Natalie Cool. In lane 3. In lane 3, from Liverpool University, Mia Rose away. 4 TNS. In 5, representing East Anglia University, Southern bronze medalist last year outdoors, Serena Grace. Representing Sheffield Hallam. In 6, Megan Woodhead. From Birmingham University, 7, Louise Robinson, and completing the lineup, the Edge Hill student, Alice Woodhead. Quick trip of 8 within 200.
On to our next heat now. This is heat number 6 of 8. Again, top 2 going through to those semi-finals automatically, of course. So one more to follow after this. We've got Navneet Kaur, Mia Rose Llewellyn, Flora Brigham, Serena Grace, our leader there in the centre for East Anglia, Megan Woodhead, Louise Robinson battling for 3rd place with Alice Woodhouse. And Woodhouse is, I think, just going to be behind our athlete on the inside, Navneet Kaur, Surrey.
Alice Woodhouse, Edge Hill was up there. So was Navneet Kaur.
So Serena Grace from Navneet Kaur, our top 2 going through to those semi-finals.
Four by 400 men, 15, 30, and 4 by 400 meter women. 18:05 the start time, so 2 hours before that. So 16:05. Huge declaration time for the women's 4x4.
Now time for some women's hammer. So this B final kicking us off initially, and then 5 to 4 for the A final later. This is Helena van Hullen of Birmingham. In the first round. Nice close-up of the hammer we saw before. So 4 kilo implement it is. You can see all the athletes wearing gloves, as they need to by regulation. You can see able to keep a strong grip there on the handle. standing at the back of the circle now. Rosie Lassiter of Sheffield here, so you can see just trying to establish that control, build that rotational acceleration, and the highest speed in terms of rotating should be right at the end as you release. In the previous effort we saw that there was just kind of that loss of momentum towards the end. The hammer went up high but didn't travel across that much in terms of distance. Lassiter is the best ranked athlete in this B final, 43.31. And that looks to be a personal best there by half a metre, 43.81 coming up in this first round. And we are anticipating that at least the top 8, if not all of these athletes, will get 6 throws. Certainly when there were 9 athletes, they did all get 6. So Charlotte Longdon, Sophie Binns, Crystal Izuchukwu, Isabel Gear, Christina Paulson, Lucy Fraser and Gwen Datey, all in this particular final now. So Datey, who squeezed into that 100 final, I'm sure will be a part of Loughborough's relay squad as well. Just going to be challenged here by Lucy Fraser. I think she'd actually just eased up a little bit, knowing that the gap to third place was really large, 24.56. And that is one of the faster heats that we've seen so far.
And Lucy Fraser, in fact, very interestingly, she finished third at the Spanish University Championships a few weeks ago. The Scottish student trying to beat the silver medalist last year. I assume that she must be a connection between the university she's attending in Spain and Glasgow University. I did do a double take when I looked at that on Parity.
So Gwen Datey on the outside, Lucy Fraser of Glasgow here. And these two will come into the home straight being well ahead of the rest. Again, quite different running styles. More horizontal motion there from Lucy Fraser, who is one of those athletes, as we've been saying, who thinks, well, I'm going to go here and try and run the fastest race I can. Gwen Datey keen to save a bit of energy given the more races she has in her legs. Certainly going to be very close to Fraser's personal best, 24.6. 8-time qualifying positions across all 8 heats. This is second of the 2 Birmingham athletes that we've seen in this B final. Imogen Shepherd. I think knowing the depth of Loughborough athletes, Birmingham keen to find people who are willing to try and score points in the hammer. 21.96 there. Imogen Shepherd is more of a 200, 400 metre runner really, but has a multi-events background from when she was a youth athlete.
The lineup is 8 final heat of the Women's 200, representing Kent University and Leominster in 1. Lane 2 belongs to the University Philadelphia. In lane 3, representing Brunel, the England under-20 indoor silver and Southern under-20 indoor bronze medals this year, the Chloe Manor. In lane 4, the Glasgow University, Caroline O'Connor. In lane 5, it's very good to see our racing.
Amelia Appleyard of Worcester, this is then. Hammer going straight into the cage in this second round.
In 7, representing Robert Gordon University, Scottish
International 4x100 metre athlete Rebecca Matheson, and completing the lineup from Oxford University, Gabriella Hartley Agipon. The 8 feet of 8 women's 200.
Heat 8 with Olivia Mensah of Kent, Zoe Dake of Nottingham, Mikelvi Wamba of Brunel, Caroline McConnell of Glasgow, Ayomide Cole of Exeter, Susie Janic of Newcastle, Rebecca Matheson of Robert Gordon, and Gabriella Barclay Agyapong of Oxford then. So, very nice opening phase to this race for Matheson, and then Wamba of Brunel. It's these two fighting. And it will be that way all the way to the line. 24:45, again a really good time as they pushed each other on there to the finish. So Rosie Lassiter with 43.81, that personal best by half a metre that we saw previously, leading the way in this B final. Jasmine Waters, her teammate, on 37.55 in second, and Iris Williams of Glasgow, 32.39 in third. We remain in this second round. We're just watching there Ruby Hyam, 28.78. This is Kane Wang of Oxford. Was also involved in the discus yesterday. So a final coming up at 5 to 4, of course.
Now going into round 2, the qualified pools 2 and 3 of the men's 1 club. Looking at the results I have, the 2 and 9
jumping 7 metres.
So Rebecca Rose of Robert Gordon then moving into third place, 34.72 coming up for her in this B final. Helena van Hullen of Birmingham, wearing 5.33, 17.71 so far. So Birmingham taking the opportunity to select athletes to be part of the team and try and improve their personal bests. Helena van Hullen, predominantly, well, 400-metre hurdler, but has done some field events in the past. Just having a look to see, in terms of the hammer, she did one competition last year. Oh, sorry, she did 4 competitions last year. 21.21 was her best.
And in the other pool, Samuel Knight has jumped 7.45, which we believe is a PB. The previous PB, 7.18.
This is our leader in the B final, though. Lassiter.
And Adam Hall has jumped 17.03.
So coming up, measurement 46.64. Again, a new personal best and a really big margin there by nearly 3 metres. Iris Williams in this second round. But we've just moved into the third round. She's the first to go with round number 3. So Williams has 32.39 so far. She improved by 2.5 metres in the second round. And that should be further than 32.39. 37.55, the second place mark, could be close to that. That's currently held by Jasmine Waters of Sheffield.
met out for the first of the 3 semi-finals. 400 metres qualification, the first 2 in each of the 3 heats will qualify automatically, and those 6 athletes will be joined by the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers from across the 3 semi-finals. And the block's being removed from lane 3 confirms that is the DNS. Bristol, University of Bristol. Team manager or team captain, can call them, please. The lineup for this first semi-final from King's College in lane 1, Semifinals Action. In 2, representing Sheffield Hallam, Ben Davis, lane 3 Vienna. In lane 4, from Leeds Beckett, a former Northern Under-20 champion, Bailey Lawton. In lane 5, representing Newcastle University, James Shaw. In lane 6, from Loughborough, he finished second here last year, GB Under-24 by 400 metre international, Alex Cooper. In lane 7, representing Hull University, the reigning Northern Under-20 champion, Adam Fox. And in lane 8, from Cardiff Met, Jacob Lambert. Semi-final 1 of 3, men's 400.
On to the semi-finals of the men's 400 metres. Kareem Selman-Jackson, Benji Davis, Bailey Lawton, James Shaw, Alex Cooper, Adam Fox and Jacob Lambol. So now the crowd getting quite excited for some semi-final action here coming your way. Decent start there, as you can see, from Bailey Lawton. Big gaps between the field, partly as a result of that one DNS. You can also see on the outside we've got Alex Cooper, as expected, really strong at this phase in the race. Top 2 going through automatically to the final tomorrow. So Cooper very strong. Let's have a look behind as well. Adam Fox is fighting there, James Shaw also. Maybe Shaw just the favourite. A long way behind Cooper at this point, 47.46 with Shaw in second for Newcastle. Really strong performance from him there.
To the second semi-final of the three, in lane 1, representing Liverpool, Maurizio Curran. In lane 2, from Sheffield University, Ollie Clark. In lane 3, representing Edinburgh University, second at the recent Scottish Student Sport Championships, Robin Snedden. In lane 4, from Birmingham City, Casper Matisiak. In 5, representing Kent University, Cole Simmons. In 6, representing Cardiff Met, who was a finalist here last year, the reigning Midland Senior Champion, Ben Hawkes. Representing Manchester United.
So we're on with semi-final number 2 of the men's 400 metres.
In lane 8, the Anglia Ruskin student, Stefan O'Loughlin.
Semi-final number 2 of 3, incidentally. We've got Mauricio Carrodus of Liverpool. Ollie Clark is representing Sheffield. Robin Snedden for Edinburgh. Casper Matuziak, Birmingham City University. Kent's Cole Sinnott. Ben Hawkes, who is here for Cardiff Met. Tom Hunter of Manchester. Stefan O'Loughlin of Anglia Ruskin. So Ben Hawkes, second ranked overall. And that's where he finished at last year's Indoor Championships. He's also the Midlands Outdoor silver medalist. Tom Hunter was the bronze medalist indoors this year. Those 3 on the outside looking particularly strong, possibly making that 4 on the outside with Cole Sinnott. They're going for 2 automatic spots through to the final tomorrow. So Hunter with a decent getaway as well. He's in the purple vest of Manchester. Ben Hawkes making up only a tiny bit of ground on him. Matusiak has made a pass on his outside as the stagger unwinds. Tom Hunter now beginning to push through the gears, followed by Hawkes. Is it going to be these 2 then? Tom Hunter looking over to his inside, starting to leave the competition behind him. Matusiak battling for that second spot pretty strongly now, and he's just going to fall short. 47.79 from Tom Hunter.
Ben Hawkes got the second automatic qualifying spot. Just remember,
And I make that a personal best for Tom Hunter as well. 47.81 it had been, and that was set indoors.
Confirming the results from semi-final 1 of the men's 400 metres. Alex Cooper representing Loughborough, 47.44. Securing the second spot. And semi-final 1, James Shaw, Newcastle, 48.89.
Tom Hunter looks to be having a very good run. And it was so, full house for this last semi-final for 3. All 8 athletes out on the track. So we come to the lineup for this last semi-final, the third semi-final, men's 400, lining up on the inside, representing Liverpool University, George Winter. From King's College in lane 2, Cameron Green. In lane 3, representing Kent University, Aidan Caramira. In 4, representing Brunel, he finished 4th at the Indoor Championships this year, Christian Samuel Nash. In 5, another finalist at the Indoor Championships, representing Manchester Metropolitan University, Nathaniel Dice. Then in lane 6, representing Imperial, the Italian European under-23 4 by 400 meter gold medalist Andrea Panacidi. In lane 7, representing Latvia, the reigning indoor champion, European under-20 4 by 4 gold.
This then is the third semi-final of 3 of the men's 400 metres, with George Wincup of Liverpool, Cameron and G of King's College, Aidan Caramira of Kent, Christian Samuel Nash, former indoor bronze medalist last year for Brunel, Nathaniel Dias of Manchester Met, who has looked pretty strong, you'd have to say. Having seen his performance in the heat, he was 5th indoors. Was 1 place behind Samuel Nash. Panacidi, the top-ranked athlete. Missed out in the indoor final, of course, there are only 6 places there. Alex Houchin, who won that title indoors, and Will Parkinson of Cardiff. So, Houchin and Panacidi going to be doing battle here with Dias and Samuel Nash. And this should be a really strong semi-final before we move on to the women's event after this. Samuel Nash already up on Dias on these early stages. So Samuel Nash from lane 4, and there is the battle with Houchin way ahead of Panacidi. He'll have to try and close in the second half of this race if he wants to make a final here, the Italian. Houchin only looking forward at this point. Panacidi now starting to push. Dias a little bit further back. We'll have to close quickly now. Samuel Nash trying to stay in contention here. Houchin just leading, but Panacidi timing this so well. All credit to the Italian as Dias finishes in 3rd and Samuel Nash in 4th. Well, you could see that Houchin was the only one at the screen at one point. Panacidi, I think respect between the two. The Italian really ran the second half of that race very intelligently. So really good to get a second look at this. Panacidi actually coming through quite easily, but of course Cooper, oh sorry, it's not Cooper, it's Houchin, would have known that there was a good gap there already. Only difference this will make is in terms of lane draw potentially for the final.
up on the track is the semi-final one of our women's 400 metres. It was from Chester in Discus, and Stephen Rocky near Oldfield in Green, Stern, and the blue, and 4 from Green out, the crowd pushing up, and 5 from Leeds Beckett is in Greg, in 6 from Loughborough, Jess Astill, and 7 from Newcastle with Ruby Nelson, competing on in Liverpool.
So you're watching the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Manchester. We're about to have the women's 400 metre semi-finals, and let's have a look at this lineup first of all. So we've got Amy Christian of Chester, Mia Oldfield of Nottingham, Layla Zoul of Stirling, Raquel Chinagle of Brunel, Amy Gregg of Leeds Beckett, Loughborough's Jess Astill, Ruben Nelson of Newcastle, and Mary Takwangi of Liverpool. So just like with the men, it's the top 2 going through to the final tomorrow, and then 2-time qualifiers across these semi-finals. So eventually athletes are underway. Very interesting this, because you've got Jess Astill, who's a GB Youth international athlete, who's now quite experienced at that particular level. Then you've got someone like Raquel Chinagle, who's a bit older, Canadian athlete, who has performed out stateside and now doing well at Brunel. So let's have a look at this battle then. Jess Astill only looking in front of her now and performing quite strongly in this race. She'll come into the home straight with a bit of a lead here, and Chinagle quite possibly in second place. Let's see down this home straight then. So Loughborough against Brunel here, but they just want to make sure of a place in the final. It's Takwangi of Liverpool in third place now, with Greg in fourth for Leeds Beckett. So Astill easing up across the line, still a decent time for a semi-final, 55:30 on the clock. So that's the first semi-final, and of course we have 2 more to come. So Sophie Warden of Edge Hill has joined me here in the commentary box. How's it going this weekend? How are you enjoying it?
I'm absolutely loving it. I was competing yesterday in the triple jump, so I had a very good weekend for myself, but mainly I'm here as photographer and coach for the team as well. So I've been very
Wow,
much...
that's a lot of different strings, isn't it?
Yeah, we like to keep busy, you know, it's all good. But I've been really enjoying celebrating all of our athletes. We've got our biggest ever team this year. So
oh, wow, yeah. What kind of size is that then?
We've got 26 athletes here this year, and we've got our most members ever this year. We grew from 4 members in 2018 to now 48 members. So we've had quite a big exponential growth over the last couple of years. But yeah, everybody's doing really well, and it's always great at this outdoor event as well. I always feel like the atmosphere is fantastic at BUCS. You don't really get it at some of the other major champs.
No, you don't. You really don't. And there's no disrespect to them, but I think it's just that the people are just cheering on their teammates in a way that they wouldn't be
absolutely
in other, even other events where there are kind of teams like league events and things like that. You don't get the same teams in, let's say, even in England under 20 or under 23 championships. So it really is fantastic. And the indoors does provide a kind of acoustically, a kind of sometimes a louder noise, but I'm sure I'm sure the noise is going to get louder. But yes, no, but it was picked up indoors. Edge Hill, first of all, I picked up on Edge Hill being really loud, and then Edge Hill picked up on the fact that we said nice things about you on this stream, just because it seemed that the volume was loud whenever an Edge Hill athlete was introduced on the start line. So clearly there's a good spirit within your club.
Absolutely, and we have a rule with our club that even if you're not competing, everybody comes down and watches everybody else's competitions. So we've really tried to make sure that, although it is an individual sport, that we're really building in the team ethos to the team, and it's something that we pride ourselves on. Yeah,
and do you also document whenever there's a club record as well?
Yes, we do.
So there's a lot, and there's been quite a lot of those. I mean, part of that would be because the club has grown and you probably have more quality athletes.
True, yeah, and this weekend alone so far we've had 7 club records have been broken in the last day and a half, which is very impressive, and we've had 2 athletes run qualification for British champs as well in the 100 metres. So we've had Ryan Mostyn and Olivia Fowler both run the 100-metre qualification time for British champs, which is fantastic from such a small uni.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Mostyn, he just in the heat alone of the 100 metres, he got a PB by 0.2 of a second.
He did.
And then I think as a result of that, he got into the final, of course, which was a pretty good achievement. And then as a result of that, he thought in the 200 metre, wow, I want to run a PB here as well, and I think he did again.
He did, and amazingly with
incredible.
Ryan, he's still not too happy with it. He always wants to be able to do more. And the really interesting thing about Ryan is that this is his first competitive season. He's not done athletics prior to this season competitively.
That's interesting. So what was the reason behind it? I thought there might be some sort of reason behind it, but is that because he's been doing other sports or just hasn't taken it as seriously as now?
I know that he's had some problems with injury in the past, and I know that he's not had access to a consistent coaching setup. He's recently joined part of Liverpool Pembroke Sefton Harriers, so he's training with the fantastic coaches that help support us at the university as well. They really do a lot of the heavy lifting for our athletes because we train alongside the club. But yeah, so although he's a third year and we are going to be saying goodbye to him this year, we're all really, really proud of him, especially because he very much has sort of come out of nowhere and is so humble about how good he actually is. I don't think he realises quite how talented he is.
Yeah, there are a few like that in athletics, certainly. But you also seem to be a club who puts together a well-drilled relay team as well, and that's one thing when you have that kind of spirit within the team, you know, you're kind of doing it and really enjoying it at the same time, and that's certainly been the case. I mean, there are more and more relay teams, I think, with each year trying to make it through to that final, but certainly we'll have a good chance.
Yeah, especially, I mean, all of our relay teams are looking really strong this year, but especially our women's relay team. So we've got Olivia Fowler, who obviously made the final in the 100 metres yesterday and has made the semi-final in the 200. We've got Alice Woodhouse, who's made the 200 semi-finals as well. We've got Rebecca Weeks, who's made the semi-finals in the 4 hurdles, and then we've got Stephanie, who has made the final in the long jump as well. So we've got some really high caliber athletes that are definitely going to be going out there, and we're going to be cheering them on all the way. You'll definitely be able to hear us over everybody else.
Yeah, Steph Jones, who I think it's her first season of BUCS.
It is, yes.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think she comes in. I think she's an English schools champion, if not medalist. So
She is.
Yeah.
No, she's working with British Athletics on, I think it's the youth talent pathway that she's working with them on. We were all absolutely gutted for her at indoors that she so narrowly missed out on that bronze medal on counterbacks. So I think she's come into this competition with a bit of a bit between her teeth to try and get that medal back that she perhaps should have got at indoors.
Yeah, well, a young athlete though, coming in with an opportunity though to continue if she does second and third year and competes here as well, then that'd be good. Your club tends to be maybe a little bit stronger on the female side as well, or is it just?
Yeah, that does tend to be the case. I'm not entirely sure why that is. Maybe it's because I know I've been at the helm for a little bit as a female lead. Maybe that's just sort of had an influence. But we certainly would have liked to have had some women in this 400 race as well.
So the second semi-final features Holly Pater of Sheffield, Charlotte Williams of Cardiff, Hannah McLaughlin of Leicester, Charlotte Kelsey of Teesside, another GB Junior International, Isabel Skelton of Birmingham, Indy King of Loughborough, so won the 800 indoors and now stepping down to the 400, coached by Trevor Painter. Warwick's Olivia Bochi, Natalie Groves of Oxford, completing the lineup. Top 2 going through to the final tomorrow. Really interesting to see when you see an athlete who's an 800 runner going down to the 4, what they're capable of. I'm sure that time can come down. But Charlotte Kelsey, very, very strong athlete, but also we've not really seen her at BUCS before as well. So similar situation to Steph Jones here. Let's have a look along this lap then. So Charlotte Kelsey with the long blonde hair there in the red of Teesside, just coming through down the back straight. Quite audacious now. Really trying to build herself a bit of a gap. Skelton there, the second athlete in the red vest, and King, who might have good speed endurance down the home straight. Reminiscent really of when we've seen her training partner Keely Hodgkinson do really well over 400 metres. Have a look, different running styles as well here. Kelsey, Skelton and King fighting over 2 spots. Let's have a look here as King tries to challenge down this home straight. Skelton does as well. I think Kelsey's going to have enough, and King still fighting right to the end. Oh,
what
gosh.
a finish.
Who do you think that got that one?
I mean, it's hard to say, but I would put my money on the Loughborough athlete having out-dipped her there.
Yeah, I did wonder whether the dip came a bit late. But, yeah, you see there what happens when you have someone who's more of a 200, 400 runner up against a more of an 800-metre runner, which is really interesting to see. What do you enjoy most about watching athletics and which events and such?
I mean, as a field eventer myself, I do really enjoy watching the field events. Even though I'm not in the triple jump final tomorrow, I will be getting up early to come down and watch it. But things like the 400s and the 800s, you always get some really good battles, and you get more tactics as well than you do in some of the other races.
Yeah, and well, in theory, I think the athletes probably won't say that there are too many tactics in the 400, but there may be in truth. I mean, what you will see is varying styles, and let's have a look here. It's difficult really because we're looking at one particular angle, and you really have to see. Yeah, there we go. This might be more helpful. Right alongside. It came quite late, I have to say, but from that angle it looks clearer that it is King. So there you go, 1-0 to you. Well done for calling that one.
But credit to the Teesside athlete as well, because that's another university that you don't see a lot of athletes from. And you know, we hear a lot about the Loughboroughs and the Birminghams and the Brunels that come through and rightly have really, really strong teams. But there seems to be more of a sort of resurgence of the smaller unis bringing through some really good quality athletes.
Yeah, I think it's usually just case-by-case basis. You know, someone says, like Marley Jessup, for example, she wants to do an art degree, and Buckinghamshire New University is where she wanted to do it.
Yep.
And that was, I think, the primary decision. It just happens to be that she's a very high-quality athlete. So, and yeah, I think that's probably one reason. And then sometimes, as we're actually on screen at the moment here, if you look over there, unexpectedly, didn't warn you about that. But yes, it's put me off a train of thought. No, I was going to say that ultimately, most of the case, but that's the case most of the time. And sometimes people want to kind of stay at home with their coach as well. That's the big other one. So Joy Eze, based in the northeast, so decided to go to Newcastle. No, Jasmine Moss was at Northumbria and is now at Loughborough. Everyone ends up at Loughborough at some point.
Yeah, less said about that, the better. Though then again, my dad's a Loughborough alumni, so I have to be careful about what I say.
But the thing is that's why I wanted to speak to someone from Edge Hill, by the way. But your dad, if you don't mind me mentioning, of course, a very successful athlete himself. An Empire Games medalist, I think, in 1966, maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I can't remember if it was called the Commonwealth Games at that point.
It was called the Empire Games, I think.
He was 2 bronze medals, 1 in the 4x4 and 1 in the 4 hurdles. And if I've got that wrong, I'm not going to hear the end of it.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that was the case. But he actually, we did an interview with him for England Athletics, all about just hearing from coaches with lots of wisdom. And yeah, he certainly had plenty of that. And we were talking about the 400 metres and the varying styles. An athlete once asked him about, he was saying how to run the 400 metres, and he said, it's up to you. Like, I can't tell you how to run the 400 metres. You've got to decide what your style is, which is quite poignant, given that we're watching athletes doing the 400 metres. And some of them, let's be fair, will be kind of learning their racecraft in this competition.
Absolutely, and you also see a lot of crossover between the 400 hurdles and the 4 flat, and I always find that really interesting that your 400 hurdlers always tend to have a really strong finish, and I think it's because they're used to those barriers being in the way and they're used to having to fight hard down that home straight. So it's really interesting to see how many athletes do double up on events and what events they do double up on, because it brings different strengths to the events.
Yeah, doubling up within this competition I think was quite tough, because some have done it before and regretted it, maybe it's 6 races in the space of 2 or 3 days.
It is quite heavy, yeah.
But so this is the Hammer B final that's been going on.
Very happy with that throw from the Birmingham athlete. Nice smile on her face.
Yeah, so there's a new thing this year in some of the field events that they brought in A and B finals. Talk more about that at the moment, because I know that the whistle has just gone in this semi-final. So of course this is semi-final number 3, and we have Neve Woodward of Leeds, King's College's Vanessa Ansua, Cara Murphy of Birmingham, Poppy Malik of Loughborough, another who's making a BUCS debut this season but is a quality athlete, Kiama Kofi of Brunel, Abby Fitton, Bedfordshire, Catherine Reynolds of Sheffield, and Emily Bowett of Cardiff Met. So long hold for these athletes before we get underway here. It's interesting, Poppy Malik this year has improved to 53.71, which compared to the rest of the field is a really super quick time. But we'll wait and see what happens once they actually get into the final, if they make it there. Really congested then in these outer lanes. Poppy Malik striding through. She was actually part of a relay team with Katarina Johnson-Thompson in the 4x4. Don't know whether you caught that one at the Loughborough International last year. Yeah, that was unexpected, but actually, yeah, KJT did very well. Not that you doubt her, but just in a 4x4, it's just super random.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of the blue, that.
So Malik then leading from Kofi of Brunel, who have real strength in depth all the way up from 1 to 4. But Reynolds, one of Sheffield's strongest performers this weekend, I think it'd be great if she got on the podium for them. Malik looks behind her and she'll see that no one is in the same postcode. 53.59, which is a personal best in the semi-final.
And with nobody really alongside her to push her along the way, that was purely self-directed.
I think sometimes athletes really do want to go into the final feeling they're in great shape, and one of the ways to do that is to run a hard semi-final.
Yeah, it's a big confident boost knowing that you're running at your best before you go into one of the biggest races for a lot of these athletes.
So, Edge Hill University here, bringing 48 athletes. What's it kind of like? What don't we see behind the scenes? You know, what's kind of going on? Are you going out for meals in the evenings? You know, are you having some sort of, I don't know, activity to kind of boost people's confidence or something like that? Or some people give speeches and stuff, you know.
Yeah, we're not really big on the speeches. We tend to do, for indoors, we do little gift bags for everybody that have, it has their team ribbons in it, it has face paints, it has the timetable, and then usually some sort of energy gels.
That's fun.
Yeah, this year we also had little mini rubber ducks to go along with our duck mascot that had BUCS 2024 written on the bottom of them. Which
Green rubber ducks?
No, they were yellow. Couldn't find green ones. But yeah, just as a little tribute to our mascot, Edge Hill Bill, who I think was a little bit of a crowd favourite at BUCS Indoors.
Yeah, it's interesting there's no outdoor mascot race.
I know, I would have very much liked, because I'm very good friends with Bill. So I would have very much liked to have supported Bill through the race at outdoors. But maybe 400 metres is a little bit too far to ask for people in mascot costumes.
Maybe. Well.
Maybe we should get them doing pole vault.
Well, this is the thing about pole vault, in that so few people are actually willing to have a go. And when you see really high representation in terms of huge numbers of heats of sprints and things like that, you think, well, people here already have a good chance of having enough athletic ability to do something else that is a field event. As someone who's done that yourself, what encouraged you to do the jumps when you could have gone with kind of like your heritage, if you like, and gone with 400 metres or something like that?
Yeah, well, in a way, I kind of have gone with my heritage, because my mum was an international long jumper, triple jumper.
Okay.
So as a kid, they was the two events that I swore I would never do. I swore I would never do 4 hurdles, and I swore I would never do triple jump, because I didn't want to be compared to my parents. But they're also my coaches, and they have always been nothing but supportive with me of letting me try different sports, but then also when I decided I wanted to do athletics, letting me try pretty much every event. I think pole vault's one of the only ones I haven't tried.
Yeah.
And that's just because I don't like the idea of going upside down.
Well, this is but you've got to start somewhere. Like, I've seen people training in ski jump for the first time, and they're nowhere near a ski slope. They're literally, it's something like what looks like a mattress, really. What looks like a mattress, and they're sort of doing a tiny little jump onto that.
That sounds quite fun.
Yeah, well, it is, but there's no, there's like a few meters, but that's to just learn the technique. So there's a training program where they tried to get some Chinese ski jumpers for the first time into a Winter Olympics, and that was their very first session, something like that. And similar to a pole vault, if you've ever seen like a really old age group world record, their legs are not at what's called the 12 o'clock position. They're just simply lifting them slightly. And that's how you'd start as well. So I think if you got the bug from that, then that'd be one way of doing it. But I think it's only through having a pole vault coach with expertise that gets you to experiment with it that people often have a go.
Yeah, and a lot of universities don't have the facilities to be able to do pole vault. I mean, we're very lucky that we do have a pole vault bed, but obviously getting access and getting a coach, as you said, is really tricky.
Yeah, I mean, for Molly Cordery, for example, her dad pole vault, I think her mum as well, possibly. So certainly the people are saying, how can you get a pole vaulter in Cornwall? Like, what are the facilities? Well, yeah, it partly comes from the fact that she was really encouraged directly down that route.
And that's really important, is that we need to be encouraging young athletes to have a go at different events. And I think there's a lot of focus on performance nowadays to try and be the best at things. And I think part of the strength of athletics is to let the young ones have a go at everything and figure out what they enjoy doing, and then also figure out if they're good at what they enjoy doing as well. But we can only really get more athletes into the field events by giving them access.
100%. Are you going to stay for some 800 metre action as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. So that's Sophie Warden from Edge Hill. And this is the first semi-final at the men's 800. So it's the same qualifying conditions with a 2+2. We've got Rayhan Lenoir of Birmingham, Tom Barrett of Oxford, Lawrence Petty of Dundee, Stirling's Ryan Martin, Basil Rock of Bath, Nairobi Smith Mills of Trent, David Race of Loughborough. There's some great names in this field. Frank O'Brien of St Mary's and Joseph Morgan of Warwick. I mean, born to race, quite literally.
There's some fantastic names.
Yeah. So David Race is someone else who's gone down to the 400 metres where he won European Under-20 gold last year. And he looks pretty strong, but he was beaten indoors by a Durham athlete. It was great to see them get a gold medal with Jacob Smith. Do Edge Hill have any direct competitors or rivals in a way?
Our direct competitors, certainly for varsity and things like that, is the University of Central Lancashire.
Yeah, okay.
They are a team that, again, is developing at the moment. They haven't got many athletes here this weekend. I think they've only got 2 athletes here, but they are a team that is starting to develop, and there's a lot of first years that have joined the team that hopefully will be coming through in the next couple of years for them. I shouldn't have said anything nice about them. I'm going to get in trouble for that.
Well, no, I think it would have been worse if you said something bad.
Quite probably.
So, David Race from Nairobi Smith Mills, and then O'Brien of St Mary's being overtaken by Rock, who came through very nicely round the outside in the heat. He's doing so once again, the tall figure in that kind of mid-blue vest. Bath, another team, I think, used to bring higher contingent of athletes, used to win more titles, so be really good for them if they can challenge for a medal, certainly. This is just getting the job done in this semi-final then. David Race looking very strong on the inside here. So Race from Rock, and the others trying to close in, but not really doing so. O'Brien against Smith Mills. That place could be important. 1:51.76 on the clock there, which again is a pretty good time there for just a heat.
Swift. Yeah, very swift for the semi-finals. It's great to see more heats and finals of the 800s. That when I first started, sort of back in 2018, there weren't as many races for the 800s as there are now. So it's great to see that event has really sort of depth and a little deeper.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No, you can use whatever words you like. I mean, I've been sort of talking every day 8 hours, so you will say words that don't exist. But the kind of way to do it is to just style it out. So I once said that someone had a famous dad or something like that, and I accidentally said son when I meant to say daughter. So I thought, what shall I do? So I just said the sun has gone in, and it's now cloudy.
Nice recovery.
Well, because people aren't seeing the spelling of what I'm saying, so
there's no subtitles.
It's a long stint to be speaking for. As we see here, that place could be important because there's 2-time qualifiers, so ideally you want to finish 3rd rather than 4th. We had a situation, of course, that final we were talking about, the men's 100 with Ryan Mostyn of Edge Hill, where there were 9 athletes, and it's very lucky that there are 9 lanes. There are actually 10 lanes, but that's really fortunate, surely, because I was worried they were going to have to put names in a bag and draw someone out.
Yeah, especially when it's going down to things like thousandths of a second. Obviously, if this was sort of an Olympics or whatever, I'm not sure that decision would have been made. But at an event like this, giving athletes the opportunity to run in a national final for potentially the first time. Certainly for Ryan, it was the first time. It's a really good development opportunity, but also it gets people excited about the race. The 100 metres is pretty exciting to watch anyway, but you add another person in there and there's a whole lot more jeopardy.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, ultimately, you're right. And even at the British Championships, if it's the case that extra person could qualify for the Olympic Games, that could be seen as a little bit controversial too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, this is the second semi-final then, with Archie Lawson of Durham, University of the West of Scotland's Jordan Phillips, Jonathan Marshall of Stirling, Sam Myers of Birmingham, Jacob Smith of Durham, so the indoor champion, Leeds Beckett's Sam Mills, Jack Dixon of Loughborough, and Sheffield's Harry Wilshaw. So David Race, the fastest ranked athlete. Jacob Smith, as I say, indoor champion, 1:49.69 he's improved to this year. What do you enjoy about the 800 metres?
I love the good battles for the finish. I love as they come around that final bend and everybody's jostling for position.
So all moving forward at once as that gun goes. Yes, and only when you're watching, only the athletes know really how much they've got down that home straight. So
And sometimes they surprise themselves as well. Sometimes you get to that home straight and you don't realise how much you've actually got until there is a medal on the line and you suddenly access that extra little gear.
Well, there was a weird moment in the steeplechase yesterday in which an athlete was just outside the top 6 and there's no time qualifiers anymore, and she had an outrageous sprint that completely caught everyone out, and I'm sure wasn't completely in the strategy to have that kind of Carl Langford style sprint at the end. But they're all shouting at her like, come on, suddenly getting really excited, and it completely caught out the leading pack. I don't know what you think about having the lack of time qualifiers in events above 800 metres, because most people have quite mixed views about it.
Yeah, it's one of those that I can see the pros and cons of it. I mean, I've always been a big advocate for the shorter events, of it being the first place only and then the fastest after that. Because there's often been occasions where your fastest athletes aren't the ones that actually end up in the final because they're not the ones that auto-qualified. For example, yesterday we've got Lucy Baker, who's coming up in the 800-metre semis, who went through as a fastest loser, or sorry, fastest non-automatic qualifier, as we're now supposed to say. And she went through in faster times than what some of the races were won in.
Yeah, I mean, until it's really embedded, you're going to get people saying, if it was different, I would have qualified, until we get used to that. Let's have a look at the conclusion to this race then. So, Jack Dixon, Loughborough, all the way around the outside. Jacob Smith still in a good position, though. I'm sure he won't panic at this point. Sam Myers of Birmingham with them also. Then Jordan Phillips in 4th place. Ultimately, if you finish in the top 4, you've still got a chance of going through to the final. No, Dixon, you've got to keep going. Smith takes it, and Dixon is lucky there because he was just beginning to shut down, looked around and thought, oh no, I've got to get back on with it again. 1:53.35 at the bell. That was exciting to watch.
That was indeed. This is why I love an 800. It is fantastic to watch. And we've got a lot of athletes that are sort of wanting to move from different events. We've got a couple of 400-metre runners that are going up to 800s now that, again, it's their sort of first or second season, and they're really... they're putting in the work, and they're wanting to be up battling with these guys.
Do you think that their decision comes from them, or does it come from someone else saying, look, you know, you've done really well at this, but I think that if you tried this event, I mean, because sometimes the motivation is there's an opportunity for international selection if you run this sort of time, and you're probably capable of that. But then otherwise someone might be saying, well, I've done the 400 metres for so many years now, let's see what I've got left.
Yeah, certainly within our team. So the likes of Callum Jeffries, who's our team president, he's been sort of toying backwards and forwards between the 8 and 4, and he's come to the 8 because it's one of the events that he enjoys the most, and I think that's a big factor for athletes that shouldn't be overlooked, really.
Just having a look at this replay here, yeah, so it's Dixon of Loughborough and it's Birmingham athlete Myers there who just misses out, but of course that's still a good time. There are only 3 semi-finals, as we see the results starting to come through. So after the first semi-final, 1:52.39 was the target time. Frank O'Brien ahead of Nairobi Smith Mills. Of course, that was also important, but just waiting for the 3rd semi-final results to come through. They're all on the Roster Athletics app and website. So, 3rd semi-final coming up next. The athletes are already out there ready for their 2 laps of the track. We'll see Ben Gardner of Birmingham and Henry Jonas, also Archie Parkinson as well. So quite a few who've won BUCS medals in the past. Parkinson won the silver medal last year indoors. Jonas then this year won the silver indoors. And Gardner, well, he was 6th indoors, but with the strong chance of improving on that.
Nice to see some different coloured vests as well.
What, fluorescent yellow? Why are they all purple?
They're all either purple or green.
Or red, yeah. Well, that's the thing, because Edge Hill and Stirling is pretty similar, isn't it?
Yeah, there's
Not
a couple of us
that,
that are the Green Vest Club, as we've sort of termed it.
Green machines. So, it is a test of colours, though, because you tend to forget which ones they are, and sometimes they change their vest quite dramatically, just to maybe get more attention.
Keep you on your toes, that's all it is.
Yeah, for sure. So Jack Stracey of Exeter, Jaran Singh of Aston, Archie Parkinson of Birmingham, Ryan Elston of Loughborough, Sam Brown of Heriot Watt, Ben Gardner of Birmingham, Henry Jonas, not part of the band though, is he? Not one of those brothers. And Josh Rurer of Kiel. So long pause of silence, and then athletes now underway. Josh Rurer of Kiel going out nicely on the outside. It's the fluorescent yellow that you can't miss of Harriet Watt. Archie Parkinson with the beard and floppy hair on the inside. He's going to find himself going for a gap that might disappear. Which is pretty much the case. Always get nervous when we see situations like this.
Yeah, a couple of little pushes going on there.
We have seen some falls. I mean, that certainly, I think, proved to be one of the circumstances. Having no time qualifiers, I know it's not the case in this race, but people think, well, if I go slower, then I'm not at risk of being out-sprinted right at the end. So it is, I think, Henry Jonas, yes, in front of Ryan Elston, his teammate, who again should be a contender if they can both make it to the final. 53.48 at the bell, so looking pretty strong here is Henry Jonas as he starts to break away. It's a really strong battle between him, David Race and Jacob Smith in the indoors. I think they were both just tactically outdone a little bit by Smith, who built a gap, and it proved to be enough. But running outdoors, a different story. Still Jonas from Elston. And now a bit of a swap of the Birmingham teammates. Gardner in front of Parkinson, and then Brown in fifth for Harriet Watt. The heat winner, of course, but obviously the competition stepped up. Look at this then. It's 2x2 formation. Oh, it's like Formula One. Jonas from Elston, they are through. High five across the line. But that's painful for Birmingham to watch. 1:49.31 on the clock. Yeah, again, a different story to that race. And quite a battle between Birmingham and Loughborough.
As it always seems to be. I think we're going to see a lot more of that later on in the relays as well.
Yeah, definitely are. So, I mean, it's interesting because we see absolute chaos in some of the relays. I think people actually aspire towards a certain level of chaos for some reason.
We certainly enjoy to watch it. I'm not sure that our team, certainly not as the coach for the team that's been helping them with their relay changeovers recently, I'm certainly not looking for much chaos from my guys. I'm hoping that they get the baton round safe. But as always, especially with the men's 4x1, it seems to be that, you know, anything
it's hot
can
heads,
happen.
isn't it?
It is very much. Testosterone and hot heads.
Yeah, I think so. But we've seen some crazy comebacks as well. As a result, I think it generally happens in university competition just because the range of athletes you might get. You know, someone might be actually a jumper that's pulled into a 4x4 or a 5,000 metre runner, and you get some real different closing speeds later in the lap. So, I mean, Cameron Chalmers was like 100 metres back once, and he came back to win, which was incredible. But do you have any best memories of BUCS competition, either watching on or your own personal performances? Have you been competing since 2018 at BUCS then?
Yeah, so I've been competing since 2018.
So what's your degree?
Well, I'm currently doing a PhD at Edge Hill.
Okay.
So Edge Hill have had me for far too many years now. I did my undergrad there and my master's degree, and I'm now doing a PhD there. So I'm sure that all of the team are sick of the sight of me. But yeah, so I've been here quite a while. My favourite memory is probably been, I mean, it's hard to narrow it down, but this year's definitely so far, certainly indoors, was one of the top ones for me. I think the camaraderie that we had as a team, and also the actual performances that we had as a team, because a lot of the previous years we've had the team ethos, but this year we're starting to get the performances to back it up as well. And most people couldn't tell you where Edge Hill University is. We are sort of a little bit of an unknown quantity. So the fact that we're starting to get the recognition now, I think that's certainly because I was one of the ones that helped set up the Edge Hill Athletics team. Yeah,
so what was the situation then before? I mean, this is a bit of an obvious question. There wasn't a club.
Yeah, there wasn't a formalised club. It was sort of individuals entering themselves as and when. So we do have records dating back to sort of 2010, but it was very much individuals kind of just entered themselves as and when they felt like doing it. We've not had a formalised team up until 2018, and then when we started, we had 4 members. And then this year we've won most improved team across all of the sports teams at Edge Hill, because we've had a 600% increase in members, which is certainly fills me with a lot of pride.
Yeah, and so you've been getting some recognition then as a result of what you achieve, within the university itself. Because sometimes when you aren't established as a club, that can be a battle to try and win that recognition.
Yeah, and we are now actually the biggest club at Edge Hill. We're the biggest sports team. Right. And also we got praised for our sort of social media as well. We got an award for that as well this year, which am I allowed to plug the social media for it?
Yeah.
Well, just because we're 4 followers away from hitting 1,000 followers on our Instagram, which is at EHU Athletics. So please go and give us a follow. That was my target when I took over the social media this year, was to get us to 1,000 followers, because that is a big milestone for a small team like us to come from next to nothing to starting to get some recognition from the lovely commentators like yourself.
And Manchester not too far away in terms of coming down here, so it's kind of ideal, really, rather than going somewhere like Chelmsford for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, so my first BUCS Championships was actually Bedford, which I went down by myself, and it was a very sort of lonely experience. It was my first real experience of a major national championships as well.
Oh, right.
And then, then we had COVID, and less said about that, the better. And then we were at Chelmsford, which was the first time that we had a big team going to BUCS Outdoors, and that was when everything sort of really changed for us, because we started to get attention within the university, but also within the local area, of people going, you know what, that's actually a really good team, it looks fun and I want to be part of it.
Yeah, which is fantastic. Apparently you've just reached 1,000 followers.
Thank you very much to everybody.
Might be a coincidence. But no, I feel like we should have some confetti or something like that, but well done. So we're going to look at some 800 women's semi-finals. Up to you whether you want to stay for this, or you've got important team arrangements. Okay.
I'd certainly like to give Lucy another little shout out, because she's coming up in these semi-finals, and she's another one.
We've got one of your athletes coming up.
Yeah, she's only just started doing athletics in the last sort of year to 2 years.
Wow. Okay. So what's her story then?
So as far as I'm aware with Lucy, she did some athletics sort of in high school, did some club level athletics, and then took a couple of years out, and then has come back with university. And Lucy is one of the most hard-working training athletes that I've ever come across. She trains regularly with our 800-metre boys and is constantly on their heels, pushing them. She's not one to back down from a fight, so she's going to be pushing it time-wise in this, I think. But I don't think you can count her out, because she's got one hell of a kick.
It's interesting because 800 metres often tends to be the event where we see mixed races and not in others. And I don't know whether there's some sort of equaliser or benefit to training as a female athlete with males. So obviously Lindsay Sharp ran one of her fastest times in a mixed race. Phoebe Gill, who's still a young teenager, ran a ridiculous something like a 2:02 or a 4:05 1500 metres in a mixed race. So there's something about middle distance and maybe training cross-gender that seems to be of more benefit than other distances, because you wouldn't do it in 100 metres necessarily.
Yeah, I think you see a lot more of it, sort of, especially within the Northwest. There's a lot of mixed-gendered groups when it comes to events. But one thing that I would really like to see, especially with the World Relays being on this weekend, we were talking about it in our team, we'd love to see a mixed 4x1. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think that a mixed 4x1 or a mixed 4x4, I think at BUCS, I know the timetable's already pretty posh, but I think it should really show the depth across the teams.
And mixed sport is just the way things are going. My only issue with the 4x4, mixed 4x4, I mean, there's a lot of 4x4s, and if you're a 400-metre athlete, it's almost like you've got your opportunity to qualify is almost so far above a hammer thrower who might perform really well that it's almost a little bit unfair, and your opportunity for funding might also be raised further above a thrower. That's my only issue with it. But then you wouldn't want to get rid of either gender's individual 4x4, would you?
No, absolutely. So maybe the mixed 4x1's a good way to go. We've also got Izzy Morgan from the high jump, just currently done her little practice jump there, looking in really good form, was going in today feeling really confident as well, so we're hoping for a PB for Izzy as well.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out on everything. This is the first semi-final, the women's 800 metres. So this will be fairly straightforward, you'd expect for Abigail Ives, given that she is some 6 or so seconds faster than anyone in the field. So Sophie McElroy of Nottingham on the inside, Imogen Evans of Exeter, Charlotte Dewar of Birmingham, Isabel Burke of Leeds Beckett, Ty Brockley Langford of Loughborough, another who's ended up in the colours of Loughborough, Eliska Freiberg-Over of Oxford, Abby Ives of Birmingham, and Ella Webb of St Mary's. So Brockley Langford seems to like to front run, and Abby Ives will happily slot into position in behind. Another who might well do the 4x4 relay tomorrow. We'll see. I'm pretty sure she's won gold together with Isabel Boffey in the past. Have you ever been pulled into a relay?
I have, yeah. So
I'm sure you have.
Many years ago, I was doing 4 hurdles for a little bit. So I was a fairly regular appearance in the 4x4. I actually still hold the club 4x4 record from 2022. So I'm pretty confident our ladies today are going to beat that, though.
No, I'm sorry about that. But actually, some people believe their records are meant to be broken, and other people are absolutely shaking. I won't tell you who, but I was commentating with someone who saw her record was about to be broken, and she was horrified.
I mean, I'd certainly always rather have a medal over a record, because nobody can take a medal away from you.
That's a good point, I guess. So, as we thought, Brockley Langford enjoying the opportunity to front run against a quality athlete like Abby Ives, who shouldn't have to work too hard here. I think it was something like 2:16 in the heat, you know, best part of 20 seconds off what Ives can run. But this is one of the reasons why the championship record has stood for more than 20 years to Marilyn Okoro, is because we don't really get a fast race. To some extent, we don't need a fast race as long as it's exciting.
Completely agree with you. I'm sure that a lot of the crowds here would much prefer for there to be a battle rather than a championship record. Though I'm sure that the athletes running would probably disagree. Yeah,
we had some long-standing records broken, some from like early 2000s when some of these athletes were very, very young. Abby Ives now on the outside. I mean, she isn't breaking sweat here, is she? So comfortable.
Just a little check behind her as the other athletes are coming up, but I don't think they're really going to be a threat to her.
Yeah, well, famous last words, but Brockley Langford from Abby Ives. Really nice performance there, 2:11.54, so a little bit faster than the heat, but still very comfortable. But of course, we know that there's a range of ability here, and therefore for some athletes to break 2:10 for the first time is quite an achievement as well. So, you know, you kind of have to think about, you know, change the goalposts a little bit compared to the excitement of breaking 2 minutes, for example. There are people here with different goals as well.
Absolutely. I know Lucy, who's going to be coming up later on, she ran a PB in her heat and ran sub 2:19 for the first time. And you would have thought that it was her breaking 2 minutes. She was so happy. And that's the benefit of events like this, is it allows athletes of all levels to come and mix with the best and push themselves.
It's nice when you can visibly see someone's emotion from breaking a PB in a heat. I mean, I said there's some visible emotion from a Loughborough athlete showboating for finishing 4th to make a semi-final, which I thought was the other side of the line. But actually, yeah, we've seen some decent PBs, and to see that emotion is fantastic. Because sometimes you when people talk about a big achievement and they say, yeah, I just executed my race, you think, oh, come on, I want a bit more emotion.
Yeah, people want to be able to empathise with people, and certainly I get excited even when there's an athlete that comes across the line, not in a medal position, but when they're really happy with the time and you can see it on their face. I get a little warm feeling from watching that.
100%. So, well, it's going to be fascinating, really, in terms of we know who the top competitors are, but who can actually squeeze into the final and who can build themselves a story going into that race, where we know that they'll always have a chance, isn't it, with the 800 metres. You just have to get to the final, really, and then you have an opportunity to get on the podium, realistically.
Absolutely. My dad always said that person may be the fastest person on paper, but you don't run races on paper, you run them on the track.
Yeah. So, having a look here, Charlotte Buckley of Oxford. So, yeah, Oxford is sort of, I don't know whether it's a similar sort of size team to Edge Hill, possibly, but they got 2 women in the final indoors, which was super impressive, I thought, to have that. And another team who maybe doesn't have always a medal favourite, but actually when it comes to the relays, they really drill their teams well and they make sure that they're just strong as a team unit. I think it's probably similar in that sense, at least, to Edge Hill.
Yeah, Manchester Met and University of Liverpool are also ones that tend to be really strong in the team events.
So Buckley of Oxford, as I mentioned. And one of the top ranked athletes here, one of those who's already improved her personal best this year, 2:08.45. Yeah, she was second at BUCS indoors. Hannah Gaskell of Manchester Met, Poppy Elton of Leeds Beckett, Jess Norcutt of Loughborough. Another one of those kind of a Loughborough name. We haven't seen too much of her at BUCS, but because she runs for Loughborough and has a decent time, I have to say that she's a contender, 2:08.80 personal best. But again, a slower race. It could really be an equaliser for someone who just happens to have a good kick down the home straight. Kat Gallagher was the other Oxford athlete who made the final. And Cameron Kelly Gordon of Birmingham, Maya Thompson of Edinburgh, Annabelle Eater of Durham. So really, I mean, we've got 2 Edge Hill athletes, I think, in this third semi-final. Darcy Bass as well, so... Oh, sorry, no. I thought it was
The curse of the
2.
green vest, it's got you again.
Exactly, yeah. Well, it's a blue and white vest. That doesn't even make green when mixed together. Just makes paler blue. Yes, forget that. But anyway, you'll be looking out for the times here, certainly, because especially if you finish 3rd or 4th, still an opportunity. So Kelly Gordon of Birmingham, then from Gaskell of Manchester Met, 66.65 at the bell, with Norcott just about 2nd or 3rd place, and there's lots of contenders here for the top 4 spots.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that home straight as to who's got the kick to be able to hang on to those places or to get past the people ahead of them.
So on the outside, Gaskell, as you said, yeah, who's got this kick down this home straight? Norcott of Loughborough, just taking a breather at this point, I think. Making sure she saves something down the home straight. Again, it's this kind of running in pairs formation. Noah's Ark, I call it. Norcott and Gaskell, as you were. Poppy Elton's, though, move into 3rd place. Callie Gordon, who was leading at the bell, don't forget, now back in 4th. Gaskell further back as well. So Buckley from Norcott in the end. A bit of a change around in that last 200 metres or so, 2:13.74. So let's just have a look at the confirmed result from the first of these semi-finals. So it looks like 2:12.4 was the target time in terms of finishing 4th place. That would be enough to make it through at this point. And then I'll see if the second semi-final result has come up yet. Not quite, but certainly 2:12.40. So let's say a little bit quicker than that. Maybe 2:11 might be good enough to make it through. Just see some attention being given to Jess Norcott, I think it is. Maybe just ankle strain or something like that. Difficult to see, but
Looked like a bit
okay.
of cramp from me.
Maybe. What kind of support then does your team have this weekend as a smaller contingent? So you're one of the coaches, you said, as well.
Yeah,
so you are the support.
I coach and compete and do lots of things for the team. Lots of people on our team have multiple roles. We're all very good at sort of pitching in and helping each other out. We've got lots of people's families have turned up to come and watch. Lots of people's parents, especially for the athletes who aren't necessarily local to here. It's really nice that their parents are making the effort to come up and watch them, and especially when there's a couple of that have come up as a surprise. So they've finished their race, and then the mum and dad has been there, which has been a really nice thing to do. And it really helps when the athletes feel supported, not only by the team but by the team at home as well.
Do you think you might go into coaching? Kind of, is that a strand for you? You're nodding enthusiastically.
Yeah, so I'm do quite a bit of coaching at the moment. I obviously coach a little bit at Edge Hill, and then I coach at Preston Harriers, which is my home club as well. But yeah, my background is sports coaching. That was my original undergraduate degree, and I'm currently going through my teaching qualification to be a senior lecturer in sports coaching. So it's definitely an area that I'm very interested in.
Oh, brilliant, yeah. And obviously you've got plenty of expertise to learn from, plenty of experience. Is that your team sitting in the stands?
Yes, I can see that they're all having a good debrief and getting the girls ready for the 200s and for the 4x1s later on. Some strategy going, maybe.
Yeah, so the 4x1's coming up at 5 o'clock for the women, 4:25 for the men. Schedule includes, I think, all 3 days now we've got time where there's just field action, which I think is quite important.
Absolutely.
Really, isn't it? Yeah.
Certainly as a field athlete, I know that we always feel a little bit hard done by, that we're not always shown on the tally, and we're not always talked about quite as much because, you know, the races are exciting, but you get involved in a field event and you get involved in the competition. Certainly, I know Steph would say there was a lot of jeopardy going on with her long jump indoors, and it's just as exciting, I think. So it's going to be good to be able to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, no, we were talking about this yesterday with Lauren Davey, the heptathlete, and yeah, there's a roaming field camera, and then also ability to use a split screen technology. Certainly we will do tomorrow. And then part of it is athletics does have a lot of simultaneous action. And I know a lot of distance athletes will say, hang on a minute, I don't just want to see the first lap and the last lap. So yeah, so there's real balance in factors in athletics. And when you think about it, it's almost like there's several different sports within one.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, so third semi-final here of 3. Again, same qualifying conditions, 2 + 2. Simple maths. Emily Davis of LSE. Edge Hill's Lucy Baker. Correct pronunciation, yeah?
Absolutely.
It's double C, sort of caught me off guard, I wasn't sure. Jersey athlete as well.
Yes, she is. So I know that she's competed in the Island Games a couple of times. And I think Lucy's going to have to pull out something spectacular to make it through here. But if anybody on our team is capable of it, it's definitely her.
Yeah, once again, if they go out with pace like this, it could also be an equaliser. But just look, you've got like 4 athletes alongside one another. It makes me nervous watching it. Ruby Simpson of Birmingham, Ella Colborne of Cambridge, someone who ran an incredible time as I think 15, 16-year-old a couple of years ago, remains her personal best, 2:05. Leah Kiesler of Edinburgh, Maddie Casey of Bath, Eleanor Inch of Loughborough, and Darcy Bass of St Mary's then. This really is a bit of a Sunday stroll.
Which is going to play into Lucy's strengths because she's definitely got the sprint finish. She just needs to stay in touch with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, certainly is in touch at this point. 64.70 in the bell, which actually I don't think is the slowest that we've seen so far. And now they're pushing up this pace. Still the Edinburgh student Kiesler, the Scottish athlete, out front, but narrowly. Colborne in second place for Cambridge, one of their big medal chances this weekend. Second ranked on paper, the European Under-20 semi-finalist from 3 years ago. This is her BUCS track debut. She was part of the cross-country team. Leah Kiesler is actually third ranked overall. The Scottish Uni's indoor champion over 400 metres last year. So it's these two ahead of Eleanor Inch, who's fighting for every centimetre. So just the top 2 going through then. Inch is still there, still within her grasp. Maddie Casey in 4th place for Bath. 2:12 was the target time after the first semi-final. These two are going to be very comfortable in the end. So 2:11.44. It's a quick second lap there.
And I think that might have been a PB for Lucy there. It's certainly going to be very, very close to her best. So I'm really proud of her for that.
So having a look at the second lot of semi-finals that have come through, and actually no one outside the top 2 would qualify based on those times. 2:14.61 for third place, which might well be similar to the third place in this heat. So actually maybe the third and fourth from the first semi-final have held on perhaps.
That's one thing that I always really like to see, is the athletes always shaking each other's hands and giving each other a hug after the race. It's really nice to see, because we're all competitors on the track, but we all also appreciate the time and effort that we're putting in. So it's nice to see that respect at the end of a race.
Yeah, especially when it's the kind of the leading athlete who's won, and they're standing there waiting to shake the hand of the athlete who's kind of a lap down. We've seen that a couple of times, which is fantastic. So we've learned quite a lot about you with Sophie Ward. We learned that you obviously have fantastic heritage from your parents in athletics. You know, you've got so many strings to your bow. Someone who founded the club and has seen it grow very successfully. So kind of what do you want to get out of this weekend to make sure you kind of savour the experience?
I think for me, it's making sure that our third years are leaving with memories that they're going to be proud of and that they're going to carry for the rest of their athletics careers. I'm very big on making sure that everybody else gets the experience that they need out of this weekend. But for me personally, I've already done my event. I'm very happy with how I did. It may not be up to the standards that I probably would have held myself to pre-COVID, but I'm enjoying myself, and I think that we focus a lot on results, and I'm really happy to just be focusing on enjoying my sport.
Yeah, I always think that it would be nice to see a kind of chart for most improved athlete. You know, if we talk about people who set big PBs, I've never seen like a leaderboard for that, for example. And some people do. I know Rob Shipley, who's a former BUCS athlete, he set up his own website that compares different statistics in athletics. So some people, you could have the strongest athlete in the UK of combined 400, 800 meters, and he's made like a little chart. So like 400 is along one side and 800 is along the other, and you've got someone who's highest on that graph, and they're the best athlete 400, 800 combined. And so that's another way of celebrating someone. And if we have different ways of celebrating people, it might incentivize them to stay in the sport for longer.
Absolutely. I know that when Power 10 was first introduced, there was a lot of controversy as to whether or not it was going to be something beneficial for athletes. And we certainly have a mix within our team of people that really like to find out who's in their heat, get straight on Power 10, find out what times they're running. And then people like me who go, well, they're either going to beat me or they're not, or I'm going to beat them or not. So I would rather not know. But that sounds like I've not come across that site before.
Yeah, I think he's called it Oval Office.
I'm going to have to check that out.
Yeah.
That sounds very good.
Fantastic. Well, the first thing you'll do is to check that you've got 1,000 followers, and we're not lying to you.
Absolutely, I'm going to be straight on that.
Yeah. Well, it's been great to chat to you. Thanks very much for joining.
Thank you very much for having me.
So look at this battle to get underway. They're all pushing onto the backs of one another. Fantastic though to see. Well, really enjoyed those 400 and 800 meter semi-finals, and no offence to the 200 meter heats, but look, those tactical battles, just the different styles of running races, those close finishes and brilliant overtakes, those realizations that you've got to get back on that gas pedal after you pretty much pulled up your handbrake, have been fantastic. I think that's going to set the tone for these championships here on in. Look at that. Tap on the elbow, looking round. I mean, you know how often athletes say they're just focusing on their own races, they're not going to get distracted, they're just thinking about themselves. But in situations like this, you kind of think that so many people around you are doing everything almost not by intention, but a lot of reasons to be put off. Maybe that's why I'm not out there. So, 2 semi-finals then of the men's 1500 metres. We've got Jacob Reynolds of Cardiff. He's wearing 675 in the red and black in the middle of this very chunky pack. You've got Peter Bradshaw of Edinburgh, James Rashbrook of Durham, Ben McMillan of Stirling, so he's on the other side, just next to Reynolds. A Welshman and a Scot neck and neck. Simon Coppard of Loughborough. Haven't seen him at BUCS for a couple of years, but always a contender there or thereabouts. Isaac Rothwell of Birmingham, so he's also halfway down the pack. Henry Fisher of Birmingham City, so he's in second place. Former BUCS indoor champion. Josh Blevins of Leeds Beckett. He's just in front of those two red vests on the inside. And we've also got Adam Hudson of Warwick, Rowan Mill Ingram of Loughborough, Charlie Wakefield of East Anglia, Harry Hewitt of Leeds, and Sam Charig of St Mary's. And it's the St Mary's man who is leading at this point, just looking around as if to say that he doesn't want to lead this race all throughout and doesn't want to be responsible for pushing on this pace quite yet, but we are going to hit the bell now, and I'll be sure that quite a few people will take the chance to move through. 2:51 at the bell then. Charig of St Mary's, Fisher of Birmingham City, Macmillan of Stirling, surely going to try and overtake before too long. Just keeping poker faced for now, but they're all starting to close up. Rothwell is still there. Reminder, by the way, don't think I've mentioned it, it's the top 6 going through. And you might have noticed that if you are on Roster Athletics website or app already. Look at this, deja vu. Still Charig and still Fisher with Coppard and Macmillan, and suddenly it's a watershed moment. The gates have opened. Don't know where Coppard's going to go. There's absolutely no space. So these 6 all qualifying. They were somewhat lucky that there was no one closing behind. Looked like Coppard there had another few gears to climb into, but no space to put them. I think some of them might have been a tiny bit nervous, given that they were so packed together and no one could really properly push through. Certainly not on the inside, but at the end, everything is fine. 3:48.05, the finishing time. So this is live coverage of the 2024 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, and it's around 3:45, just gone a few minutes ago, and just having another look along the timetable as to where that leaves us. We've got one semi-final of the men's 1500, and then women's 1500 semis, then relay heats. So drawing quite close towards the end of the day, with still quite a bit of action to come. And of course, women's hammer final that we're looking at here, men's pole vault as well, and then also women's high jump qualification due to get underway at 4 o'clock. Try and wrap up a few results and time qualifying positions as well. Again, you can find them on the roster app if you look. So women's hammer A final features Jasmine Trapnell of Loughborough, Christiana Camdon Kemegna of Durham, Laura Moffat of Essex, Abby Stewart of Loughborough, Rachel McLennan of Robert Gordon, Ava Lee of Loughborough, who we've just seen throwing a moment ago. And Freya Brennan of Winchester. Zoe Price of Loughborough, the top-ranked athlete here. Simbiat Sikiru of Essex and Charlotte Bowers of Sheffield Hallam.
Going to the start line. The athletes for semi-final 2.
So results not quite coming through just yet on roster. I'm sure they will soon. We are into the second round now. Red flag though, unfortunately, with this latest attempt there for Sikiru of Essex. So underway in men's 1500 metres semi-final number 2 then. We have Jack Patton of Strathclyde, Will Hoare of Leeds Beckett, Andrew McGill of Glasgow, Joseph Perry of Liverpool, Adam Eade of Cardiff Met, Tyler Billiard of Birmingham, Andrew Thompson of Edinburgh, Ross O'Brien of University of Western Scotland, Hugo Hewitt of Exeter, Robert Smick of Loughborough, Luke Richardson, Birmingham, and Stephen Denby of Bristol, all in this together. Literally and metaphorically. So we've seen Ben McMillan and Sam Charig in their respective semi-finals looking strong. They're the top 2 ranked athletes on paper, but as we were quite rightly reminded by Sophie Warden, their races aren't run on paper. If they were, the spikes would literally shred it apart, wouldn't it? Jack Patton in this, highly ranked. He won the bronze medal indoors. If you were with us in Sheffield in February, if you weren't, you can obviously re-watch that stream back any time on YouTube. 3:43.34, his personal best. Having a look who else might challenge from this. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see, but Andrew Thompson, another of those who's run sub 3 minutes 50. He was 8th indoors, previous Scottish schools bronze medalist, indoors and out in the 2022 season. Tyler Billiard just shading this. 1:49 with 2 laps to go. Billiard, last year's BUCS indoor and out champion, 3:42.88, his personal best. Two minutes 4.2 for 800 metres. Don't forget it was 2:51 at the bell last time around. Obviously, it doesn't really matter for time qualifiers, the relative clockings of the heats. In any case, we've got Billiard wearing 5:47 at the front. And we've got Jack Patton of Strathclyde in second place. Andrew Thompson of Edinburgh in 3rd. Adam Eade of Cardiff Met in 4th. (2:51.47) at the bell. So I thought we might end up being quicker, but it's neck and neck, really. Spot on where we were previous. Well, we can see 7 athletes on the screen now, and I think 8 or 9 are in contention for the top 6 still here. Obviously, the congestion further up the field might also play a part in not getting a clean run to use up some of the pace. But at the moment, it's a Billiard from Patton and Thompson and O'Brien. Denby just hanging on to this group now. He's the one who has to try and push, who's in that 7th place at the moment. Athletes coming around the outside here, including Andrew McGill of Glasgow, who's going to finish in 2nd place here. And Denby, I think, the unfortunate one to miss out. 3:50.39 on the clock in the end, so a slightly slower final lap. All it will really mean, though, is that Sam Charig will have the title of fastest qualifier going into the final. But both packs very congested towards the end, and it looks to me like, as a result, the top eight from that first race were all faster than the winner of that second race. And I know, as we were saying a moment ago, this might mean that athletes will say, oh, do you know what, I was in the faster race, I might have qualified if there were time qualifiers, but the athletes will have known, well, you'd hope so anyway, the qualifying conditions before the race, and they can only do what they can do. Once they know that's the situation.
Next up on track, the women's 1500 metres in the final. Okay, there are two state classifications for men. The first six from each of these two semi-finals progress to the final.
You can see here McGill, he's almost shouting to egg himself on there, but it was a really lovely time finish in that black vest of Glasgow. Perhaps the most impressive of all of the finishes. Ultimately, he looked reasonably comfortable in any case in that top six. Women's 1500 metres on your way in just a moment.
Both in the B final and the A final.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Let's take a look at this men's pole vault final then, with Hoole at 4:28, personal best 4:70.
Currently, we have no entry from the University, the West of England, or Glasgow University. If you are intending to enter a team, please get it in now, or as they say, PDQ.
Hull won the pole vault B final indoors.
4x1.
Certainly would have helped to get into the A final, but also he had a personal best of 4:70 at an event in Glasgow called the Big Splash, which would have been quite appropriate had it been the usual Manchester rain, but it's not the case right now.
7 more universities on the Nordic scale. In terms of the women's 4x400, the following university, if you do not get your entries in PDQ, you will not be running. Bath, East Anglia, Exeter, Liverpool, Manchester, Oxford, University of West of England. If you're intending to run in the 4x400 metre relay, please get your team in. Kind of obvious. So the first group, the first semi-final, should be 12 athletes out there. You may have a DNS. So in this first semi-final, Hannah Clark and Mary joins up on the inside. Then Loughborough's Kira Brady Jones. From Swansea, Susie LaCoutre, representing Birmingham.
Third attempt there for Angus Bowling in this pole vault final. So we've seen Adam Hull at that previous height of 4.28.
Representing Leeds, Sarah Coots. From Exeter University, Emma Powell. And representing Cardiff, Erin Burt.
Thing is here, we've got, as sometimes happens in a pole vault competition, one of the benefits of having a split B and A finals that Owen Hurd of Loughborough won't have entered yet, the British senior champion. So 4.38 though, nice clearance there for Hall at the first time of asking. As we move on to the women's 1500 metre semi-finals. There is that beautiful sound of the gun. You know what it means? We're underway in this first of the women's 1500 metre semi-finals. And what usually follows is that we go through the lineup. So we'll do that. Hannah Clark of St Mary's, Kira Brady Jones of Loughborough, really talented youth athlete now at BUCS competition, 4.22 at best. Susie LaCoutre of Swansea. Kate Willis is one of 2 Birmingham athletes in this semi-final. Emily McNichol of Glasgow. Megan Harris, second of the 2 Loughborough athletes. Lucy Armitage of Leeds Beckett, who always seem to have 1 or 2 competitors in these races, even though they don't maybe win too many medals. I remember Leah Barrow won 800 metre bronze a few years ago for Leeds Beckett. Obviously, in the 200 metres, they won that gold indoors, which is great to see. Hannah Anderson of Edinburgh, silver medalist indoors, of course. Freya Bennett of Birmingham. And then Sarah Coots of Leeds, Emma Powell of Exeter, Erin Burt of Cardiff.
The BUCS indoor silver medalist, and at 400, 69 seconds.
So 69 seconds for 400 metres for these athletes in the early stages. Really packed together now, as you can see. Of course, we have 6 athletes going through from this race. Just to have another look along the field and see who's in it. Jess Spilsbury is the top-ranked athlete. Obviously, she's still to come in a few moments' time when we see that second race, along with the likes of Beth Barlow and Elsa Palmer. Kate Willis in this was 5th outdoors last year. Hannah Anderson, Scottish silver medalist, with personal best of 4:20.95, just 2/10 off Willis, who is just tucked up in 3rd place at the moment. So they came through there with 2 laps to go. Hannah Anderson just in front of Willis now. The two athletes with those 4:20 personal bests. Third and fourth ranked overall in terms of both semi-finals. Sarah Coots then the next best ranked athlete, 4:22 she's improved to this year. Personal best at the UK Indoor Championships in the semi-finals. She went on to be 10th in that final. And Freya Bennett 4:25 at best. Kira Brady-Jones 4:26. So no surprise that there's not much between them, but obviously, yeah, people don't want to get caught out late in the race. Keeping it quite even to this point. Kira Brady-Jones has been happy to run on that outside. Make sure she's not too tucked in. 3:17 at the bell then, and visibly now pushing on with Anderson still at the front from Kate Willis. And it's Sarah Coots of Leeds in third place then. Kira Brady-Jones just being overtaken by Megan Harris, her Loughborough teammate. Top six you can see on your screen.
6 athletes clear now as they enter the final 200.
Into this final 200 metres now. So Willis dropping back into fourth place. Should still have enough. Top six very clear now. Even though they may not realise it, they can afford to just ease back here. Hannah Anderson has run a very honest race now. I think she'll be in a good place mentally going into that final.
So we've got Hannah Anderson,
4:27.36 for Anderson.
from Kate Willis.
So Coots, Willis, Armitage, Harris, Brady-Jones all following her through.
Harris was up there, we think Kira Brady-Jones.
Final call for East Anglia team manager, the team submit their winner call. East Anglia team manager, please submit your winner call.
The women out for the second semi-final, lining up on the inside. Holly Wall, Liz Beckett, from Newcastle University, Katie Francis. From Exeter, it's Padfield, Beth Barlow, Sheffield University. Loughborough's Kira Stern. From Birmingham, Zoe Hunter. Leeds, Samantha Mason. The second for the Birmingham student, Elsa Palmer. From Stirling University, Alice Jones. The second of the Loughborough students, the defending champion, Jess Pillsbury. from St Mary's, Millie Jordan Lee, and completing the lineup on the wide outside from Bristol's Emily Field. Semi-final 2, women's 1500 metres.
Moving on to this second semi-final we go, and it features the defending champion, Jess Spilsbury of Loughborough, of course. Really strong win it was last year, but tough competition this to try and successfully defend a title. Beth Barlow involved as well, so Barlow with a personal best of 4:20.46 compared Spilsbury's 4:18. Also got Holly Waugh of Leeds Beckett, Katie Francis of Newcastle, Inca Padfield of Exeter, Kira Stern of Loughborough, Birmingham's Zoe Hunter. So Hunter, who won the bronze medal indoors, 4:22, her personal best set in that race. Samantha Mason of Leeds, Northern Indoor 3000 bronze medalist this year. And Elsa Palmer of Birmingham, winning the 3000 indoor title last year. Alice Jones of Stirling, Millie Jordan Lee of St Mary's, and Emily Field of Bristol. 75 seconds at the 400 metre mark, so 6 seconds off what we did a moment ago.
In the leading group, alongside Elsa Palmer, the Royal University short course team gold medalist. Zoe Hunter, Jess Spilsbury. Elsa Palmer. Moving through to take closer order is Beth Barlow, Sheffield, coming round the outside.
So just under 2 laps to go. You've got Inca Padfield of Exeter on the outside, on the inside, sorry. So we come up to this 800 metre mark, 2:25. So Spilsbury still on the outside there. Beth Barlow in the black vest behind her. Padfield also there in this lead group. Elsa Palmer just at the back of it. And then Holly Waugh leading the second group of athletes. But 6 have broken away now in a crucial stage of the race, because we're about to come in with 1 lap to go now. Zoe Hunter of Birmingham with Spilsbury at the front. So Birmingham, Loughborough, Sheffield, another Birmingham, Exeter and Leeds all in this group. So Samantha Mason is the other athlete in the top 6. 3:19.55 at the bell. So they were 6 seconds slower after 400 metres, and then after 1100 they are recovering that deficit, now 2 seconds off what we did previously. Barlow moves to the front, the experienced athlete in this. Well, it still should be enough of a gap for this top 6, but there is a gradual amount of catching that's happening from those further behind. Not too much to worry about at this stage. There we are, that's a measure of what the gap is currently. And it looks like Kira Stern of Loughborough is the one trying to close, and she's still trying. But Beth Barlow, Elsa Palmer going through. Zoe Hunter as well. Spilsbury and Mason all making it through to that final, along with Padfield. 4:29.22. So that 2-second deficit remained at the end, but doesn't matter too much.
So certainly Beth Barlow, Elsa Palmer, Zoe Hunter, Jess Spilsbury, pretty certain there through Sam Mason. Behind them, it did look fairly tight for the 6th automatic qualifying spot. Some agreement in the composition that Emily Doyle did get the 6th automatic qualifying spot, but that was entirely unofficial. The team in the 4x100 metre men's, please report to the caller. Men's 4x100 metres to the caller, please.
Let's cross back to the pole vault and Adam Hoole. 4:48 now the bar is at, and that's a great clearance as we get closer and closer to his personal best, all the while knowing that Owen Hurd will come in later in the competition. Hurd has a personal best of 5:51, one of the top 20 ever in the UK, and I think you need 5:61 to get into the UK all-time top 10, and I'm sure it won't be long before Owen Hurd achieves that. Of course, British record was set here previously by Harry Koppel. And still stands at 5:85. It was 4 years ago when, of course, we held the British Championships in September because of the delay due to the COVID pandemic. Even though we're sick and tired of talking about COVID, this kind of ramifications are still being talked about, and it's certain that one of the ramifications from a BUCS point of view is that athletes have elected to do masters and PhDs in order to stay within the university sports system, and that's possibly one of the biggest compliments you could pay towards it. 4:58 we move up to with Hoole. And well, I just wonder whether he's able to suggest to set the agenda even at this point. By the way, relay heats on the track coming up in 6 minutes' time, beginning to get quite exciting. So 4:58 once again for Hull. Bar comes down there as we cross to this hammer final now. So I can tell you that Zoe Price, as expected, leading the way with 58.39 from Ava Lee, 50.76, and Christiana Kemenya of Durham. That's a personal best in third place, 49.20 she has. Looking here at Ava Lee. We are in round number 5. So all 9 athletes in this women's hammer final. A final this is, getting the 6 throws, moving into this final round. Charlotte Bowers of Sheffield Hallam, 36.96. So far, straight into the cage though, unfortunately. Obviously the normal protocol is that the top 8 get those 6 efforts, and we lose those behind, but obviously that'd be incredibly harsh as well to drop one athlete out. Well, the noise level you can hear now is going to be quite different to when the gun goes in this race. We're going to have 4 heats of the men's 4x1 relay. And don't forget, it is the fastest teams across all of the races, just based on time, that will go through to tomorrow's final. So we're going to have Oxford and then University of the West of England, Hallam, Sheffield Hallam that is, Leeds, Nottingham Trent, Glasgow and Brunel. So there we are, decent amount of noise as we get these athletes underway. Good participation as ever. And Brunel really should be the team to beat. I don't know whether they will have rested the likes of Tyler Panton and Jason Kalala. As we have a look at these changeovers, Brunel going quite cleanly at the moment. Also expecting good things from Sheffield Hallam as well. Need to make the final, of course, first of all, but look at this gap that Brunel have, and they have managed to rest athletes as well. Brunel from Sheffield Hallam, from Nottingham Trent and Leeds, Rico Cottle, the hurdler, coming in 4th place. That is fantastic from the Brunel quartet, 40.84. And while we can't hang the gold medal around anyone's necks by any stretch of the imagination, that is a great time. And of course, they want to go one better than indoors, where they got the silver. Back to pole vault we go now. So this is, of course, the A final. Similar to the hammer, we had the B final earlier. So you have a situation where athletes are entering the competition still. So Ethan Kittredge of Brighton at 4:58. Bar comes down there, you can see. Mark Meller, Karen Kappa-Walton and Adam Hall are already clear at this height.
So the teams coming out for the second heat of the men's 4x100, and qualification is very simple. It is the fastest 8 teams. So it's the fastest 8 teams from across the 4 heats. And in this heat, we are using lanes 2 through to 8. So the lineup for the second heat, we have teams from Manchester Metropolitan University, from Bath, from Cardiff Met, Edge Hill, Exeter and Warwick.
Second heat of the men's 4x100 metres relay, with Manchester Met, Bath, Cardiff Met, Edge Hill, Exeter and Warwick. But is there a DNS? There is one lane not being used, but actually there are only teams down to be in lanes 3 and lanes 5 and no one in lane 4, so that's just the way that things have worked out, which is interesting. So real roar to get the teams underway. I know we said that Edge Hill are one of the loudest, and they're just to my left, a level below, certainly getting their team away very nicely here. Leading Cardiff Met with a bit of work to do. It's Warwick going fantastically on the outside here. Let's see whether they can continue that, but now Bath really coming into contention. Bath historically so strong in the men's 4x4 with Cameron Chalmers and Ben Claridge, but really is chopping and changing leg by leg. So Bath from Cardiff Met, as we have a look out for the times here from this first leg. from this last leg even. 41.99, Bath from Cardiff Met. Obviously, when we have 4x1s and 4x4s outdoors, the kind of participation and opportunity for someone to get through to a relay final is a bit more spread out than when you just have one 4x2. And some teams even kind of put all their resources into one of the relays if they think there's more of a stronger chance of doing so. And then sometimes you get people running 2 relays back to back, pretty much. I can tell you that from the first heat, Brunel 40.84 and Sheffield Hallam 42.87 in second place. Leeds 43.54 in third. Bar in the pole vault, meanwhile, up to 4.68. Still waiting to see when Owen Hurd will choose to enter. But looks like we have Mark Mellor, Karen Capper-Walton, Adam Hall and Callum Newby in the competition. Lots of hugs there for the Bath team. That's a nice moment for them because Bath, as we said previously, winning back-to-back gold medals in the 4x4 and yeah, just had hugely high quality athlete in depth really, with Ben Claridge and Cameron Chalmers and Jack Houghton. So a new generation of Bath athletes trying to emulate that success. Over to Adam Hall at 4.68 in the men's pole vault A final. Hammer, which we watched some of, has concluded with Zoe Price taking gold from Ava Lee, her Loughborough teammate, and Christiana Camdon Kamenya getting bronze for Durham. Hall at 4.68 didn't execute that climb. So doesn't look to me like anyone's cleared at this height, but I believe that also this man, Hall, is first to enter. Looks like Owen Hurd might be passing up to 5.08. So it might be similar to what we saw with Holly Bradshaw a couple of years ago. Everyone is out by the time that he has one jump. Let's wait and see exactly what will happen here. Kate Rooney watching on in the Loughborough vest, of course, former GB international athlete. Here coaching. Formerly known as Kate Dennison, you might remember, in her earlier athlete days. Won a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games in 2010. So we've also got women's high jump. This is just qualification, of course, with their final obviously coming up tomorrow. 2 pools of athletes aiming for 172. Looks like we've got 15 athletes in the first pool and 12 in the second, with a maximum of 12 spots available. $1.50 at this point. Here's what the bar's at. So I said we'd keep track of the times. Let's have a look at the second heat and what sort of clockings were achieved. Okay, so Brunel remain the fastest team so far. No surprise there, as we see one of their teammates in this high jump qualification. I think it might be Evelyn Fontaine, just looking to see if there are any other Bath athletes in this. Yes, she's the high jump competitor. I'm going to break away from the result just to talk about this pole vault, because we're getting into an important phase now. 4.68. And the bar stays up there for Mark Mellor. I think he's the first person to clear at this height now, is Mellor. Could be set for a Loughborough 1-2. Yeah, so back to giving you the results of the 4x1. So Bath, second fastest team. Yeah, they're obviously the other heat winner that we've seen. And so it's Brunel and Bath looking in a very strong spot so far. Then third fastest was second in that second heat. Cardiff Met with 42.43. And then Sheffield Hallam, next fastest, having finished second in the first heat. And then fifth fastest so far, Leeds 43.07. As we see Hoole go underneath the bar rather than over. And then Leeds 43.54, sixth fastest to this point. And then from the first heat, we've got Exeter and Edge Hill, who've both run 43.88. So as it stands, those teams all have a chance to make it, assuming no disqualifications, of course, from the heats, of course. But 43.88 becomes the target time for everyone. But of course, as you and I know, that time is going to be changed. It's going to be a moving goalpost. Sheffield's lead runner, I think, wearing sunglasses. Not the first time we've seen that from a Sheffield athlete. Certainly been using the sunglasses emoji on top of their athletes superimposed in their Instagram stories. So maybe I'm just thinking of that, carrying the sunglasses persona and trying to live with that cool, calm mentality. Swansea, Sheffield, East London, Bangor, Nottingham, Loughborough and Manchester in this heat number 3. Raring to go out of those blocks then. Loughborough off to a flying start here, and we've been saying how they've been adding that depth in terms of men's sprints. Previously maybe one of their weaker areas. Now with certainly a great chance in the 200 metres, and we saw Shonan Yogu and Emmanuel Juri-Homer look strong in their 100 metre campaigns. You've also got Evan Blackman as well in the 200. Harry Taylor as well. Sheffield going nicely. Racing with Nottingham and Loughborough in their own zone, but an injury. Can he make it through? Oh goodness, that is a drama that you don't want to see. You hope that time should still be quick enough, and if anything, he did so well to carry it across the line. What a part to play for your team. Sacrificial as well, just kept going for the good of the team, had that big lead, and Loughborough fortunate that when that happened in the race, they already had that advantage. So obviously it was Sheffield further back, Nottingham also. What happened to East London there? They also had a bit of drama in the background, but here in the foreground, Loughborough hobbling across that line in first place though. That is what's crucial ultimately, but it all does go by time. 42.16 we saw on the clock, and if that's confirmed, then it would be third fastest overall to this point. It looks to me like Leeds, Exeter, Edge Hill then looking unlikely to progress at this point. Okay, so 4.68 is where we are still at in this pole vault final. Karen Kappa-Walton, what can he do? No, just gets caught up with that bar, too close for comfort. Comes down and sinks into that bed. And gets up for a stretch now. And that was a third attempt, so crucially, it looks, unless they've just changed that Karen Kappa-Walton appears to be out of the running. We know Mark Meller, though, has gone clear, and we believe that Adam Hoole is also out. Is obviously 2 centimetres below Hoole's PB as we go up to 4.78. And Callum Newby passed at this height, so he ought to be involved. Mark Meller, we think, as well, but we lost Ethan Kitteridge at 4.58, the previous height to the one we've just seen. And Owen Hurd hasn't come in yet. So it means Mellor, Newby and Hurd look like being our medalists. It's just a matter of what order they come in, and what order they end up in. There's also what would be a very unfortunate possibility if Owen Hurd were to come in and no height. Obviously, he has to achieve something. That's the only chance someone else would have of a medal.
Next up on the track is the final heat of the men's 4x100 metre relay. In King's College, we have DNS in 3 from the University of Stirling, in 4, Leeds Beckett, in 5, the University of Birmingham, in 6, Liverpool, in 7, Portsmouth, and completing the line-up in 8 is Durham University. Who will win the 4x100 metre men's final?
So Callum Newby, this must be, bringing the bar down. First attempt for the Manchester student at this height. And Mark Mellor will have a go very shortly.
The final heat of the men's 4x100 metre relay.
So the target time now looks to be 43.36. So we see Mark Mellor go clear at this new height of 4.78. Mellor with a personal best of 4.82. So could about to be attempting a higher height than that. So yes, 43.36, Bangor are on the proverbial bubble. If anyone goes faster than that, which I'm sure they will, they'll be out of the top 8 unless, as I say, there are any disqualifications. Brunel, the fastest team that we've seen so far, the only quartet sub 41 seconds. Then Bath 41.97, Loughborough 42.14, Cardiff Met, Sheffield Hallam, Sheffield Warwick Bangor. This one has King's College. Can see a DNS there, no Stirling. We've got Leeds Beckett, Birmingham, Liverpool, Portsmouth, Durham. Great start from the Birmingham boys, who often tend to be a little bit stronger in the 4x4, but again, that has changed a little bit in the last couple of years. Like the look of that Liverpool quartet in the centre. Watch out for them. Leeds Beckett should have David Chapman involved in this. There is a chance of 200 metre gold tomorrow. Nice close-up shot there on the inside. Leeds Beckett. Oh, did they get that baton in time? Birmingham, as a result, have a bigger lead there from Leeds Beckett, from Liverpool, who I said should be well drilled, and Sophie Warden thought that as well. And Portsmouth in 4th place. Really interesting to see whether Leeds Beckett did actually get that baton in the hand. I think that's David Chapman on their final leg in time.
So we've done this for our attention through the presentation area. The medal ceremony for the women's hammer.
Darian Moore involved in that Birmingham relay team there, helping them come home fastest. And we'll just wait for the full confirmed result on that, of course. So, final stages of the pole vault as well to look out for. bar still at 478.
And the 2024 BUCS Women's Hammer Champion, the gold medalist, also from Accra, Zoe Price. Tremendous.
You can see just at the back of the medal ceremony of that women's hammer, won by Zoe Price, of course, ahead of her teammate from Lapa, Ava Lee, and Christiana Kamenya of Durham in third place. 58.39 for Price, the winning throw.
Second BUCS Championship title. She also took the title in 2022 when we went down south. We went down to Chelmsford and had an excellent time there. Superb stadium staff. So she is the 2022 and 2024 BUCS champion. To the track referee, please. The team managers. Team captains from Nottingham Trent, Portsmouth and Nottingham.
Yeah, he's the last one left, so they keep going up and up and up. So it's 4.98 next, I've just risen it. He's got 3 minutes before his attempt. He might go early, but I'll give you a shout if he wants to go.
So we're heading close to the conclusion of the second day of these championships. James Wordsworth is with me from Leeds Beckett. Leeds Beckett always seem to have an athlete doing pretty well. You've had some strong middle distance performances. I mean, you had a good go in the discus. It seemed like you were just really enjoying that competition, though.
Yeah, it's lovely to get out with the lads. We've been competing all together for quite a few years now. It's just nice to see everyone do well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, not too far away to come from Leeds to Manchester. You've probably got a bit of a healthy rivalry with Leeds University as well. You know, what do you hope to get out of the weekend as a team?
Just for everyone to do well. Season's best PBs, get all of that in the mix. Yeah, just everyone do well.
And how did you find your competition this morning?
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, well, it was very close between everyone, which was really nice to see. There was a couple of PBs, a couple of season's best, so yeah, very good.
Yeah, you placed in here, was it fifth in, was it? Yeah?
Fifth in the end, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was an interesting battle because you had sort of a couple of guys who'd done really well in the shot put prior, and it was Zach Davis who'd won the shot put, who was initially leading. And there's a kind of 50-metre guys, you thought, oh, you know, something's going to happen, something's going to change here. So it's a good competition just to be part of, generally, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, seeing Zach throw well in both events, it's always really nice to see. I've been mates with him for quite a few years now, so to see him really excel and push on is really nice.
That's the thing, because even though you're kind of part of university teams, you know a lot of these athletes, from club level, things like that?
Club competitions, national champs, English schools, all of that. We've been competing together, as I've said, since like 2017, 2018, so got a pretty healthy competitive rivalry.
Obviously, we talk about sometimes in the relays you see athletes drafted in they wouldn't expect. Clearly the fact you're here, you haven't been drafted into the 4x4, have you?
No, sadly not. Sadly not.
Where are you in your university career then? What are you studying?
I've just about finished my business and management degree. I handed my last piece of work in on Thursday.
Oh wow, that's good timing, isn't it? Yeah.
Last bit of work in, straight to BUCS, job's good.
Right, okay, fantastic, yeah. And what are kind of your memories of BUCS then at this point? You've been competing a couple of years.
It's just a really nice team competition. It's like the next step on from English schools. I've had a lot of people say it was recently it just feels like a more grown-up version of that, and the team spirit and the camaraderie, like again from all of your university peers, is really nice.
What do you enjoy most? What do you enjoy watching? You know, in track and field. Obviously, you're more of a thrower yourself. Do you get kind of satisfaction out of watching all athletics events? Or
I love it all because Leeds is such a diverse team. We've got people in like every event. We've had a couple of pole vaulters, long jumpers, triple jumpers. We've got a couple in the high jump now, which is really nice to watch. And then there's me and Tom that are represented in the discus. So it's just nice to see a bit of everything.
So we are looking then at these heats of the women's 4x1. Leeds Beckett go in the late heat, so I'm actually looking at the 4x4, which is unhelpful. Yes, so women's 4x1. This first heat we have Sheffield, Stirling, Loughborough, Manchester, East Anglia, Bath and Edge Hill. Leeds Beckett do also go in the third heat though, so I'm sure you'll be watching them on. Sheffield, as I say, Stirling and then Loughborough, who again should be pretty strong here. The whistle seems to keep blowing. Manchester, East Anglia, Bath and Edge Hill. So again, it all comes down to time. Top 8 teams across all of these heats. Simple as that. Although inevitably relays aren't always just that simple. So underway with Manchester getting a good start. Already up on East Anglia, and Loughborough going nicely as you'd expect. Coming into these first changeovers, looking relatively clean. Loughborough making up some ground. Bath going pretty well on the outside. Don't forget they put in a great time in that men's 4x1 relay. Edge Hill, one of the louder teams as we were talking about how well drilled they tend to be because of the spirit within the club. Loughborough in that final changeover looking quite smooth at this stage. Sheffield and Edge Hill a bit further back. Huge gaps, you'd have to say. But Loughborough very, very strong now. And Sheffield finishing third, then Stirling, then Bath, Manchester and UEA. So James Wordsworth with me, who was in the discus earlier on. We were talking about Leeds Beckett team. What will you do after today then? Will you have some sort of team gathering of any kind like that?
I'd imagine so. A bit of a debrief of the day. Team captains talking about.
What does that normally involve?
Just the two team captains talking about like how well everyone's done, plans for tomorrow and things like that. Getting ready, everyone ready for the finals of like the high jump and then the relays if it means that.
And have you got kind of coaching support staff with you and kind of who makes up the team and what else is involved? You know, who's kind of managing on maybe the ground level, looking at picking the relays? How does that work?
I know Andy Henderson, he's got a big say in
Leeds,
the relay team. But there's a load of different staff. There's people's personal coaches from, say, home that have come up and watched for a day. There's a couple of other coaches around, like Mike Stamen. He's got a quite big group now. But there's like Andy Drake, Andy Henderson, as I said before, all sort of pitching in and making sure everything's running okay. And then there's Ashley and Dave, which are always big team captains, pushing everyone forward.
So what were their full names? David Chapman, is it?
David Chapman, yeah.
So that was a big moment for him to win indoors. Were you there indoors?
I was there indoors, shouting my head off, of course.
Fantastic. That's a huge moment for, you know, there's no disrespect that you don't get too many gold medals, so a big moment to make the most of.
Yeah, it was really nice to see indoors. Hopefully he puts another big shift in outside. He did a really good heat before, which was really nice to see. I think he ran sub 21.
He did it. There were some quick heats, there certainly were, but he didn't run the 100 meters, so I think he was the more fresh athlete as a result, because a number of people were doubling up, of course. Part of the reason for that. So on with this second heat. Athletes aren't quite out yet. We've got the pole vault going on also. So which field events then have you had a go at in your career to date?
Mainly just the throwing ones. I've done a bit of high jump every now and again at training. There's always the high jump bed out, so we always have a little bit of a jumping around, bit of a play around. It's always good fun. But yeah, the throwing ones have really taken my shine.
Of course, one of the things with hammer is there's not always the expertise or the facility to actually train and throw. So that's why we tend to see more common to see big amount of people in the shot put discus.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to get into the shot and the disc and the javelin. It's very heavy on the technique for the hammer.
So yeah, latter stages of this pole vault, still waiting for Owen Hurd to enter this competition, such as the unusual nature. He's waiting pretty much until everyone else is out in order to enter. We're still at 4.98 going through those third attempts. Mark Meller trying to stay in this competition. Looks like he's going to be next to go. He's just doing up his shoelaces at the moment, which is obviously quite important. So is this your last year of BUCS then?
Yeah, sadly, it's a bit of a disappointment. I really enjoy going to these big events, but
you could
be
do
to
Masters?
watch next year. Oh, not for me.
I see. You've done what you need to in academics, I see.
Yeah. But it'll be a big miss. I'll definitely come to watch next year.
I can't keep away. There's a lot of people for whom that's the case. We'll just watch this third attempt, though, for Mark Meller, 4.98. Probably still get a medal. In fact, almost certainly. But out of the competition he goes. We'll go up to 5.08, and Owen Hurd, the British senior champion, will go next. So, bar going up to 5.08 now, as the athletes come out for second heat of the women's 4x1. So Loughborough with the quickest time so far, 46.85, and Edge Hill, really strong performance with 47.53. They look absolutely delighted with that. I wonder whether it's a club record as well, because there was a big moment of celebration for them down by the start finish. Perhaps it was just the first embrace that they'd had after that strong performance there. 47.53. Sheffield 48.84 in third place, and Stirling 49.48. Just the 3 heats as well, so yeah, really strong opportunity to qualify. And this is heat number 2 of 3. So we're going to have a quartet from University of Worcester. That's super impressive. In lane 1, Liverpool in 2, Swansea in 3, led off by the heptathlete who was with us yesterday, Lauren Davey. Exeter, then Oxford, Portsmouth, Birmingham, Cardiff Met. Moment of silence. And now they're underway then. So Oxford with perhaps the best start. Lauren Davey also going well and passing Exeter. They hand over nicely, as do Oxford, but suddenly we start to see Birmingham and Cardiff Met leaping away on the outside here. Swansea still in a strong position though. Don't forget, top 8 by time. Cardiff Met may be losing a bit of time in that changeover. Now, one more time. Birmingham away quickly. Cardiff Met, Oxford, Swansea battling with Liverpool. Birmingham out front then from Cardiff Met and from Oxford. 48.10. So that's the 3rd fastest time that we've seen so far. There aren't really many opportunities in athletics to watch or be part of relays at all. So it's one of the most exciting moments in these championships, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really brilliant to watch. You never really know what's going to happen. Very exhilarating.
Well, I think, do you prefer the 4x1 or the 4x4? Because I think almost in the 4x1 there's too much happening at once. You have to see it like 3 times before you realise everything that happened in the race.
The 4x1's like, I always think it's like the most exhilarating one, but I really like the competitiveness of the 4x4 because people get a second win sort of at the end of the first 200 and they can see what they're really going to do. But they're both really interesting, very fun to watch.
Have you ever been part of any unusual types of competition? For example, I don't know, like a head-to-head in a discus, you know, where there's only like 2 competitors or anything like that. Have you ever been part of anything unusual like that, where there's just an added extra element or something?
Not on purpose. I've done a few competitions where it has just been like me by myself or me and a couple of other competitors, and it's been really close. But I've never been in like one of the DNA meets or anything like that, which is a bit of a shame, but
yeah,
I like to get one of them ticked off.
Yeah, well, those are quite weird. I think there's is it DNA in the shot put, for example, where they kind of do like almost like a penalty shootout. You have a go, I have a go, and whoever wins round by round. Is that how they do it? Yeah.
One of my friends last year, after winning indoors, he managed to do one of the DNA meets in Madrid, and he was in the high jump, and it was high jump versus high jump, country versus country, and it was very, very interesting, very, very exhilarating, and full of anticipation because you never knew what the next person was going to do.
Yeah. And as a result, there was kind of a lot of weight on each different effort, yeah. Which, I mean, not every athlete would want the pressure of that, because you're very used to the format of, you know, wherever it comes across the 6 throws, you just look for, you know, the best effort. But yeah. And of course, I think there was a kind of the second half of the competition today, though. Everyone kind of stepped up, didn't they?
Yeah,
especially you'd seen that 52-metre throw later on.
After seeing Dylan throw that 52, everyone sort of stepped up a little bit. Zach followed with another couple of big throws. Ebby did a couple of really big throws as well. So it's really nice to watch them push on again. Josh Douglas pulled out, I think it was a season's best as well, which was really good to see. I mean, followed by myself at the end. I did a big throw, but landed flat on my face trying to save it.
So, getting ready to shout out this Leeds Beckett team then. Going in this heat number 3. It's interesting because obviously, you know, bringing together this team, you bring together throwers and jumpers and sprinters that might not normally kind of become friends in a way, aren't you?
Yeah, it's there's a lovely group harmony. All the events getting brought together. It's really, really nice to see. Making some friendships which are a little bit unusual, but everyone gets on.
Owen Hurd at 5:08 clears, and that's all he needs to do to win the gold medal. And that's sometimes what happens. It's a bit weird in the pole vault. Yeah, everyone else is out. One jump and he's done. Gold medal.
Yeah, that's the brilliant thing. It happens in the pole vault, it happens in the high jump. You can just come in at whatever height you want, jump it, clear it, job's good, and that's you home.
Could you imagine a linear discus whereby, let's say, you need to clear 30 metres throw, otherwise you're out. 3 attempts at 30 metres. Can you imagine that? That'd be very weird.
We've done training sessions like that, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Me and my coach, we've done sessions of, we've put cones out at 20, 30, 40, 50. And sometimes the 5 metre increments of, you need to throw this, then this, then this, then this. And it adds a little bit of spice, and you've got to learn how to control yourself really well.
Yeah, certainly adds a bit of pressure, certainly. And if you kind of can simulate that within your competition, okay, I need to throw 50 metres here or whatever, that might be quite exciting, yeah. So, Birmingham's confirmed time from that second heat, 48.08. And then Cardiff Met, 48.48. Oxford, 48.80. And they were all faster than Sheffield from the first heat. So it means that Loughborough, Edge Hill, Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Oxford, Sheffield, and then we go down to Swansea and then Stirling, in that order, the best 8 to this point. I make it. So Stirling on the bubble in 8th place after 2 heats is the way it's looking. It means Liverpool and Exeter are going to be just outside. Worcester disqualified from that second heat. Warwick, Leeds, Beckett, Newcastle, University of the West of England, Cardiff, Glasgow, Brunel involved in this. Although, look, some DNSs there, including from Glasgow and Uwe, I think, as well. So it means that Cardiff will have a real gap to the outside. Really just have to focus on their own performance here. And let's see how they do. Nice first changeover. Obviously Brunel, again, might not be challenged throughout, might be completely unsighted all the way around the lap. Brunel and Cardiff, though, separated by the length of your screen now. One final changeover to come. Have to make sure, get it round cleanly, and they just about do so. Chanagle on this final leg. Well ahead of Cardiff and Leeds Beckett. And this is going to be, clock doesn't stop, but it was around 47 seconds. So I think Loughborough end up being the fastest team. Well, the clock stopped at 52.79, which is not representative, definitely. But we'll have to wait and see on Leeds Beckett. That was quite a close one to make it through to the final. Have you got teams in the 4x4s as well?
I believe so, yeah. I think there's one athlete doing both in the gentlemen's, the 4x1 and the 4x4, yeah.
How's that come about? He's good enough that, you know, and he's needed.
Yeah, I think a couple of our athletes have come back from injury, so don't want to hurt them further, you know. Try to make the most of the team that we've got.
Yeah, you didn't want to volunteer.
I did. I volunteered for the 4x1. I did it at the varsity match a couple of weeks ago. So
oh, no way.
Yeah, we were allowed to put in a surprise team. So me, a javelin thrower and 2 high jumpers managed to wangle ourselves
But
in.
I often think what would be like my fantasy 4x1 team, you know, if you could have like Usain Bolt versus someone who's behind the till at your local Waitrose, you know, would they be able to beat a bunch of decent athletes? Do you know what I mean? If you had, just to make it surprising, a little bit like the mixed 4x4 sometimes when we see like opposite genders involved. you know, what was your celebrity 4x4, Team B, and just to produce just a ridiculous result. So there you gave an example, really.
Yeah,
High
I mean,
jumpers.
it was good. We did rather well. You know, we did rather well. I mean, us throwers would do like a maximum of 30 metres at the most.
Yeah,
So I mean, over the first 30 we're fine. It's just the other 70, which is
the power,
which is
the
bit of the
acceleration.
problem. Yeah.
The other 70. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Well, James, it's been great to have you you chat. Obviously, took part in the discus, and now you're just free to enjoy the rest of the event.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what happens tomorrow. I think the gentleman's hammer's on, which will be brilliant to watch.
Very polite, calling the gentleman's hammer.
Well, there's
you
sometimes
make yourself
gentlemen.
sound posh.
There's sometimes gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me.
Brilliant, thank you.
I'm guessing it's time out.
Owen Hurd next, going for 5:23. By the way, the championship record 5:36. And that could eventually be what he goes for.
I couldn't hear anything there either.
Owen Hurd, only one left in the pole vault, second attempt 5:23. We think he was given the red flag on the first attempt, possibly due to the clock counting down and running out of time. Obviously, he would get longer amount of time than if he were the competitor alongside others. He's the sole competitor and should get further allocation, but perhaps took too long. It's the only reason I can really think of that he would have gotten a red flag before he'd taken the attempt there in the first go. One more go at 5:23. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Brunel ran at 46.69 in the third women's 4x1 heat, so actually that is slightly faster than Loughborough. And then Cardiff ran 48.56. Leeds Beckett 50.27, so they unfortunately are out of the top 8 provisionally as things stand in any case. So just looking to tally things up. And it looks to me like that pushes Swansea and Stirling out. And the top 8 teams will be Brunel 46.69, Loughborough 46.85, then Edge Hill make the final, third quickest, fantastic for them. Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Cardiff, Oxford and Sheffield with 48.84. So 4x4 relays to come in a few moments, of course. And then in the men's, just recapping, Brunel, Bath, Loughborough, Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Sheffield, Leeds Beckett and Sheffield Hallam have all made it through. Few disqualifications, but not really affecting too many of the top places. Nottingham and Nottingham Trent were disqualified. Nottingham passing the baton outside the takeover zone, and Nottingham Trent for starting outside the takeover zone. Swansea, East London, Manchester all failing to finish. Worcester was disqualified. Again, a late changeover in the women's race. But otherwise, it looks like everyone that started finished. Owen Hurd, one last attempt at 5:23 coming up. And then we're a few minutes away from the 4x4 heats. So we saw that there was a red flag given to Owen Hurd. Loughborough look like they are contesting it using the video evidence towards the field referee. And Kate Rooney there looking on and talking with the official. So Loughborough field coaches Kate Rooney and Lucas Sevilla looking with the field ref at what happened. We know that Owen Hurd has continued since that red flag and would still have one more attempt at 5:23, so you would anticipate that they're trying to make this now the second attempt by reinstating that first one, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here. So this is Owen Hurd. Initially, he's running back because he obviously didn't execute the attempt, but goes back to start because he knows that the clock is ticking down. And now he's in a rush, you see. Goes to plant. The other thing I can think of is, if it's not the clock, it's whether there was contact with the pole. Loughborough contesting it, but anyway, now he has what has been called the second attempt now. So that first attempt was reinstated.
Taking his third and final attempt at 5 meters 23. We await the official result, and then we will make the medal presentations.
So the red flag was shown because the official judged that he'd run out of time, but he judged that he had started before the clock ran out. Or slightly confusing, but essentially the short of it is that he will have one more go. So Owen Hurd, it's almost like he's hiding behind the gazebo, but he will be quite shortly doing this final attempt. So here comes Hurd, one last go, 5:23, climbs high and makes it over. So arguing the case with the officials worked in his favour. Following that initial red flag. So he will have 5 minutes to prepare for the next belt. I wonder whether he'll go for the championship record. Currently 5:36. Certainly he's gone up, what, 15 centimetres? Not wanting to go up in huge increments, of course, but just kind of ease his way through. I wonder whether 5:36, 5:37 would be a next step for him.
Well, I'll try and work out which teams are on the track because there are some large gaps. In lane are Sheffield. We'll start with Sheffield. Then we have Leeds, Glasgow, and Birmingham.
So this is interesting. We've got 4 teams in this first heat of the men's 4x4. Quite a few not taken to the start, not able to get that team out that they'd initially entered, which to some extent is quite understandable. So leaves us with Sheffield and Leeds, and then a gap to Glasgow and Birmingham. So, as a result, lane 1 and 2 not being used, and Sheffield don't have too harsh an inside line on this first leg, but Birmingham going off fantastically well. Of course, really strong in the men's 4x4 in the past. The likes of Cameron Bailey and Freddie Owsley and Mark Cottam. I think this might actually be Darian Moore who ran the 4x1, doing the 4x4, which is interesting. Cam Bailey, I believe, is injured. I think he's in non-athletics clothes here watching on, having initially been entered. So Birmingham with a good first changeover. As you can see, they're all well back. Sheffield should be quite strong here. Normally better in the 4x4s than the 4x1s because tend to be a good middle distance university. Also got bronze a few years ago in the 4x2 with Ella Barrett. But also Martin Cook, well coaching their relay teams for the last few years as well. So Birmingham and Sheffield, and then Glasgow and Leeds. Birmingham have been closed down just a little bit in the last phase of that second leg. On to the third leg now. All about top 8 in terms of time, don't forget. Sun really glistening down from through the clouds and onto this track. So not too hard to put these athletes into order. They're all a bit spread out now and waiting to take over the baton for one more go round this track. Birmingham, 2:30 on the clock, 2:34. Sheffield 4 seconds behind after 3 legs. Another 4 seconds back are Leeds, and then 2 seconds back are Glasgow. Well, that third place could be important if Glasgow can try and clinch it on this last leg, but surely Birmingham are going to be the fastest from this opening heat. We'll have to wait and see whether the other men's 4x4 heats also have similar amounts of teams that don't start, and that would certainly help the cause of the likes of Sheffield and Leeds in particular. But Birmingham are going to come through in 3:23 roughly. The clock didn't stop initially, and then Sheffield closed down by Leeds towards the end of that race. By the way, we're watching to see Owen Hurd. He'll be going in the pole vault pretty soon. No movement there at this point, but the bar is at 5:37, which would be a championship record.
The CVP in the men's pole vault, as I think I mentioned earlier, stands at 5:36 for the Northumbria University student Charlie Myers, who cleared that height in 2018. The bar is now set at 5 metres 37. Owen Hurd to take his first attempt at that height.
Next up there is 2 of our men's 4x400 metre relay. In 2 it is Portsmouth, in 3 is Nottingham, Bangor in 4, Brunel in 5, Coventry in 6, University of East Anglia in 7. Heat 2 of 4 of our men's 4x4.
Owen Hurd will have 3 attempts at a championship record, championship best performance in the pole vault. He is already the gold medalist. Championship record 5:36, held by Charlie Myers. Of course, former British champion himself. That was set in 2018, 6 years ago. We're going to move on to the second heat of the men's 4x4. Portsmouth appearing in lane 2, lane 1 not being used. Nottingham, Bangor, Brunel, Coventry, East Anglia. Nottingham DQ'd in the 4x1, so this big chance for them to make amends. So the gun goes and these athletes are now underway. As expected, Brunel very strong on this first leg. Of course, we know that they are usually better in the 4x1, but I'm sure they can contend for a medal in this 4x4. I wonder whether anyone would have to double up and run both relays. Has been seen even in the final. So East Anglia going pretty nicely at this point, but obviously they have the outside advantage as the stagger continues until this second leg. Then Brunel. Oh, bit of a slowdown on the changeover, and that was the incoming Nottingham runner who slipped there. Coventry just handing over now. Brunel now coming through on East Anglia. Then Nottingham, then Bangor, then Portsmouth, and then Coventry in that order. Heading on to this final leg quite soon. And there remain big, big gaps now. Brunel, East Anglia, Nottingham, Bangor. Fastest time so far from Birmingham, 3:23.31. And then Sheffield, 3:26.70. As these three are more and more spread out. Be very impressive if East Anglia made it through to the final. Of course, Stefan O'Loughlin has been individually very well performing for them at BUCS generally this year. So look at this, battle on then in behind, Nottingham overtaking East Anglia on this third leg. Brunel holding on to their lead, but even Nottingham are closing on them. I wonder whether East Anglia went top heavy to try and get that advantage. Nottingham, it seems, really making up the ground. Isn't over just yet though for that second place. Look at this, Nottingham being closed down. Bangor back in fourth, then Portsmouth, then Coventry handing over now. So 3 minutes into this race. Watch out for the clock as well. 3:23.3 for Birmingham from that opening heat. East Anglia back in front in second place, but still it isn't over. Could make a difference in terms of making the final. Brunel from which team's going to get there? It's Nottingham. Oh, that is a terrific fight. 3:25.77 for Brunel. Second fastest behind Birmingham. I wonder whether Nottingham got sub 3:30 there. Find out very shortly. Coventry and Portsmouth finishing. So while this is happening, we know that Owen Hurd, our gold medalist, is going for a championship record here. 5:37, improving on it by 1 centimetre from Charlie Myers' best of 6 years ago. Owen Hurd underneath the bar. He obviously is going up in very high increments. Okay, so that is his first attempt. So just a few more pieces of action then on this day 2. Jason Kalala is with me in the commentary box. How many races have you done now? Let me think. 3 in the 100, 1 in the 200, and were you spared as part of that relay heat? The 4x1, or were you part of it?
I was part of coaching the 4x1 team.
You were, okay.
So I was there in spirit.
Okay, so you experienced, maybe you experienced that mental exhaustion, even though you weren't there, out there physically. Oh yeah, closer to.
Yeah, because of me coaching the relays and everything, I was under a lot of stress, especially since the changeovers inside weren't that much great. So coming out here, I was a bit stressed. So the fact that they got the baton round, I'm pleased with it.
Yeah, and obviously giving you a chance then for that final. Where I know you got the silver medal indoors. You wanted the gold. You got great spirit between you. I mean, you all look great in the heats. Were you, Tyler Panton, Giovanni Seeley, all look fantastic earlier.
No, honestly, you know what? Personally, I wanted the boys to break 41, but because they did that, it sets up a higher momentum for us to potentially go for that 4x1 championship record tomorrow.
Obviously we've seen you in the 100 and 200 doubling up, and I know you love the relay. What do you think is your favourite event? I've thought of you maybe 200 metres is just above the rest, but what's your preference, do you think?
For me, I prefer the 200 metres. It kind of gives that break from me having to stress about the first 60 metres of 100 metres, because obviously with the 100, you almost have to kind of be like picture perfect from the start. So if you don't set it up right, then you won't get up to speeds properly. So with me, I'm not really the greatest of starters. So after 60, I kind of get a move on. So like, for example, with yesterday in the semi-finals, I kind of gave myself a bit of a scare from 0 to 60.
I could see the expression on your face afterwards, that race. That was funny. You was just, I think you were shaking your head, or you knew that it wasn't the perfect race. But when you don't have the perfect race, it always gives you a possibility to improve once you make it through.
No, honestly, with the race itself, it was like, okay, cool. I may have not gotten the best of 60s, but because my top end speed was still there and I was still able to get myself in a mix at the very last, like 10 meters of the race, it's like, okay, cool. What would happen if I was able to put it all together?
So we're going to enjoy these 4x4s. We've got 2 more heats for the men. Meanwhile, Owen Hurd will shortly take his third attempt for the championship record in the pole vault. Worcester, Cardiff, Bath, Manchester Met, University of the West of England, and Bristol in this. Again, a couple of DNSs, and let's see how this one goes. Worcester right on the inside, and 4 teams. So I think it's Uwe that don't start here. So now underway, Jason Kalala with me. You enjoy the 4x4s, just watching them as well?
You know what? I said to the Brunel boys, if the schedule allowed it, you may catch me in the 4x4 final tomorrow, as long as the 4x1.
We have seen that before, and we've seen it be quite effective. I think just, partly running off the adrenaline of being in that battle and being a quality athlete just carries you through sometimes.
No, honestly, for me, obviously opening up the season with a 400, not the greatest of performances. I know I got a lot more in the tank, and especially being a 200-meter runner, I always say this to people. If you could do the 2, you could definitely pace yourself on to run a decent 400. It doesn't have to be 46, 45, but you can definitely give yourself some sort of a shift over the longer distance.
So if you were drafted into a 4x4 in any situation, what leg do you think you'd rather be on?
You know what? I'd rather actually be on second or third. I would not want to take that anchor home, ironically enough.
Yeah, you might be facing a big gap by that point. But yeah, we've seen some thrilling 4x4 battles and some big comebacks, particularly as in with Cameron Chalmers, his generation, like pulling it back from 100 metres to go. But as a result, you can get a real mix of athletes in the 4x4, drafted in from different events. So it looks like here that it's Cardiff in the red vest, and then Bath battling further behind. Bristol are also having a great run. Looks like they might actually be up into second place. Just having a look, it's Worcester in fact. Worcester, not often a relay team that you'd see fighting at quite a high end of this race. Cardiff going well though.
Yeah, so it's literally a big battle for second and third right now, and it looks like Bristol are up on their shoulders as well. But right now it's literally looking like a one-man army for Cardiff to get the time and obviously qualify towards the final.
Yeah, fastest time so far, 3:20, 3:31 for Birmingham, and then Brunel, 3:25.27. I mean, that was That was quite a strong performance,
I
wasn't it?
was not expecting that performance. The fact that the boys can pull that off, it's like if we can put all our heavy hitters in the final. So obviously you got Christian Samuel Nash that unfortunately exited out of the 400-meter semi-finals, and then potentially you may have the likes of Joe Houston or Giovanni Seeley in the mix in that 4x400-meter final. So we do have the depth. They may not be 400-meter runners, but like you said earlier, you got people from different events trying out the 400.
So Cardiff from Bath, just getting that baton in hand. And then Worcester, Bristol, and Manchester Met. Some of these runners coming in very, very hot with these changeovers.
At the moment, it looks like, is that Bath at second? It looks like Bath at second place may hawk down Cardiff right now on the back straight. So it may look like an ankle leg battle between both Cardiff and Bath.
Yeah, really good chase then. Target practice in front. Worcester dropping back to third. Good battle they have though with Bristol there. The 5 teams in this and 3 of them line astern. Bath haven't given this up just yet though.
Oh, Bath are coming in at the last 50 metres. Can Cardiff hold on? Getting to the line in 3:20. Ooh, 3:24.90.
Second fastest time that we've seen so far.
It's looking like an exciting battle between Brunel, Cardiff, and
Birmingham.
And obviously you still got Loughborough to go, the championship record holders, the kings of the 4x4.
Yeah, they tend to be a bit stronger on the women's side, I think, the depths that they've had. But yeah, what have you made of these championships generally across the first couple of days? How's it compared to previous experiences for you?
In previous experiences, especially last year at Manchester, where the weather wasn't as ideal, especially on the Sunday with the, was it the Sunday? Oh no, the Saturday with the thunderstorms and having to cancel half the meet later. It's pretty refreshing for Manchester, especially in the place where conditions are hit and miss, for conditions to actually give this time around.
Don't curse it.
Let's just hope that it continues tomorrow. And obviously, my first year being at Chelmsford, I think personally for me, that was a great BUCS experience all around.
Championship record potential here for Owen Hurd. His personal best is 5:51. He's going for 5:37, 1 centimetre higher than that CBP. So here comes the Loughborough man, already the gold medalist, but not a record holder.
So close, but yet so far off.
Yeah, I think that's probably an accurate summary. But obviously he entered the competition once everyone else was already out, so...
It's literally like a Mondo Duplantis of the BUCS Athletics Championships.
A little bit like that, yeah. And well, I mean, it's quite fun though to sort of rub shoulders with. You've got a real range, haven't you? Right at the top end. Some people will end up going to the Olympics, for example. Probably more likely the European Championships.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you've got people for whom this is quite a new experience as well. That's the biggest thing they've done so far.
That's the crazy thing with BUCS. You've got a lot of depth. Like you said, you may have the likes of Holly Bradshaw, Joe Breyer, Jeremiah Azu in previous years at BUCS Athletics Championships. And then for other people, it's like a completely new experience at yet a national championship. Albeit being early in the season, it's still a big experience for a lot of people. And then for others, it may be the biggest thing of their season.
So within the Brunel team, kind of who has the most banter? You know, where's the spirit lie? Who is kind of who is testing out the rest of the competition? What kind of keeps you going? What brings the fire? What spurs each other on?
I think it stemmed from last year with the Brunel boys, us lot winning the 4x200, and then the aims to continue that momentum outdoors. Unfortunately, we did get disqualified, but it still brought a lot of fuel to the fire. And then obviously you had a lot of incoming freshers that also shared the same goal as us. So it allowed us to have that more of that team chemistry between all of us.
Yeah, what's it like bringing in freshers though? I mean, many of them are fairly experienced athletes though. Especially if they come into Brunel, they probably have a decent pedigree in the sprints as well. So it probably isn't too hard to adapt. What's the kind of, what's it like bringing in those new members of the team?
I tried to make them feel as comfortable as they possibly can without trying to give them much of a hard time to do, especially with the BUCS Athletics Championships. With some of these athletes that have been to competitions like English schools as well, it shouldn't be that much different, albeit this is a collegiate championship rather than a secondary school / sixth form competition. So for them, it's like I try to make sure it's pretty much almost like that, but maybe at a more higher intensity, if I can say that.
So at the moment, the target time to make it through to the final looks like 3:31.75. I'm sure that'll be bettered in this last heat. But it looks like being Bath, Birmingham, Sheffield, Leeds, Glasgow, Worcester, Brunel and Cardiff. Birmingham still just about the fastest team so far, 3:23.3. And then Cardiff on 3:24.9. Then Bath on 3:25.6 and Brunel 3:25.7.
Yeah, I kind of like it when it's like the heats are pretty close, because it shows that if the athletes can bring in the heavy hitters, who knows what the time will be and who knows what drama that can cause.
Yeah, and once there's an actual battle on the track and a target in front, and even though Cardiff were well in front, I think it helped Bath run a faster time, the fact that there was that target of the red vest. So from Cardiff we go to Cardiff Met now, with Warwick and then Loughborough, Leeds Beckett and Manchester Oxford DNS on the outside.
So literally this heat would be Loughborough would be the team to beat. So we do expect them all legs round to pretty much just carry it home, get themselves into a good position, and then tomorrow they can bring in their big guys, Alex Huchin, Alex Cooper, Evan Blackman, and because they got a lot of depth, they can literally bring in whoever and still probably get the job done.
Don't be giving them ideas. They'll be bringing Loughborough B team and trying to get on the podium with that. Don't be giving them too many ideas. I think there's a big gap around the sort of 3:26 to 3:29 that no one's slotted into yet. So something like 3:28 would be a really good time, and it could be as much as 4th place.
But this first leg is almost looking fairly even, barring Loughborough leading the way with Louis Palmer.
Loughborough being kept very, very honest though.
But this is what we love about BUCS. It's never a script. You can never predict what could happen. Even the expected favourites may not be able to perform. Albeit it's still early on in the stages, so we may not know what happens next.
So you're involved in coaching the relays as well.
I think British Athletics were giving me the experience needed in order for me to obviously coach the relays and do the relays at some sort of a decent level for myself. So using those transferable skills, I was able to transfer that on to the boys and the girls in coaching them to get decent changeovers so they can get the battle around in good enough time.
Well, really surprised by this lead that Cardiff Met are pulling out over Loughborough. I know they've rested a few athletes. Have they rested too many athletes?
Well, we don't know, but as of right now, Loughborough coming into second, so like I said, BUCS is unpredictable. You can never predict the championships, and albeit it's the third leg as well, we got one more leg to go, and let's see how much ground Loughborough can make.
Yeah, ultimately, that's exactly what they're doing. One more leg to go, and, well, quite spread out, but Cardiff Met now from Loughborough, then from Leeds, Beckett, Manchester in 4th, and Warwick some way back, just coming to the top bend now in 5th.
You can hear a lot of the noise there from the Loughborough and the Cardiff Met athletes.
3 seconds between the top two. Leeds Beckett further 2 seconds back and looking hungry to push on then. Cardiff Met, Loughborough and Leeds Beckett, top 3. Manchester back in 4th place.
Can Loughborough catch them at the last 100, or can Cardiff Met hold the lead? Find out in the next 200 metres.
How important psychologically just to set a good time in the heat, do you think?
I think every team knows what they have to do, not only to win, but to get themselves in a good enough position so that the heavy hitters later on can do their job comfortably.
So Cardiff Met are going to hold on here. I said that a good time would be around 3:25 to 3:28. But this is going to be the fastest time of all. And Loughborough might even be as fast as the sort of Brunels and Birminghams.
Oh no, they definitely qualified. Ignore the time on the clock. They definitely qualified.
Oh yeah, no, Loughborough 100%. Leeds Beckett, we'll have to wait and see. In fact, yes, Leeds Beckett, I'm pretty sure will make it through as well because they needed 3:31 or better.
So I think that concludes the heats of the men's, I'd assume. And now we get on to the women's 4x4 to wrap up the day.
So what's happening down below from a Brunel point of view? Have you got people that are actually spectating as well as those competing? And obviously some people who've had their competition for the day are just able to enjoy these relays.
I think everyone can now sort of relax as all the relays are done, all the changeover mishaps are out of the way really and truly. So now we can all relax, go on a high and just rest up for another day's tomorrow. Individual and the relays, respectively.
And what happens tonight then? Do you have any kind of debrief? Do you have any kind of chill out where you go somewhere like Nando's or something like that?
I mean, to be fair, I don't know about team dinner. It just depends on what everyone else is feeling. And in terms of a team debrief, I don't think there's much to be said. Everyone knows what to do tomorrow, get the job done, get some medals, and just show BUCS that Brunel reigns supreme.
And what kind of credit do you get from the university as well? Because I'm sure that athletics will be one of the top performing teams within Brunel sports generally as well. So it's quite important, I guess, to try and push yourselves to make sure you get that recognition as well. So what's that like? Because Brunel is a big place for sprints. It's one of London's best universities for sport as well.
The best university for sport, I'm just saying. But yeah, so we got our team sports awards coming up. So hopefully Brunel Athletics can actually get the recognition it deserves this year in comparison to other years. How good of a team we are, because we don't get that much opportunities, unlike other sports in Brunel, to actually show what we're made of. Sorry, because we only have 2 competitions, if that makes sense.
That's true. Yeah. Have you done other sports, by the way, in kind of like, I don't know, growing up and stuff?
I mean,
has it always been athletics?
Football here and there, really and truly, but it was never a thing of I'm going to claim like all these other people that, oh, okay, cool, I'm going to make it or whatever. I knew from the very beginning that was never a thing. So for me, it was like, I want to be recognized on the sports team in secondary school. So funny enough, I wasn't one of them fast kids in secondary where a PE teacher saw me at my speed or whatever and then said, oh yeah, you should join an athletics club. I'm the opposite. I begged my PE teacher to be on the school athletics team, and I guess that's worked out really.
Yeah, no, I know exactly how you feel. But when I played football for the school team, they were desperate, literally desperate. So much so that I basically just took orders of the rest of the team without actually playing my own game. But yeah. So we are heading on to these women's 4x4s. You want to stay for the women's 4x4s, or are you joining some kind of party with the Brunel team? Or I know it's busy down there, isn't it?
It's probably busy down there, probably going to have a little team talk, potentially maybe do some extra recovery if necessary so I can get the maximum rest needed for tomorrow, because it's actually a busy day for me as I got the 200 semis and hopefully make it onto the final. Then, as I said earlier, we got the 4x1, and if the schedule allows it, catch me in the 4x4.
Well, that will be interesting. Yeah, just looking at the kind of times for tomorrow, because it's 4x1, 5:25. And then 20 minutes later, around 20 minutes later, that's tight.
Let's just see how nice the BUCS officials are to me in order for me to run and say, yeah, cool, you can run. Or if they don't, that's fine.
Okay. Well, it's been brilliant to chat to you, and hopefully you get the most out this weekend. I know you keep the standards high, so hopefully things go in your favour.
No, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure being a commentator for once. It's a weird experience, but I'll probably get better as I go along.
Brilliant stuff. So that was Jason Kalala with us in the commentary box, and I'll be sure that he'll get a medal tomorrow. What colour and how many? Probably the more likely question. So 3 teams in this: Edge Hill and Birmingham and Manchester Met. We're expecting 6 teams, but now just the 5, 3 heats in total for the women. So very interesting to see how this plays out. Obviously, Edge Hill were delighted to make the women's 4x1 final. And Sophie Warden was really talking up their chances. Lucy Baker, who was a semi-finalist in the 800, I think it was, will go on their second leg. Birmingham usually pretty strong in this, but I think they're saving Orla Brennan for the final if they can make it. Obviously winning with Isabel Boffey in previous years. Let's have a look at this. Changeover, Birmingham, round 58 seconds on the clock. 7-second advantage here. And then Edge Hill just behind Manchester Met. These are the only 3 teams in this race. So suddenly Edge Hill have an opportunity, you have to say, to make both of the women's relay finals. And it was terrific to hear from Sophie Warden just how they've grown the club from 4 athletes and from just being individuals entering by themselves, really, and driving down on her own, to now having 48 athletes and breaking 7 club records, at least the time we spoke to her, in a day and a half. Birmingham, another team, as we say, that should bring in some big hitters. Abby Ives and Orla Brennan, maybe most likely. And Izzy Skelton as well, maybe. So Birmingham looking strong. Edge Hill and Manchester Met neck and neck now. Good speed endurance by the 800 runner Baker. Best part of 10 seconds now behind Birmingham. This, of course, the first heat. So just remember that it's the top 8 based on time across all heats. That is the only thing that really matters. Birmingham retaining this big lead now. All that matters for them is making the final. There is the matter of a lane draw as well. On to the final leg for Birmingham. This is a really great test of nerve between Edge Hill and Manchester Met, one of the local teams, against a side that is really high on confidence. Edge Hill pulling out a nice little gap here. In the meantime, I can tell you who's made it through to the men's 4x4. Cardiff Met, 3:21.92 from Birmingham, Loughborough, Cardiff, Bath, Brunel, Sheffield, Nottingham, Leeds Beckett, the ones just missing out, along with Leeds, Worcester, Glasgow, Bristol, Manchester Met, Manchester, Bangor, Portsmouth, Warwick and Coventry all finishing. Birmingham, big lead here. Look at that. Whole of the home straight. .3:58.41 goes up on the board. Fantastic final leg from Edge Hill. Manchester Met in 3rd place. So we think Edge Hill about 10 seconds behind. And in truth, we really have to wait and see how many teams actually start the 2nd and 3rd heats before deciding how likely it is that Manchester Met will be able to make it through.
We can now go to the medal ceremony for the men's pole vault. The bronze medalist for Manchester Met with the best height of 4:58, Karen Kapoor Walton. The silver medalist from Loughborough, best time for 4:88, Mark Miller. And the gold medalist at a height of 5:23 from Loughborough, your BUCS champion, Owen Hurd. Your medalist, Lance.
So the lineup for the second heat in the women's 4x4, the penultimate heat. Sterling will line up.
So 2 more heats to finish the day of the women's 4x400 metres. Edge Hill's time confirmed as 4:09.18. And then Manchester met 4:15.31. There will be 4 teams contesting this heat number 2. Stirling, Swansea, Newcastle, 5 teams in fact. Loughborough and I believe that's Durham on the outside. So preparing to get this next heat underway. It's actually 20 degrees weather in Manchester and quite high humidity as well now. As the sun slowly starts to drop. And then the beat drops. So Stirling and Swansea with Newcastle, Loughborough and Durham. So that bit of a gap in the middle, but we could see a bit of a battle on the inside with Stirling and Swansea. And Loughborough expected to set a quick time.
Loughborough closing on the Durham team on the outside.
They will also have saved athletes for the final, no question of that. They'll have enough depth to get through this quite comfortably. So in these early stages, Loughborough from Durham, and then those 3 further back, as expected, quite close.
Loughborough will get there, what's the stagger on line, Durham and Swansea.
So the officials just explaining the rules, really, of the 4x4 relays, so some of the less experienced athletes who might be a little bit caught out or just run through how it works. Huge lead for Loughborough. And then those behind, Swansea, Durham, Stirling and Newcastle. And there is that big gap as the sun beams onto the track. Loughborough handing over the baton well in the lead here. Swansea in 2nd place. And now a clear 2nd place. Durham in 3rd. Stirling in 4th. And Newcastle handing over now. So don't forget there was 11 seconds in the end between Birmingham and Edge Hill in that first heat. Manchester Met were a further 6 seconds behind on 4:15. So heading on to this final leg next. Loughborough keeping that advantage. Swansea remaining in second. Stirling have moved up a place on this leg. So Loughborough with around a 7-second advantage on Swansea, and there's going to be a pass here. Durham overtaking Stirling once again, but perhaps the Stirling runner will just let her pass and then ease back round on the home straight.
Loughborough lead has increased on his final leg significantly.
So let's see where Loughborough will slot in terms of time. Are they going to be ahead of Birmingham's 3:58? Certainly looking that way.
Let's keep an eye on the clock. The first heat running 3:58.42.
So Loughborough with the fastest time, 3:56.12. I think Swansea quicker than Edge Hill. And I think Durham and Stirling quicker than Manchester Met.
Loughborough follows in by Swansea, Durham and
This Newcastle finish now.
And then Newcastle just crossing the line.
So 8 teams have finished so far. And 8 spots available in the final. And as I say, we really have to wait and see how many teams will take part in the third heat out of 3. So it's looking like we will have 5 teams contesting this final heat, with Sheffield and Leeds Beckett, Nottingham, Bristol and Glasgow. Seemingly no Cardiff Met in the women's 4x4. So we also now know the times from the second heat. Loughborough confirmed as 3:56.1 fastest. Then Birmingham 58.41, just looking at the overall results so far. And it looks like Swansea slot into third, 4:03.29. So that's a really good result for them. And they can only be pushed down a maximum of 5 places, so It looks like they are through to the final, unless there are any DQs. 2:05.51 for Durham, who are in a very strong position to qualify for that final, as are Stirling on 4:06.68. Edgehill 6th fastest at the moment on 4:09.48. Then Manchester Met 4:15.31 and Newcastle 4:15.71. They are likely to be pushed out. Any time around 4:08 would be a really good time to post here in this final heat. Difficult to say how this final one might go, but Sheffield normally pretty strong in a women's 4x4. Leeds Beckett as well. Nottingham making a really good start and overtaking coming past Bristol. Leeds Beckett about to do the same. Second leg runners are out and ready to go. So Leeds Beckett working hard in this opening leg. Glasgow remain on the outside and Sheffield on the inside, neck and neck with the purple vest of Leeds Beckett. Nottingham and Bristol further back. All about running a good time here. 4:15.71 the target. Ultimately you want something around 4:08. Sheffield coming past Leeds Beckett then. The two teams we thought might be strongest in this final women's 4x4 heat. Nottingham, Glasgow, Bristol in that order. About to head on to this leg number 3 then. Leeds Beckett handing over first, ahead of Sheffield now. And Leeds Beckett faction down below me responding well to that. Sheffield, as soon as we say that, back in front once again. Glasgow gaining significantly now on Leeds Beckett. So these top 3 with a really strong chance of all going through. Let's see how it pans out. This is a terrific third leg from Glasgow. And Nottingham with an incredible finish, saving something for the last 100 and getting into second place just about. Glasgow fading towards the end of that leg. So it's now Sheffield from Nottingham, from Leeds Beckett, Glasgow and Bristol. Well, gaining one place in the closing stage of this race certainly could help. It's not going to be as fast as Loughborough or Birmingham, I don't think, but we'll see what this last 100 is like. Nottingham were in 4th place not so long ago, and they might even win this final heat. So it's going to be starting with a 4 this time, I think. Nottingham, terrific last 2 legs from Sheffield, from Leeds Beckett, 4:01.88. The 3rd fastest time that we've seen so far goes the way of Nottingham.
So that concludes day 2 of the 2024 BUCS Track and Field Championships.
So the full result from that will be available on roster, but yeah, really nice way to end with these relays as always. And I think the likelihood is that the top 3 teams there did qualify, because they needed to be faster than 4:09, a winning time of 4:01 there. So that's where you can get the scheduling results for tomorrow, and hope you can join us for finals day from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks for watching, and you know where to be for Bank Holiday Monday.